Ever felt like your job was literally killing you? For programmer Lu Ming, it wasn't a feeling, it was reality. One mindless request sent him from his desk straight into another dimension. He awakens in a futuristic city in the body of a teenager. A fresh start. This new world is filled with mages casting wild spells and warriors who can shatter the earth. The kid he now was training to be a card maker, sealing abilities into cards. But as he explores his new host's memories, he finds some dark secrets. First, a creepy obsession with his own sister, complete with a library of seduction guides. Then he finds the debt. To impress his sister, the original Lu Ming borrowed money from a loan shark. The new Lu Ming checks the phone and his blood runs cold. He owes 26 million. What did he use for collateral? A folder of photos that would ruin him forever, made outfits, frilly dresses, and bunny ears. His new life is already a certified nightmare. Suddenly, a message arrives. A holographic demon appears, giving him a deadline, 5 days. With nothing to lose, Lu Ming has an idea. Can he use his programmer's logic to hack this world's magic? His entire fate now rests on a single bizarre creation, the Watermelon Ninja card. But it all started like this. Lu Ming, a programmer, laments his life of working 16-hour days and dealing with mindless demands from his product manager, who wants the background of an app to change colors based on the user's mood. He feels himself dying in front of his computer from sheer exhaustion. He confirms that he is, in fact, truly dead. His consciousness is pulled into a swirling blue vortex, and he finds himself falling through a black void filled with shattered, starry fragments. He lands hard, realizing he has traveled to a futuristic world with flying vehicles and towering neon-lit buildings. He hears vendors shouting about big sales and discounts on various types of cards. Suddenly, he awakens in a strange room, looking at his reflection in a window to see a younger man with spiky black hair and red streaks, wondering who and where he is. He accesses the memories of his past life, recalling his job as a programmer and the ridiculous request that led to his sudden death from overwork. He remembers his boss, the product manager, discovering his cold, lifeless body the next morning. He accepts that not only did he die, but his soul has traveled into the body of another person also named Lu Ming, and he decides to embrace this new beginning. A blue light flashes in his eye as he begins to access the memories of the body's original owner, perceiving them as a video library of the boy's entire life. He learns this new Lu Ming is only 16, a student at a vocational college with healthy parents and a sister, and wonders why someone with such a good home life would attend a technical school. He sees an image of the boy's beautiful older sister and feels a complex wave of the original Lu Ming's emotions: envy, inferiority, and a hazy love for her. He is then shocked to discover a large pile of books and magazines with titles like My Sister Seduces Me and Sister Strategy Guidebook, all detailing how to pursue a romantic relationship with one's sister. He laughs it off, concluding that it's normal for a young boy to have strange thoughts about a beautiful sibling. These feelings, however, prompted the original Lu Ming to run away to a distant city to escape them. In this new city, he decided to become a card maker, in the hopes of becoming successful enough to one day help his sister. The new Lu Ming is bewildered, questioning what a card maker even is, the reality of his transmigration hitting him full force. He learns that this world is filled with a natural energy that allows for thousands of different professions, from powerful warriors who can shatter the earth to mages who manipulate unpredictable spells. The card maker is an auxiliary role, one that encapsulates abilities, illusions, or images into blank cards for easy use by others, with the strongest able to seal anything. The entire profession is based on the original card, a foundational tool used to absorb and record these powers. The only technique the original Lu Ming had managed to learn was the creation of a simple 1-star energy card, which the new Lu Ming, with his programmer's mind, recognized as mastering the fundamentals. The memories revealed that the original Lu Ming's sister was planning to visit, and in a desperate attempt to maintain his dignity, he borrowed money from a loan shark to open his own card shop. The new Lu Ming frantically finds the boy's phone and unlocks it with his fingerprint, his blood running cold as he sees the outstanding debt, over 26 million yuan. He stares in disbelief, having never seen so much money in his entire previous life. He desperately searches the memories for what the boy could have possibly used as collateral for such a massive loan, and is horrified to discover a folder full of photos showing the original Lu Ming posing in various outfits, including a maid costume, a frilly dress, and bunny ears. He instantly understands the loan shark's leverage. If the debt isn't paid, the photos will be distributed to everyone he knows, destroying his reputation and life. he screams in agony, realizing his new life is somehow even more miserable than the one that killed him. Composing himself, he walks into the main area of the card shop that cost the original Lu Ming everything. Stepping outside, he's overwhelmed by the sight of a street packed with competing card shops, all advertising huge sales and deep discounts. The fierce competition makes him realize why the previous owner was struggling so badly, trying to pay off an impossible debt by making basic energy cards one by one. As a couple scoffs at his small shop, asking for custom fantasy cards he can't provide, his phone chimes with a new message. A holographic, demonic-looking face emerges from the phone, warning him in a menacing tone that he has 5 days left to repay the money. Stealing his resolve, Lu Ming sits down at a workbench, pulling up the design for a 1-star energy card. He recognizes the pattern as being as simple as a basic program from his old world. Taking a blank card and a special pen, he begins to channel energy, drawing the glowing lines of the schematic onto the card's surface. He finishes the last stroke, and the card flashes with light, a success. He knows, however, that selling these simple cards won't be nearly enough to solve his problem. Just then, his heavy-set friend and fellow alumnus, an illusionist named Zhang Ziachu, walks in complaining about the heat. After Zhang makes it clear he's too broke to help with the debt, Lu Ming asks him for a different kind of favor, to help him create an illusion card. Ignoring Zhang's lewd suggestions, Lu Ming clarifies that he wants an illusion of fruit. He explains the specific details, asking for an illusion that starts blurry and slow, then gradually becomes clearer and faster, confusing Zhang about its purpose. But his friend agrees the task is trivial. Zhang channels a swirling mass of blue illusion energy from his hands, which Lu Ming carefully captures within a blank card. The process is a success. Lu Ming holds up the newly created card, declaring that his fate now depends on it. The card's art is revealed, titled Watermelon Ninja. Zhang scoffs that the card is useless and leaves after being paid, telling Lu Ming he shouldn't have given him a discount. As he walks away, Zhang adds that while he doesn't understand the plan, he's looking forward to seeing what happens, leaving Lu Ming with a determined expression. Lu Ming stands before a large crowd gathered outside his shop, holding a megaphone to announce a new challenge where customers can win 10,000 yuan if they last 100 seconds in his illusion, though the attempt costs 100 yuan. A muscular man steps up to take the challenge, and a wealthy-looking young man with pink hair watches from the side, skeptical of the scheme but curious enough to pay the fee. Lu Ming guides the pink-haired customer to the activation pad, and the man enters the illusion only to be confused by the low-quality, mosaic-like graphics surrounding him. Suddenly, a watermelon drops from the sky, and he instinctively slices it, realizing the cultivation is actually a game of slashing fruit. As the game progresses, more watermelons rain down, and outside the excitement builds as a long line forms, with Lu Ming happily collecting cash from the eager participants. In a high-rise office, Kayan Shenkai, the manager of the Yezi card store chain, reviews a report on Lu Ming's Fruit Ninja card, noting that despite its simplicity, it has generated massive revenue in just a few hours. Kayan recognizes the commercial potential and decides he must acquire the design immediately to roll it out across his franchise. Later that night, Lu Ming closes his shop, promising the disappointed crowd that he will have more cards available the next day. He's interrupted by the arrival of a large tiger, followed by Mr. Kayan, who introduces himself and offers 100,000 yuan for the Fruit Ninja design map. Lu Ming listens as Kayan warns him that copycats will flood the market within a day, making the design worthless if he doesn't sell now. Despite the pressure, Lu Ming remains silent, and Kayan leaves his business card, giving him 2 hours to consider the offer before the opportunity vanishes. Once Kayan is gone, Lu Ming tears the business card in half, revealing that he never intended to sell and that everything is proceeding according to his own plan. His friend rushes in, panicked after seeing the influential manager leave, and berates Lu Ming for turning down such a huge sum of money. Lu Ming calmly explains that he only produced 300 cards for a one-time sale because he anticipates the market will be saturated with imitations by tomorrow. The following morning, just as predicted, street vendors everywhere are selling knockoffs like Cabbage Ninja and Durian Ninja at rock-bottom prices. At the Yezi headquarters, Kayan is smug, believing his superior distribution and upgraded version will crush Lu Ming, but his assistant brings urgent news that Lu Ming has made a countermove. They watch a video where Lu Ming announces that he has released the Fruit Ninja design drawings to the public for free, claiming he did it to promote children's physical health. The video goes viral, turning Lu Ming into an instant internet celebrity and earning him the adoration of the public. Lu Ming explains to his stunned friend that his true goal was to generate hype and traffic, using the free release to destroy the copycat's profits while establishing himself as a famous figure. Major news outlets discuss the phenomenon, dismissing Lu Ming's success as luck, but he capitalizes on the attention by starring in commercials. On a set, Lu Ming professionally acts in an ice cream advertisement, impressing the crew with his adaptability. He receives a payment of 500,000 yuan immediately after the shoot, shocking his friend with how lucrative the cyberstar economy is compared to making cards. Walking home, Lu Ming decides to save the money and study the card business seriously, knowing the current hype will eventually fade. A month later, Lu Ming explores a ruined wasteland area in search of materials and spots a familiar street punk named Shanju holding a strange card fragment. Lu Ming inspects the fragment, noticing that despite being broken, the intricate encryption patterns remain intact, hinting at a high-value origin. He shrewdly negotiates with Shanju, driving the price down from a potential fortune to a mere 251 yuan. Back at his workshop, Lu Ming carefully repairs the fragment by bridging it with a blank card, managing to bypass the encryption without needing to crack it. He inserts the restored card into an activator, and after a tense moment of silence, a woman's figure materializes behind him. Lu Ming is startled to discover that the card generates a high-level illusion of a seductive woman, who immediately embraces him. The experience becomes overwhelming as the illusionary figure pins him down, and Lu Ming realizes too late that the naughty card is far more intense than he bargained for, as the woman raises a knife with a sinister smile. Lu Ming stares at the card in his hand with a triumphant smile, but his expression shatters instantly as the card disintegrates into useless particles of light. He panics, realizing the energy of the residual card wasn't enough to support the entire illusion, and finds himself back in his dim room with his pants unbuttoned, cursing the inadequate fragment left by others. He spots one last triangular fragment on the table and picks it up, hoping this final piece will deliver the experience he wants. Anticipating a luxurious banquet, he activates the card and steps into the light, determined to keep his eyes open this time. However, the atmosphere immediately feels wrong as the environment twists and distorts around him, and a massive eye opens in the sky above. Lu Ming coughs violently, feeling his internal organs being twisted by the pressure, and looks up to see a colossal red serpent rearing its head. He realizes too late that this is the trap of the so-called naughty card as the beast lunges at him with gaping jaws. He screams in terror, shouting that this is all a big misunderstanding, but the monster does not stop. Suddenly, a black cat with a crescent moon mark on its forehead descends from the darkness, exuding an aura that terrifies the serpent. The cat unleashes a big tiger curse, and with a few swift strikes, it obliterates the serpent and shatters the illusionary world. Lu Ming lies on the ground, overwhelmed by the oppressive power of the small black cat, feeling as if a giant beast is crushing him. He decides to play dead and act harmless, greeting the cat with a forced, friendly smile to show he is no threat. The cat stares at him coldly, but cracks begin to fracture the starry sky around them. Lu Ming suddenly bursts into laughter, his eyes gleaming as he declares that his energy is running out and the illusion is ending, mockingly telling the cat that he actually hates cats the most. The world shatters like glass, and Lu Ming falls through the void, bidding the creature farewell. He wakes up in his room, gasping for air, and curses the person named Shanju for selling such dangerous cards. However, he freezes in horror when he sees a black paw step out of the card on his floor. The black cat materializes in reality, looming over him with glowing eyes. Lu Ming is paralyzed with shock that an illusionary being has entered the real world, and when the cat threatens him, he frantically yells that he is actually a cat lover. The cat's tail hooks around his neck, choking him slightly, and Lu Ming faints from the sheer stress of the encounter. He wakes up standing on the surface of a mystical body of water beneath a galaxy of stars, realizing he has entered his sea of consciousness where his original card is stored. He frantically searches for his original card, fearing it might be damaged, and finds it floating nearby. He stares at it in shock, but the black cat appears behind him, its giant form reflecting in Lu Ming's eye. The cat demands to know who took it away, and Lu Ming realizes the cat is now connected to his card. The cat attacks, and Lu Ming falls into the water to escape, dragging the cat down with him. The cat struggles in the water, and Lu Ming notices it is injured from the previous battle and the illusion. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Ming approaches the weakened creature and offers to help, noting that his energy feels friendly to it. He places his hand on the cat's wound, using his energy to reduce its pain. The cat warns him not to mess around, but accepts the help. Lu Ming points out a crack in the original card and proposes a deal. He will provide energy for the cat to recuperate, and in exchange, the cat must stop biting the card. The cat silently agrees to the terms. Just as the deal is struck, the cat lunges at him with a terrifying face, causing Lu Ming to wake up screaming in his bed again. Meanwhile, in a ruined location, a man is being tortured by a massive purple monster while a hooded figure stands by. The hooded figure holds a dark card with a cat silhouette and demands to know who dared to take his cat away. The next morning, Lu Ming stretches and greets the day, only to find a crowd gathered outside his shop. He learns that the nearby store was robbed and the security guards were killed by an intruder with terrifying strength. Lu Ming is unsettled by the violence in the city center, but finds it strange that his small shop was completely ignored by the attackers. His friend Zhang Xiaopeng, nicknamed Little Chubby, enters the shop and teases him about the lack of business. Xiaopeng hands him an internship notice from their school, but Lu Ming dismisses it, knowing the school just sells students as cheap labor to factories. Xiaopeng mentions the Amryo mine has energy stones, but Lu Ming is only interested when asked if he needs battle cards with low energy consumption. Xiaopeng shows him a 1-star god card called Savage Collision. Lu Ming asks for the price, and hearing it costs 998. He immediately opts to buy the design diagram for 50 yuan instead. Back at his computer, Lu Ming studies the design diagram, thinking he can improve the efficiency. He creates 9 cards, but finds the energy increase to his cultivation is pitifully low. He decides to use his original card seal to practice packaging the ability, hoping to train his skills and save on materials simultaneously. He activates the Savage Collision card, and a spectral bull charges out. He attempts to seal it into his original card, but a giant shadow emerges from the card and devours the bull in a single bite. Lu Ming is terrified, thinking his original card is destroyed, but it reappears unharmed. He realizes the pattern hasn't changed and tries again, only for the cat inside to eat the energy again. He continues the process, feeding card after card to the original card, until finally, the pattern on the back begins to merge and evolve. He realizes his original card has the unique ability of segmented packaging, allowing it to stack the same capability multiple times. He proceeds to merge 7 bull cards together, sealing them one by one into the original card. The final result is a bizarre, cartoonish red bull holding a grenade, which leaves Lu Ming completely confused. He checks the stats and is dismayed to see it requires 300 energy consumption, making it unusable for him right now. However, he notices his base energy has increased significantly through the crafting process, so he decides to keep it and names the strange card Awesome Bull. Lu Ming and the other students arrive at the Amira mine located in the southern part of Kingaming City, known as the Kingaming Laurel, where over 300 mines are located. The group gathers at the Risnai Energy Ore Factory, which serves as their internship address, and everyone begins to pack their things and get off the bus as they marvel at the facility. One student comments on the fresh air and mentions bringing snacks for a picnic, prompting a retort from another student about whether he is there for an internship or an outing. A woman in a business suit, identified as MS, and a 3-star element teacher warns them to hide their snacks and game consoles or she will confiscate them. A student asks MS, and about rumors of high-end entertainment facilities, and she coyly replies that she doesn't know but implies they will find out later. A student gazes affectionately at MS, blushing as he calls her name, only to be terrified when Lu Ming suddenly appears behind him and whispers that he likes him so much. The student screams in horror, and Lu Ming greets him cheerfully while emitting a menacing dark aura asking what he wants. The terrified student asks what Lu Ming wants, and Lu Ming laughs saying he is just kidding. Lu Ming then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a card, revealing his identity as a card maker. They are told to hurry up as dorms are being assigned. As they get off the bus, Lu Ming thanks a fellow student for bailing him out, but the student, Zio, advises him to stay away from the violent guy he just scared. Zio introduces himself as a freshman archer and his friend Chang Liang. Lu Ming introduces himself as a sophomore and a card maker, and Zio notes the cards in his hand. They enter the cafeteria where they see cultivation meals made with meat containing powerful energy. They then visit the dorms, which are divided into levels, with the highest level offering a practice room with high energy concentration. They also see virtual fantasy game equipment. A factory representative addresses the students, explaining the humanized management where they exchange dug energy stones for points. He explains that points can be exchanged for various services, and there is no upper limit to what they can earn. The students get excited about mining, wanting to explode the ore. Zio and Lu Ming stand back, with Zio noting the other students are rookies while Lu Ming observes Zio's calmness. Zio admits his heart is racing, but he is pretending to be calm because his grandfather told him a man must not be scared. Lu Ming thinks Zio's intuition is keen and decides to keep a distance. The next day, MS, and rallies the students for the first day of mining practice with the slogan to hollow out the mine. They enter mine number 59. The mine is a complex maze, with the deeper areas being undeveloped mining zones. Students begin digging vigorously. Chang Liang finds an energy stone and celebrates earning a point. Meanwhile, Lu Ming sits on the ground eating instant noodles, causing others to mock him as a sophomore who is trash. They laugh that he hasn't dug anything in 2 hours and must be out of his mind. Other students decide to leave with their small haul, mocking Lu Ming for not being able to afford a meal. A girl approaches Lu Ming, surprised he hasn't dug any pieces. Lu Ming claims he hasn't mastered the skills, and the girl explains that poor control leads to energy interruption. She kindly gives him 2 pieces of energy stone so he can eat. She encourages him to keep going tomorrow before leaving. Lu Ming remarks on what a sweet girl she is. Once everyone is gone, Lu Ming picks up the stones and declares it is show time. He touches the stone and realizes he can absorb the energy directly without digging it out. He begins to draw the simplest energy card while absorbing the energy. He creates multiple energy cards, using them to replenish his own energy and then drawing complex patterns for awesome bull cards. He repeats the process of absorbing ore to make energy cards and eating energy cards to make bull cards. He is amazed that he made so many cards in a few hours and that his basic energy has improved by more than 30 points. He realizes he needs to be careful not to be discovered. Days pass, and the other students are exhausted and struggling to afford food. They complain about the factory's exploitation, MS, and encourages them to keep going and treat it as exercise. One student gets fired up by her words. Lu Ming continues to explore deeper into the mine to avoid others. He comes across a restricted construction site warning of danger and no entry. He wonders if the mining area is rich in minerals and assesses the danger of landslides. He decides to go in and take a look anyway. Inside, he finds the area gloomy with dripping water. He avoids fork roads to stay away from workers. He hears a rustling sound and gets scared. He discovers a tent in the shadows. He wonders if someone else is opportunistically hiding like him. He approaches and unzips the tent asking who is there. He is shocked to see Zhang Xiaopeng inside with the girl who gave him stones earlier, Ziner. It turns out Ziner is a doll. Xiaopeng is terrified to be found. Lu Ming realizes Xiaopeng likes the girl Ziner. Xiaopeng admits he knows the internship is hard and came to comfort disappointed schoolgirls. Lu Ming pinches the doll's face and realizes it is textured. Xiaopeng insists the doll and he are pure. Xiaopeng dramatically explains his loneliness and how he created the doll to accompany him. Lu Ming asks for a favor in exchange for keeping his secret, needing an illusionist for a new card. Xiaopeng agrees to help for free to protect his reputation. Xiaopeng then leads Lu Ming to a hidden area rich in large mines. Lu Ming is awestruck by the paradise of crystal spikes surrounding them. He feels the full energy surge and declares he will practice card making, eating, and drinking without bother. Xiaopeng warns him to be careful of the miners working 24 hours nearby. Lu Ming begins his intensive training, creating card after card. He finally reaches 300 points of energy cultivation base. He creates a special card and declares himself a genius. He holds up the awesome bull card and decides to test its power. He throws the card but suddenly spots someone and freezes. He sees Zia and Chang Liang standing there. The unknown student points at Lu Ming, accusing him of not being a good person and stealing the mine. Lu Ming realizes he is in trouble. He tries to play dumb and says he is lost. The student yells at him to cut it out and cites Section 1356 of the Minerals Act. He states that energy mines are state property and mining without permission is stealing. Lu Ming asks for proof. Zia pulls out his phone and reveals he recorded the entire process of Lu Ming stealing the mining card in high definition from a distance. Meanwhile, at the control center, an alarm beeps indicating digging at a designated location with nothing found. A female supervisor is informed that digging deeper might cause a collapse. She insists on continuing, offering 5 times the reward if they succeed. The worker is shocked by the offer. Back in the mine, students are exhausted and hungry, MS, and is worried because she hasn't seen Chang Liang, Zia or Lu Ming. She blames herself for the hardship. Zia and Chang Liang are shown tracking someone, unsure if they are in the right place. They eventually find Lu Ming just as he unleashes his card. The confrontation escalates with the legal accusations and the video evidence presented by Zio. Lu Ming is cornered by the white-haired student, who explains with undeniable logic that he has been watching Lu Ming since the first day and deduced his identity as the mysterious miner based on the specific percentage of waste ore and the presence of instant noodle boxes found deep in the mines. The white-haired student confidently declares that all signs point to the mysterious second-year student being senior Lu Ming. Lu Ming sweats nervously, realizing he has been completely seen through by these troublesome underclassmen. Desperate to remove the proof, Lu Ming checks his cards, realizing he only has enough energy for one shot, and decides he must destroy the evidence on the phone immediately. He activates an energy card, causing a flash of light, and rapidly operates the phone to delete all items from the device and the cloud. With a satisfied grin, Lu Ming shows the cleared screen to the shocked orange-haired student, announcing that the evidence is gone. However, the white-haired student reveals a shocking twist, stating that he only wanted to verify his intuition and never actually had hard evidence, leaving Lu Ming speechless at the psychological play. Suddenly, a deep rumbling noise interrupts their standoff, and the ground beneath them begins to quake violently. The students look around in panic as the cave walls start to crack and collapse. They scramble to escape the falling debris, realizing the mining area is caving in. Elsewhere in the mine, a team leader is horrified to find his workers crushed to death under the rubble. He looks up in terror as a tall, imposing man with a flat-top haircut and a woman with pink hair and a mask approach the site. The woman states they have finally found the location, and the ground cracks open to reveal a mysterious mechanical gate buried beneath the rock. The team leader realizes these intruders are responsible for the collapse and the deaths of his men. Back with Lu Ming, he and the others continue to flee the collapsing tunnels, dodging falling boulders. The orange-haired student accuses Lu Ming of causing the collapse by stealing the mine, but Lu Ming denies it. Meanwhile, the Villainous Duo confronts the surviving miner, who tries to call for help, but the woman coldly suggests killing them all. The flat-top man ruthlessly attacks the remaining miners, smashing a phone to prevent any communication. He lifts the team leader by the neck, displaying his terrifying strength. The mask-wearing woman inspects the ancient gate, noting a powerful enchantment that blocks their path. Suddenly, a screaming figure falls from the ceiling. It is the chubby student, Zio King, who lands in front of the villains and frantically claims to be an illusionist student passing by. He recognizes the enchantment on the gate as the Tianmen Xuanqi, but lies to the villains, calling it Heiyazi Waijai to trick them. He spins a tale about how the enchantment requires a specific method to crack. The woman, intrigued but dangerous, offers him a deal. Open the gate and live or die. Zio King sweats profusely and claims that the enchantment doesn't need complex solutions, just a strong brute force attack. The flat-top man steps forward, eager to use his specialty, and delivers a devastating punch to the barrier. However, the barrier repels the attack with a massive shockwave. The flat-top man looks at his hand in confusion, while Zio King quickly invents a new excuse, claiming that such a large enchantment requires a collective effort and a sense of rhythm. Deep in the collapsed tunnels, Lu Ming and the other students regroup with their teacher, MS, and who is trying to contact the outside world but finds no signal. Lu Ming feels an uneasy premonition and suddenly realizes that Zio King is missing from their group. He rushes to find him and stumbles upon the scene where Zio King is being held by the villains. Zio King acts relieved to see Lu Ming, calling him Brother Lu and playing along with the charade. Zio King loudly proclaims to the gathered miners and students that they have discovered a legendary, secret area, an ancient cave mansion left by powerful cultivators. He explains that these areas are filled with treasures and cheats, inciting greed among the listeners. Lu Ming notices Zio King's desperate signaling and realizes he is stalling for time because the passage is blocked. To help stall, Lu Ming approaches the mask-wearing woman and claims his special ability is an enhanced sense of smell. He leans in close, sniffing her, and declares that she has a sweet scent mixed with the smell of blood. The woman glares at him with lethal intensity, causing Lu Ming to quickly backpedal and awkwardly apologize, suggesting it might be her time of the month. The tension is palpable, but the distraction works for the moment. MS. And then the students decide to wait for rescue, but the greedy miners and the villains are determined to open the gate. The white-haired student asks Lu Ming if he really has a perception enhancement, and Lu Ming admits he made it up to test the woman, confirming she is hiding something. The group moves to the gate, where Zio King takes charge, instructing everyone to follow his rhythm. He begins to sing scales, do, re, mi, forcing the serious villains and miners to wait for his beat. With a final shout, he commands them to attack. The miners and villains unleash their elemental powers, lightning, wind, and energy blasts, bombarding the gate in unison. The combined force causes a massive explosion, and as the smoke clears, a terrified Zio Pang cries out to Lu Ming for help. Caught between the dangerous villains and the opening gate, Lu Ming and the group stand before the blocked gate where the fat miner claims he ran out of energy, sparking frustration among the others. As the dust settles, the gate remains intact, leading the group to question if the rhythm was wrong. The fat miner sweats nervously as the others demand an explanation for the delay. He finally cracks under pressure, screaming that he lied and was merely bragging about his ability to open it. The miners are furious, cursing him for wasting their energy and fooling them. Amidst the chaos, the muscular man with the flat top asks MS and what they should do next, and she instructs him to let the others deal with the fraud but to save Lu Ming for her, intending to take him home. MS and privately fantasizes about torturing Lu Ming by chopping off his limbs and gouging out his eyes for his earlier offenses. Lu Ming steps forward, confidently stating that opening the gate is a piece of cake for him, which surprises the white-haired student. He explains that while the seal seems vague to others, to him it appears as clear mathematical operations. Touching the gate, Lu Ming perceives the enchantment not as magic, but as a stream of data which he can manipulate like a programmer. He visualizes the data structure, identifying the correct sequence to unlock it. Suddenly, Lu Ming disappears from the cavern, leaving the white-haired student bewildered by his sudden vanishing. Lu Ming finds himself transported to a dark, blocky dimension and wonders what happened. He walks through the strange geometrical corridor, realizing the enchantment was actually a teleportation mechanism. Believing he is now the only one in the secret area, Lu Ming grins greedily, declaring that all the treasures belong to him. He celebrates his potential wealth, posing dramatically as he imagines his rich future. However, his excitement fades as he navigates the area, finding himself surrounded by high walls in what appears to be a massive maze. He spots a treasure chest in a corner and rushes towards it with excitement. Opening it, he is disappointed to find only a piece of paper inside. The paper mocks him, stating that this is an illusionary maze of fantasy, and he must find the exit to overtake the enchantment gate. Warning of no supplies. Lu Ming realizes the complexity of the situation, understanding that an infinite maze in this world could be constructed through illusions. He analyzes the theory of solving such a maze by expanding the search scope from a single point. Just as he despairs about the endlessness, he spots a giant eye watching him, signaling a potential end to his life. Suddenly, a black cat appears, and Lu Ming recognizes it as Brother Cat, asking if it is all right. He notices the cat has a card in its mouth and realizes with shock that it is his original card. Lu Ming furiously chases the cat, shouting that it is a cheeky thief for trying to abandon him and take his lifeblood. Meanwhile, back at the gate, MS and explains to the white-haired student that there is a trap hidden in the barrier, which is why she hesitated to enter, but Lu Ming triggered it. As she contemplates risking the trap herself, the gate mechanism suddenly activates. The fat miner is still on the ground, claiming he was forced, but suddenly the ground shifts. The gate opens, revealing the path forward to the astonished miners. Inside the illusion, Lu Ming continues his desperate negotiation with the cat, offering dried fish and female cats if it returns his card. The cat smacks him with its tail, sending him flying out of the illusionary space. Lu Ming lands back in reality, confusing the miners who have just entered the now open gate. They find themselves in a small secret room lined with statues, disappointing those who expected a vast area. Suddenly, the statues begin to crack and emit a green glow from their eyes. The miners are blinded by the light as the statues activate. The muscular flat-top man notices a blue card held in the claw of one of the statues. He retrieves the card, marveling at its exquisite pattern and texture, while the miners discuss its potential value. The miners suggest selling it and sharing the money, but the muscular man apologizes menacingly. He crushes the head of a nearby miner, revealing his ruthless nature. Standing over the body, he declares the card is his and identifies himself as a 3-star power warrior. The remaining miners tremble in fear, realizing the vast gap between their 1-star strength and his 3-star power. Despite the fear, one miner rallies, shouting that they can win with teamwork. However, the muscular man steps forward, emanating a terrifying aura that silences their bravado. The students realize the danger, noting that even their combined strength isn't enough. Suddenly, MS and steps forward, her demeanor changing from a teacher to a combatant. The students recognize her power as she confronts the villain. MS and tells the students to back up, revealing she is a 3-star elementalist. She coldly addresses the villain, stating she cannot forgive him for kidnapping and intimidating her students. The villain scoffs, deciding he must kill them all since she stands in his way. He launches a high-speed attack but MS, and dodges gracefully. She retaliates with a wind blade burst shot, sending sharp projectiles of energy at him. The villain is pushed back but reveals he has mastered energy armor, covering his whole body in a defensive shield. He boasts that without a high-intensity single-point attack, he is invincible and then lunges at MS. And he grabs her by the throat, lifting her into the air as the students watch in horror. As MS, and struggles, Chang Liang watches, paralyzed by fear but remembering how MS, and once comforted him when he was bullied for his appearance. Her inspiring words about strength and admiration echo in his mind, fueling his rage. Screaming at the villain to let her go, Chang Liang unleashes a blinding burst of light from his eyes and mouth. The white-haired student identifies this as the unique light element gene inheritance of Chang Liang's family. The intense light floods the chamber, acting as a massive special effect that blinds everyone. The white-haired student hurriedly covers his eyes, warning others to do the same as Chang Liang slips into an unconscious rage. The villain is engulfed in the brilliance, screaming as the overwhelming light assault dominates the senses. Lu Ming observes the chaotic battlefield as the blinding light from Chang Liang's attack engulfs the area, noting that while the move is incredibly powerful, it has a fatal flaw where simply closing one's eyes negates the damage. However, the armored opponent fails to realize this in time and keeps his eyes wide open, resulting in him being blinded and screaming in agony as the light penetrates his defenses to attack him directly. The enemy staggers, bleeding from his eyes, and furiously questions what was done to him, while explaining that he barely managed to shield his internal organs from the energy blast. Seizing the opportunity, Zio releases a special arrow that carries the weight of his grandfather's teachings about maintaining a calm heart in the face of powerful foes. The arrow flies true, striking the armored warrior's chest with a distinct cracking sound, though the enemy initially scoffs that he feels no pain from such a meager attack. Suddenly, the armor begins to fracture further, and the enemy realizes too late that the arrow's effect is far more potent than expected as the cracks spread rapidly across his protective shell. A massive explosion of energy shatters the outer layer of his defense, leaving the 3-star warrior enraged and humiliated as he breaks free from the crystalline debris. Despite his broken arm and internal injuries, the warrior declares his rank and threatens to tear the students into pieces for their insolence. The students panic as the enraged warrior prepares to charge, but Lu Ming steps forward calmly, holding up a card and telling everyone to move aside. Lu Ming activates the card, unleashing a herd of energetic bulls that stampede forward with unstoppable force. The stampede overwhelms the injured warrior, trampling him under the sheer weight and number of the summoned beasts as his screams echo through the chamber. With the immediate threat neutralized, the atmosphere shifts abruptly as Lu Ming holds up a fan of cards and begins advertising his awesome bull cards to the stunned students, offering discounts for bulk purchases. However, the victory is short-lived as the female miner steps forward, exuding a terrifying aura that instantly knocks Zio unconscious with a single kick. Lu Ming realizes the gravity of the situation and pulls out a glowing card which he claims is the treasure of the secret room, catching the woman's attention. He whispers a plan to Pangzi to help the wounded retreat while he distracts her, then loudly offers the treasure card to the woman in exchange for the safety of his classmates. The woman, intrigued by the unique texture and appearance of the card, agrees to the deal, finding his logic as a businessman acceptable. Lu Ming tosses the card to her and immediately turns to flee, urging the others to run as fast as they can. The woman catches the card, only to look closer and realize with trembling rage that it is merely another one of his awesome bull cards with a crude drawing on it. Furious at being mocked, she crushes the card and chases after Lu Ming, swearing to kill him for his deception. Lu Ming sprints through the mine tunnels, hoping to lead her away from the students, but finds himself cornered as a heavy stone gate slams shut, sealing his path. The woman catches up, her murderous intent palpable as she prepares to finish him off, while Lu Ming realizes he has completely exhausted his energy reserves. Desperate, Lu Ming calls out to the black cat in his consciousness for help, but his plea goes unanswered as the woman closes in. Just as the situation seems hopeless, Pangzi appears and throws a recharge card towards Lu Ming, shouting for him to catch it. Lu Ming grabs the 3-star recharge card, shocked that Pangzi had such an expensive item, and immediately activates it to replenish his drained energy reserves. The energy floods his body like a tidal wave, revitalizing him instantly and giving him the power he needs to fight back. The woman watches in silence, unamused, until Lu Ming unleashes an entire deck's worth of awesome bull cards at once. A massive, thundering herd of bulls materializes, filling the entire cavern and charging directly at the female miner with overwhelming force. The sheer impact of the stampede causes the cave structure to destabilize, and rocks begin to fall from the ceiling as the bulls smash into everything in their path. Realizing the secret room is collapsing, Lu Ming directs the bulls to crash into the sealed gate, using their brute strength to force an exit. The gate shatters under the assault, and Lu Ming urges everyone to run for their lives as the mine crumbles around them. The group scrambles through the falling debris, barely staying ahead of the collapse, while the female miner is buried under a pile of massive boulders. Trapped and unable to move, she activates a transfer card just moments before being completely crushed, her body glowing as the teleportation sequence initiates. A countdown ticks away in her mind, and she vanishes in a beam of light just as the final rocks slam down onto her position. Outside, the rescue team finally breaks through to the students, their flashlights cutting through the dust as they secure the area. Lu Ming and the others emerge into the fresh air, exhausted but alive, while miles away in a forest, the battered female miner reappears, swearing vengeance on Lu Ming for her humiliation. Lu Ming sits in the rest hall of the Resnai mine department, looking dejected while his friend Zhang Xiaoping tries to comfort him, pointing out that surviving the catastrophe is a blessing in itself. Lu Ming remains worried about the charging card he sacrificed, having spent a year accumulating energy in it with plans to sell it for a fortune to buy a school district house, only to have used it up. He laments that he is not planning for the future, feeling the immense economic pressure placed on boys in this world. A hand extends a pink packet to him as compensation, which Zhang Xiaoping scoffs at until he sees the contents, shocked to discover it contains a contact number for Ziner. Following the mine collapse, the internship ends, and the students evacuate by bus, while the university compensates them with credits to soothe their trauma. Back at school, Lu Ming hopes to skip classes, but receives a special reward for his heroic performance. A certificate signed by the principal, which he dismisses as stingy and tosses into the trash can before collapsing onto his bed to sleep. Lying in bed, Lu Ming reflects on his past life working on projects and writing reports, realizing those experiences honed his analytical skills, while his current practice of drawing hundreds of awesome bull cards has solidified his pattern drawing abilities. He resolves to create new types of cards to improve his energy recovery and transportation speed to become stronger. The next day, his phone buzzes with a call from Zhang Xiaoping, who scolds him for sleeping until the afternoon and asks how he plans to use the school certificate. Lu Ming is confused until Zhang Xiaoping explains that the certificate allows him to request professional guidance from any teacher or even the principal, making it extremely valuable and sellable. Realizing his mistake, Lu Ming frantically digs through the trash can, relieved to find the crumpled certificate he almost discarded as rubbish. Zhang Xiaoping continues on the phone, sharing rumors that while the students survived the mine, a treasure from the secret room, a card worth 100 million, went missing and the school is searching for it. Lu Ming is shocked by the astronomical value and recalls seeing a mysterious card, prompting him to search his bag while Zhang Xiaoping rambles on about his date with Ziner. Lu Ming finds the blue card with a moon pattern and confirms its identity online as one of the 7 moon shadow cards that have appeared worldwide, causing fierce competition and casualties. He reads that Wu Hongfei, a 5-star sword repair student from the First Academy, obtained one and is selecting a card maker companion. The Moon Shadow card is revealed to be an inheritance card used to pass on a master's wealth and experience to a disciple, requiring a set of cards and high-level card-making technology to encapsulate the legacy. Lu Ming realizes the card is a hot potato worth over 100 million but extremely dangerous to possess, fearing he could be killed if its existence is exposed. He considers selling it, but decides the risk is too high, and since he cannot use the sword repair inheritance himself, he thinks of his sister, Lu Yan, a genius sword repairer at the First Academy. He decides to send the card to her immediately to aid her cultivation and get the dangerous item off his hands. After mailing the package, he breathes a sigh of relief, though he feels a pang of regret over the lost billion, comforting himself that his sister is not an outsider. He suddenly sneezes, wondering if someone is talking about him. Meanwhile, at a high-end restaurant, Zhang Xiaoping is on his date with Ziner, nervously professing his feelings while a violinist plays. But his attention is drawn to a couple at a nearby table who he mistakes for Lu Ming. On a balcony overlooking the city, a red-haired woman, Lu Yan, stands with a companion who asks if she is still upset about failing to retrieve the card for her brother. The man assures her it's not her fault, but Lu Yan insists that the issue isn't Lu Ming but the person behind him, revealing her protective nature. The companion identifies the rival as Lu Yan, the genius sword repairman, and they discuss how strange it is that a one-star student like Lu Ming could defeat three-star fighters, suspecting he might have the Moon Shadow card. Lu Yan tells her brother to rest and not worry, but privately she worries if he plans to abandon the inheritance. The narrative shifts to explain the Moon Shadow inheritance. 7 cards, 7 marks, and fierce competition where only one can win. Gao Tianlang, the heir to the Gao clan, is introduced as a strong contender. At the first college, Wu Hongfei initiates a special selection event to elect a cardmaker assistant to help complete the Moon Shadow inheritance, setting harsh conditions for applicants. However, the event is interrupted when Lu Yan storms in, terrifying the attendees. Wu Hongfei is furious that the vote was voided and complains to the Card Makers Association principal, only to be confronted by Lu Yan herself, who kicks the door open. She demands to know why he organized an event that selected her brother according to his rules, only to then call the result void, feeling he is mocking her family. Wu Hongfei retorts that a one-star card maker like Lu Ming, known for watermelon ninja cards, is unworthy, but Lu Yan threatens him for making fun of her. Wu Hongfei tries to stand his ground, citing the contract, but Lu Yan unleashes her energy, freezing the room and terrifying the onlookers. She makes it clear she won't let her brother be a sidekick to a loser like Wu Hongfei and demands compensation. Wu Hongfei, intimidated by her overwhelming power, grudgingly hands over a prize certificate that allows for a month of exclusive teaching by any master in the school. Lu Yan accepts it reluctantly and leaves, warning him he will regret it when she seizes the inheritance. As she walks away, she receives a courier package containing the Moon Shadow card sent by Lu Ming. Shocked and delighted, she announces to the stunned crowd that she will compete for the legacy and chooses her brother Lu Ming as her assistant. Back at the Kingaming Fuji Vocational College, legends of Lu Ming's exploits in the mine circulate, describing him as a demon who buried enemies alive. In the principal's office, Principal Jiang Feng and MS, and discuss Lu Ming's potential, noting his talent and the certificate he earned. They eagerly await his arrival to redeem the certificate for professional guidance, planning a comprehensive training schedule for him. However, they are dumbfounded when a student informs them that the certificate has already appeared elsewhere because Lu Ming sold it. The principal is left speechless while Lu Ming, refreshed after 2 days of rest, counts his money and decides to pursue his own path of training since his sister has the Moon Shadow card covered. Lu Ming feels that teacher guidance is limited and decides to conduct his own research, using the funds from selling the certificate to improve his practice. He plans to merge 7 Savage Clash cards into an Awesome Bull card and wonders what will happen if he merges 7 Awesome Bull cards. He speculates it might create an Extreme Lucky Bull or Bull in the Sky, imagining a powerful bull demon coming to life. Excited by the possibility, he begins the process immediately, activating the merged card on a pedestal. He worries about the destructive potential if a real bull appears in the shop, but decides to risk it, watching the countdown timer tick down from 5. As the timer hits 1, Lu Ming yells that this is the time, and a massive hoof crashes down, signaling the successful but potentially chaotic activation of the seal. Lu Ming celebrates the success of his new card creation, which features a mysterious cross pattern that significantly lowers energy consumption. He heads to the Card Makers Association testing hall and requests access to a 2-star test site, but the receptionist directs him to the 1-star channel based on his current rating. Lu Ming insists that his new card is too powerful for the basic facility, but the manager, a man with a beard and badge number 008, intervenes and mockingly tells him to stop trying to leapfrog his level and to keep his feet on the ground. Reluctantly, Lu Ming enters the 1-star testing area, where another user warns him not to get in the way. Lu Ming activates his card, which glows ominously, and warns the other man to step back. A massive projection of a minotaur appears, followed by a stampede of physical bulls that burst forth from the card. The summoned beasts rampage through the room, smashing the walls and causing the ceiling to collapse, exposing the 2-star testing area on the floor above. The manager and the receptionist stare down in horror as the floor disintegrates beneath them. Lu Ming realizes that the card pattern was actually a relocated image that summoned real monsters, which explains the catastrophic damage. Security surrounds the area, and the manager angrily accuses Lu Ming of ruining the facility. However, Lu Ming calmly retorts that the facility was outdated and vulnerable, reminding everyone that he had explicitly requested a 2-star site because he knew the card was powerful. He argues that the management's negligence and refusal to listen endangered everyone's safety, rallying the other 1-star card makers to his cause against the arrogance of the staff. Realizing he has lost control of the situation and public opinion, the manager is forced to bow and apologize to Lu Ming. To resolve the matter, the manager offers compensation in the form of energy cards and grants Lu Ming free access to higher-level testing sites in the future. Lu Ming leaves the association victorious, leaving the manager seething in frustration. Later, Lu Ming examines the card again, noting that the image on it has changed to reflect the destruction it caused. Back at his shop, he is interrupted when a man in a floral shirt kicks the door down, demanding to see the owner. The man claims to be a parent named Jiang Yunshin and accuses Lu Ming of harming his child by selling addictive watermelon ninja cards. Lu Ming counters the man's anger with logic, asking if a person eating too many meals a day blames the food, implying the child's obsession is not the shop's fault. The argument escalates when Jiang Yunshin reveals himself to be a cultivator and attacks with fire magic. Lu Ming reacts instantly, using a card to unleash a lightning attack that electrocutes the intruder. A security officer arrives to handle the disturbance, and the defeated Jiang Yunshin ends up apologizing and paying for the damages. Early the next morning, Lu Ming finds a young girl with pink hair and horns waiting outside his shop. She introduces herself as Jiang Yuebai and hands him an apology letter from Jiang Yunshin, who she reveals is her uncle. She explains that her father sent her to listen to Lu Ming, though Lu Ming is skeptical of their intentions. Inside the shop, Lu Ming questions her goals, and she states that she wants to become a sword repairman. Lu Ming scoffs at the idea but then cunningly persuades her that a card maker can encapsulate all skills, including sword repair, effectively convincing her that becoming a card maker is the superior path. He agrees to teach her and provides her with a notebook of his experiences. That night, he is stunned to discover that she has already successfully condensed an original card, displaying a terrifying level of talent. His friend Zio Pang arrives and is shocked to see the girl, revealing that she is the daughter of the school principal, Jiang Feng. Realizing he has leverage, Lu Ming calls Principal Jiang Feng and jokingly pretends to have kidnapped his daughter, demanding a ransom. The principal is unfazed, knowing his daughter is safe and seeing through the prank immediately. Jiang Feng explains that he sent Xiaobai to Lu Ming because he discovered Lu Ming had found a delicate record related to Lu Yan, Lu Ming's sister, and believes Lu Ming can protect her. Dropping the act, Lu Ming negotiates a real deal, demanding knowledge of encryption technology in exchange for taking care of the girl. The principal agrees, provided Lu Ming trains her to be a card maker to ensure her safety. Lu Ming accepts the terms and officially takes Jiang Yuebai as his apprentice, patting her on the head as she acknowledges him as her master. Lu Ming stands in his workshop with Xiaobai as Zio Pang arrives, clapping his hands and wondering why the other two haven't left yet, prompting Lu Ming to ask what he is here for. Zio Pang boasts that his fantasy level has improved, but Lu Ming questions his seriousness before explaining that the core idea is to make an illusion change color with the user's mood, a technology he dubs discoloration. They test the illusion on a small dog, which suddenly transforms into a terrifying, spiked beast as Zio Pang points out the color change, though Lu Ming is more concerned with the ferocity. Lu Ming explains that the dog's appearance changes with mood, displaying happy colors when happy and sad colors when sad, before dismissing the group to practice while he works on something else. Later, Lu Ming examines a de-encryption card, finding the product hopeless and the encryption level surprisingly low, prompting him to complain about the quality. He asks Xiaobai to show her energy card, and she proudly displays a card with 100 points, causing Lu Ming to note that the initial value is low but promising to teach her card patterns later. Xiaobai enthusiastically agrees to work harder, though Lu Ming jokingly remarks that her hard work might kill him before he turns his attention back to studying the specific patterns and algorithms of the encryption technology. He analyzes the encryption modules, realizing that the core is the encryption module itself, which acts as a texture. He visualizes the encryption as a simple crossword puzzle layer covering the original texture, realizing it acts as a lock that does not technically need to be opened, but rather bypassed. He considers encapsulating it with multiple encryption card segments to see the effect, wondering if the first 6 cards will have any impact. With a focused expression, Lu Ming activates the cards, determining that success or failure depends on this moment as energy swirls around him later. Holding the completed card, Lu Ming feels proud of his work, but notices some problems that require further study and tells Zio Abai they can learn energy card making together all night. Zio Abai is eager and promises to work harder, but eventually brings him breakfast after a long session, urging him to rest. Lu Ming, looking exhausted but manic, claims he is fine and that he has a new card idea that will make them a fortune, instructing Zio Abai to call Zio Pang immediately. When Zio Pang arrives, asking about his bonus, Lu Ming reveals a glowing blue cube which he then compresses into a card, declaring the process accomplished. Zio Abai asks what the card is, and Lu Ming dramatically describes it as the crystallization of his wisdom intended to make a fortune, though Zio Abai looks skeptical. After some time passing where Lu Ming creates a pile of these cards, Zio Pang questions his memory of Lu Ming's past competence, only to get hit in the head as Lu Ming begins to explain the card's function. He shows an image of a fish and explains the card has arrows for energy filling and activation, representing feeding and releasing, effectively making the user a fish farmer. He names it the Kun Card, a composite card incorporating training and summoning, capable of evolving into a massive leviathan if cultivated with enough energy. Lu Ming attempts to register the card with the Business Card Printing Association to get copyright certification, hoping to avoid the fate of his previous Watermelon Ninja card. But the application is brutally rejected with a large red cross. The principal informs him via phone that the association feels he has corrupted the ethos of a card maker, leaving Lu Ming frustrated but determined to make money regardless of the association's approval. He dons a helmet and declares that money must be earned, deciding to show them what a technical game card can do, and spends half a month producing a large inventory of the Kun cards. After preparing a massive stock, Lu Ming cooks a fish feast to celebrate, though he strictly tells Zio Abai the fish head is for her, and they need to discuss pricing first. They take to the streets with a signboard, selling the Kun card for 2,000 yuan, a price that shocks the crowd who mistake it for another useless game card like the Watermelon Ninja. Zio Abai explains to the skeptical customers that it is a pet card capable of independent cultivation and evolution, potentially reaching 6 stars, which catches the interest of a man in sunglasses who decides to buy 10 cards. Sales begin to pick up as more people buy in, and online reviews start to appear, with some praising the card and others cursing it, creating a buzz that drives even more customers to line up for the product. The popularity explodes, with customers waving cash and fighting to buy the card, forcing Lu Ming to manage the chaotic crowd. Meanwhile, high up in a skyscraper, the president of the Card Makers Association, Zhang Yang, is informed of the situation and disbelief washes over his staff, as they realize a 1-star card maker has created something technically complex. Zhang Yang summons Lu Ming to his office, where Lu Ming plays innocent, shaking hands with the president who had been analyzing the card's structure on a large screen. Zhang Yang questions Lu Ming about the Kun card, amazed that a 4-star stacking skill was used by a novice, and asks if he made it himself. He examines the card layer, noting the thousands of lines accommodated by the stacking technique, and realizing the sheer technical difficulty involved, while Lu Ming internally worries about exposing his secret methods. Zhang Yang praises Lu Ming's creativity, but warns him that while the texture is perfect, it is just a simple stack without much technical content for advanced makers, though he admits the boy is very good. Lu Ming leaves the association, feeling relieved that he bluffed his way through, while Zhang Yang and his colleague discuss the anomaly of a father sending his daughter to such a man's house. Back at his studio, Lu Ming calculates the profits, realizing he has made a net profit of 500,000, a sum he never achieved in his past life, though he still worries about the copyright certification. Suddenly, a notification arrives stating his application has been approved, delighting Lu Ming and Zio Abai, while elsewhere a rival boss is furious that a stacked card has disrupted the market. Lu Ming explains the stacking principle to a baffled audience in his mind, noting that the essence is simply activating a recharge card and releasing a diving card simultaneously, a technique that his rivals realize is expensive to crack and replicate. The personnel supervisor of the Card Association discusses the card's impact, noting it has leveraged the summoner industry by becoming the first true pet card, causing Lu Ming to declare he won't remain a one-star maker forever. The association decides to grant the certification to avoid being framed by rules, acknowledging Lu Ming's potential. Lu Ming returns to his shop in triumph, showing Zio King that the data is ready and the certification is passed, while competitors lament their inability to stop his momentum as the card's popularity explodes across the city. People on the streets compare their Kun levels, with copycat versions emerging, but Lu Ming's original design remains dominant, securing him a massive fortune. 20 days later, Lu Ming checks his account balance, which has swelled to 1 million after taxes, celebrating the design drawing that continues to provide funding. Zio King asks for a reward, specifically requesting sword repair packaging, and Lu Ming checks her energy level, which is now at 150 points. He promises to teach her basic patterns to help her encapsulate sword repair skills quickly, motivating her to work harder, while he secretly plans to break through to the 2nd star level so she can practice on her own. Lu Ming sits in his chair, smiling confidently as he reads the instructions for a God Cat card, ready for his next challenge. Lu Ming stands amidst a cosmic background holding cards, apologizing to Brother Cat for previously misjudging his needs and orientation, presenting a muscular anthropomorphic cat image as a replacement which leaves him feeling overwhelmed. The next morning, the sun rises over the city skyline, and inside the shop, Lu Ming yawns while sporting a swollen face, explaining to a shocked Zio King that he accidentally knocked himself down while saving a small wild cat the previous night. He insists he is fine and asks for an energy card to help him sprint to 2 stars within 7 days, later celebrating as his energy space increases significantly to accommodate the overflow. However, upon calculating the cost to upgrade from 2-star to 3-star, he is horrified to realize it requires 10 million yuan, a staggering sum that makes him weep at the unfairness compared to his teacher's level. Zio King innocently asks if money is the only way to break through quickly, suggesting combat and exploration instead, but Lu Ming dismisses the idea of a card maker fighting on the front lines as shameful. He decides to take his time making money with Kun cards, dreaming of a lazy cultivation life, though he later realizes the demolition cards no longer satisfy him and decides to try fusing them to create something sellable. He initiates the fusion process, combining multiple demolition cards with intense energy until the cards merge and crackle with power. The result is a mysterious card depicting a grave with a flag, which confuses him, prompting him to search online for its effects, only to find bizarre search results about gravehead bungee jumping and other nonsense. Frustrated by the lack of useful information and the card's high energy requirement of 10,000 points, which classifies it as a peak 3-star card, he worries that using it would drain him completely. Suddenly, a customer arrives at the door, and a green-haired girl enters asking for Lu Ming, making him wonder if she is Zhang Xiaoping's dream girl. The girl shyly asks for a Kun card, creating a momentarily intense atmosphere that Lu Ming and Zio King both find chilling, but the transaction proceeds normally with Lu Ming offering a discount. After she leaves, Lu Ming notices a strange pattern on a card and decides to buy textbooks for Zio King to distract her, claiming she will need them soon for her cultivation. Once Zio King is occupied, Lu Ming examines a small illicit card he found, which features a scantily clad woman and a phone number, but he quickly hides it when Zio King notices him staring. He urgently sends Zio King away on a vacation to visit her father so he can deal with the situation alone, shutting the store and putting up a closed sign. He scrutinizes the illicit card again, realizing the photo on it was taken in his shop and appears to be a composite image, prompting him to call the number to verify his suspicions. Lu Ming stares up in shock at the colossal, blood-red spherical eye hovering in the stormy sky, realizing that his location has been completely exposed by this terrifying ability. He immediately decides to withdraw, sensing that a 4-star warrior might be involved, and dashes away from the rooftop just as the pressure from the sky intensifies. Inside the building, the Shark gang members are thrown into confusion by the sudden tremors and the eerie sensation of being watched by a god, unaware that the phenomenon is an enemy attack. Lu Ming, having donned his mask and disguise, lands coolly in front of the panicked gang members on the street below, asking them if they are trying to leave town. The gang is startled to see him alive, and the Shark gang leader mocks him, assuming he survived only by luck, but Lu Ming questions if their mysterious benefactor saved them. Wang Xuan, the arrogant white-haired young master, steps forward and coldly orders his men to kill Lu Ming immediately, refusing to let a mere nobody interfere with his plans. The gang rushes to surround Lu Ming, shouting threats of violence, while the shark gang leader boasts that without Master Wang's protection, they might have been in trouble, but now Lu Ming is finished. Lu Ming draws a card with a sharp gaze, unleashing a wave of energy that blasts the charging thugs away, clearing the path for direct confrontation. The shark gang leader, his eyes glowing with power, swings a massive hammer to crush Lu Ming, but Lu Ming dodges the heavy strike and prepares his counterattack. Wang Xuan watches impatiently as the gang leader mocks Lu Ming's evasive maneuvers and launches a devastating blue energy punch intended to end the fight instantly. Lu Ming meets the attack head-on with a powerful blast of his own, creating a shockwave that rattles the surrounding buildings and sends debris flying through the rain. Despite the successful block, Lu Ming is pushed back by the brute force, realizing that this opponent is stronger than the average 3-star warrior he has faced before. The gang leader transforms into a hulking, bull-like monster with glowing red eyes, looming over Lu Ming and taunting him that he won't survive a second hit. Lu Ming calmly activates a defensive card, surrounding himself with multiple layers of blue energy shields, confusing the beast who questions why he isn't fighting back physically. Suddenly, the sky tears open, and massive totem poles rain down like meteors, smashing into the streets and crushing the gang members under their immense weight. Wang Xuan screams for his subordinate to use a defensive cover, but she reveals she has none left, prompting him to demand she prioritize saving him over fighting. As the entire district begins to crumble under the bombardment, Wang Xuan tries to flee in panic, while the gang leader struggles in vain to hold back the collapsing debris. Lu Ming stands atop a gigantic summoned bull demon, holding the giant sea bull card, and declares that none of them will escape the destruction he has unleashed, which is 3 times more powerful than standard demolition cards. The ruins crash down, burying the gang and Wang Xuan, while the shark gang leader, trapped and broken, begs Lu Ming for mercy. Desperate to survive, the gang leader hands over his wallet, bank cards, and VIP memberships, sobbing that he has parents to take care of and promising to turn over a new leaf. Lu Ming accepts the bribe with a cold stare, warning the man to never mention this encounter, before taking the loot and turning to leave. Wang Xuan, battered but alive, calls out to Lu Ming, pleading for help to save someone and offering a valuable 4-star card as a reward. Lu Ming stops, interested in the card, but when Wang Xuan asks him to save Lu Ming is visibly shaken and demands to know how he knows her. Wang Xuan reveals that Lu Ming is already dead, having committed suicide after being persecuted by Fan or Yan, and that he is there to avenge her, leaving Lu Ming stunned by the news. Overcome with grief, Wang Xuan falls to his knees in the rain, while Lu Ming silently processes the information before disappearing into the night. The next day, news reports broadcast the mysterious destruction of the old town, attributing it to a bull demon king due to the inexplicable appearance of giant bulls. Lu Ming sits at home watching the news, while Zio King complains that he returned late and dirty, forcing her to wait for lunch. He placates her by revealing the massive haul of cards he collected from the battle, causing Zio King's eyes to sparkle with excitement at the sight of the 4-star card. A delivery arrives with a new card testing machine, and although Zio King thinks it looks ugly, they eagerly begin processing the loot. Their session is interrupted by Officer Zhang, who barges into chat, making Lu Ming nervous about being connected to the old town incident. Officer Zhang questions Lu Ming about the bull abilities reported at the scene, but Lu Ming plays the innocent shopkeeper, filling out a form to deflect suspicion. After the officer leaves, warning them about Wang Xuan's powerful father, Lu Ming sighs in relief and returns to the machine to test the 4-star card. The machine identifies it as a rare sword repair card, a powerful and aggressive type that excites Zio King immensely. Lu Ming explains the card's value and decides to give it to Zio King, promising to help her cultivate enough energy to use it, while a mysterious woman with dark hair is seen stepping out of a bath elsewhere. Chu Zio arrives at a luxurious residence and questions Sister Lu about why she demanded he come in person instead of discussing matters over the phone. Sister Lu, looking troubled, hands him a small device and insists that he must deliver it personally to a specific individual without letting anyone else know. She shows him a photograph of a young man holding a lollipop, explaining that this mission will help her understand how he has been living on his own. Meanwhile, at Lu Wu's shop, Pangzi barges in early in the morning claiming he missed his brother, though Lu Wu dismisses the sentiment knowing Pangzi wants something. Zio Bai, Lu Wu's assistant, puts away her equipment as Pangzi marvels at the high-level cards in the shop and tries to peek at them. Lu Wu stops him, and Pangzi reveals he needs to buy a large number of energy cards for a mission involving investigating terrain in the suburbs and creating an illusion card. Pangzi asks for discount on 100 cards, and when Lu Wu agrees, Pangzi suggests they team up, but Lu Wu looks horrified at the idea. Pangzi accuses Lu Wu of being the mysterious card maker behind the Old City incident, involving a herd of bulls, citing the destructive power as evidence. But Lu Wu denies everything while Zio Bai defends her master. Pangzi insists his guess is correct, noting how the mine lead brought everyone out of the crisis, but eventually drops the subject to pay the 30,000 for the cards via a code scan. After the transaction is complete, Pangzi tries to discuss the mission plan, but Lu Wu immediately kicks him out, stating he only promised a discount, not to join the team. Once alone, Lu Wu reflects on Pangzi's words, realizing he underestimated the impact of the Old City incident and that his bull cards are too recognizable and lack intelligence, making them clumsy for delicate tasks. He decides it is time to change his card strategy and begins working on a new design, aiming for a summon with better duration and stability than the demolition-prone bulls. Lu Wu visualizes a witch summon, but decides to modify the structure. Later, a customer tries to buy cards but is told they are sold out, and Zio Bai cleverly promotes a group chat for updates, showing her business acumen which pleases Lu Wu. Lu Wu returns to his work, synthesizing 7 photos to create a specific effect for a 2-star card. He activates the 2-star witch spirit summoning, but instead of a powerful witch, 7 small, goofy mechanical soldiers appear, leaving Lu Wu baffled and annoyed at the unexpected result. Frustrated, Lu Wu combines the cards again, trying to fix the issue, but keeps getting the same result until he realizes he can optimize the card's texture and algorithm to streamline energy consumption. He discovers that by refining the patterns, he can reduce the energy cost from 10,000 points to just 5,000, a 50% drop that excites him about the potential for advanced cards at lower costs. After 2 days of intense work drawing intricate circuits, he completes the optimized card and eagerly prepares to test it. Lu Wu and Zio Bai travel to a safe, open area in the countryside plains to test the 3-star level card without causing collateral damage. Elsewhere in the wild, Pangzi and his silver-haired companion, Zia Yu, finish a job creating a fake fantasy scene for a client. The client, a scarred man named Fan Zi, pays them 30,000 and warns them to leave immediately without looking back. However, as they leave, they spot a rare mole fire beast sleeping near some valuable eggs. Zia Yu recalls the eggs are worth 20,000 yuan, and despite the danger, they decide to steal them. As soon as they grab the eggs, the beast wakes up and explodes with rage, chasing them through the forest. They flee in panic and stumble right into Lu Wu's testing area, crying for help as the massive beast bears down on them. Lu Wu observes the chaos, annoyed that his testing site has been compromised. Zia Yu attempts to stop the beast by firing an emerald star arrow, encasing the monster in ice, but complains about the cost of his ammo. The ice fails to hold the beast, which breaks free and enters a Balrog form, terrified the duo with its immense power. Just as the beast is about to incinerate them, a massive burst of energy erupts from Lu Wu's position. Lu Wu has summoned his new creation, a terrifying giant skeletal warrior clad in green glowing armor. The skeleton catches the beast's attack with ease and crushes it instantly with a single blow, shocking Pangzi and Zia Yu. The summon, calling itself the God of War McLaren, stands triumphantly over the defeated monster. Lu Wu approaches the massive summon, pleased with its power to one-shot a 3-star monster, though he teases it about being a grave warrior, which the summon indignantly corrects. Lu Wu then hilariously orders the majestic God of War to carry his heavy testing equipment, which the summon finds insulting to its dignity, but eventually grudgingly accepts. Lu Wu even tries to make the God of War dig a hole, leading to an argument where the summon insists it is made for tower defense and combat, not manual labor. Meanwhile, at the mine, Fan Zi and his brother Fan Yirong reveal their true plan. They have planted explosives to blow up the mine gate and bury the evidence of the veins they stole, betraying the Brotherhood Pact. They detonate the explosives, causing a massive blast that Lu Wu sees from the distance. Fan Yirong gloats that with the explosion, the Fan family's wealth is secured and cut off from others. Far away in a bar, Chu Zio sees a weather report predicting heavy fog in the countryside and realizes the timing is suspicious. Back in the field, a thick fog suddenly rolls in, obscuring vision. Lu Wu navigates the mist with a black cat companion, but the cat suddenly darts away on its own initiative. Fan Yirong, guarding the perimeter, is suddenly ambushed by the black cat, which lunges from the fog with glowing eyes and strikes him down violently. Lu Ming stands ready in the forest, surrounded by floating cards wreathed in flames, his expression confident and prepared. A dark shadow moves with incredible speed through the trees, striking the blond man before he can react. The man grimaces in pain as blood sprays from the impact, and he looks up to see a massive shadow looming over him. A giant beast with glowing eyes presses a heavy paw down onto the ground, revealing itself to be a colossal black panther-like creature that pins the man down, wrapping its tail around his neck. The blond man, bleeding from his face, asks where this little wild cat came from, grinning menacingly despite his precarious position. The giant cat's eyes glow fiercely as it asks if he seeks death, slamming him violently into the earth with a deafening bang. Debris flies into the air as the man is buried in the impact crater. The cat tosses the man into the air with its tail, its eyes trailing light as it twists and delivers a powerful kick. The man manages to grab the cat's leg in midair, but the beast ruthlessly bites down on his arm with a sickening crunch. Despite the damage, the man smiles, holding onto the cat's tail and claiming he has caught it. The beast glares down with a burning blue eye as the man asks the kitten if it is having fun. Suddenly, the man's expression shifts to shock as he stares at a cave entrance, shouting the name Fan Yirong. He seemingly hallucinates, seeing a memory of an injured man and a youth with a red scarf. He mistakes Lu Ming for someone named Chu Zio, grabbing Lu Ming's clothes and handing him a device containing coordinates to a mineral source. He explains that a special charging card left by his father is inside, but warns of defensive bans. He pleads to be taken away before Fan Zi finds out. Lu Ming looks at the man, confused by his erratic behavior. Suddenly, blood drips from the man's hand as his face contorts in agony. Dark energy erupts from his body, consuming him, as he mutters that his eldest brother's self-righteous face makes him sick. A shadowy, muscular figure rises, holding the limp body of the blond man, and addresses Lu Ming as Cloud Explorer. The transformed villain gives Lu Ming two options: return what was given for double the price, or die meaningfully like the animals. Lu Ming stares back intensely, realizing with horror that Brother Cat might have been killed by this monster. He calls the villain an asshole and activates a card to fight, only for a system prompt to appear warning of insufficient energy. Lu Ming panics, screaming internally that he forgot he only had enough energy for one card today. The villain lunges, his massive jaws snapping shut, but the giant black cat intervenes just in time, shouting for Lu Ming to hurry up. Lu Ming is relieved to see Brother Cat alive, but questions the grudge between the cat and this pervert. The cat snaps at him to stop talking nonsense and leave. Realizing he is powerless without energy, Lu Ming looks at the navigation device and sprints into the cave, telling the cat to persevere. As Lu Ming runs towards the light of the mine entrance, the cat stays behind to hold off the villain, whose bones crack as he transforms further. The villain slams the cat against the canyon wall with a massive impact, noting the creature's unusual power and speed. He decides to get serious, summoning a dark tide of energy armor that encases his body in spiked blue plating. Inside the mine, Lu Ming marvels at the purity of the energy ore as he follows the holographic map. He reaches the destination, finding a cavern filled with crystals and a floating 4-star charging card. He notices strange golden face decorations on the walls and remembers the warning about defensive bans. He summons a small robot to test the path. The robot walks cautiously among the crystals and grabs the card. Immediately, the golden faces activate, their eyes glowing red, and they fire laser beams that obliterate the robot in a massive explosion. Outside, the villain notices the explosion and mocks the cat while slashing with energy blades. The cat dodges and retaliates, and the two engage in a high-speed clash of claws and energy beams. The villain eventually grabs the cat and slams it down, preparing a massive energy blast. Back in the cave, Lu Ming sees the card is protected by a defensive energy shield. He realizes the explosion was caused by the unstable core of his summoned robot reacting to the external energy. He decides to use this to his advantage, summoning an army of small robots. He commands them to devote their hearts, and the robots scatter to different positions, counting off their numbers. At Lu Ming's signal, the robots trigger the traps simultaneously. The cave fills with chaotic laser fire and explosions. In the confusion, a robot successfully grabs the card, and Lu Ming celebrates the success. Outside, the defeated cat reverts to its kitten form. The villain prepares to execute it, but is interrupted by a rock hitting his helmet. He turns to see Lu Ming's army of robots marching out of the cave. The robots swarm the confused villain, clinging to his armor like ants. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lu Ming scoops up the injured cat and flees. He hides behind rocks, noting the cat is still injured. The villain shakes off the robots, realizing he was tricked, but the robots suddenly glow red. They explode in a massive chain reaction, collapsing the cave entrance and engulfing the villain in fire. Lu Ming checks his navigation, which says he has reached the destination, but finds only a dead end in the forest. He considers returning to the city. The cat, resting in his arms, notices the glowing card and suggests they leave quickly. Suddenly, a beam of energy slices through the rock Lu Ming was leaning on, startling them both. The villain emerges from the smoke, his armor destroyed and his body half-naked. Furious, he lifts a massive boulder and throws it at them. A beam of light slices the boulder in half before it can hit them. The black cat stands tall again, glowing with restored power. The villain, realizing the Cloud Explorer was just bait protected by the cat, regenerates a terrifying green skeletal aura, laughing maniacally as he prepares to make them suffer. Lu Ming stands amidst a chaotic battle, green energy swirling around his clenched fist as he unleashes a powerful strike against a massive, glowing green construct in the cave. The impact creates a blinding burst of light, shattering the construct and sending debris flying, while the mysterious black cat observes from the shadows. As the dust settles, Lu Ming pants heavily, and the black cat approaches a glowing blue orb left behind in the rubble, identifying it as a water eye core. The cat explains that this core is one of the 5 components needed for a powerful artifact, prompting Lu Ming to fantasize about summoning a dragon to make a wish, though he quickly snaps back to reality when he realizes the cave entrance has been blocked by falling rocks. Realizing they are trapped with a powerful enemy nearby, Lu Ming suggests fighting their way out, but the cat reveals a secret path through the shadows. The cat activates its ability, its eyes glowing gold as a portal opens in the darkness, allowing them to slip into the shadow realm just as a massive, muscular man bursts through the rubble. The muscular intruder, known as the Cloud Explorer, scans the area with intense focus, sensing lingering energy but failing to spot Lu Ming and the cat hidden within the dimensional fold. Inside the Shadow Realm, Lu Ming is amazed to see that the world appears as a distorted, geometric landscape, and he can view detailed data and information floating around the Cloud Explorer in the real world, revealing the enemy's hidden traits and status. A mysterious woman with cat ears appears within the Shadow Realm, warning Lu Ming that he does not belong there and must leave before the realm's ban consumes him. She forcibly expels him from the Shadow Realm, and Lu Ming wakes up back in the physical world with a splitting headache, realizing they have been transported to a safe location away from the cave. He quickly checks his surroundings and finds himself in a rocky tunnel, relieved to have escaped the powerful foe. Meanwhile, back in the cave, the Cloud Explorer discovers that the Water Eye Core has been stolen and furiously calls his contact, realizing he has been outsmarted by a mere thief. Later, Lu Ming returns to his workshop in the city, where he receives a phone call from his sister, Lu Yan, who suspiciously asks if he knows anything about a place so dark that everyone inside becomes a shadow. Lu Ming feigns ignorance, denying any knowledge of the Shadow Realm or black markets while sweating nervously at her accurate intuition. After hanging up, he focuses on creating a new card, channeling excessive energy into the process to perfect a Gravehead card, hoping to solve the movement limitations of the summon. The next day at the Card Makers Association, Lu Ming presents his new creation to his apprentice, Zio King, a sword card named Thunder Gaba's Great Sword, though the design ends up looking ridiculous with a skull biting the blade. Suddenly, a man wearing bunny ears stumbles into the shop, collapsing on the floor from exhaustion. Lu Ming recognizes him as Chu Zio, a friend of his sister, and helps him up, only for Chu Zio to panic upon revealing that he is being hunted by the Cloud Explorer. Chu Zio explains that he wiped his breath to hide, but the enemy has a hidden trait that allows him to track targets, putting them both in grave danger. Just then, the Cloud Explorer arrives outside the shop, demanding entry and threatening to break down the door. Lu Ming decides to handle the situation, telling Chu Zio and Zio King to stay back while he confronts the intruder. He opens the door and calmly tells the imposing Cloud Explorer that the shop is closed, pretending to be an ordinary shopkeeper to stall for time. The Cloud Explorer forces his way in, accusing Lu Ming of harboring a thief, but finds the ground floor empty. As the enemy heads for the second floor, Lu Ming activates a trap card, the Little Witch Spirit, which uses a catapult to launch the unsuspecting Cloud Explorer high into the sky, removing the threat temporarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming and Chu Zio flee to a desolate cemetery outside the city, where the tracking ability of the enemy won't work effectively. Grateful for the rescue, Chu Zio gifts Lu Ming a rare card that encapsulates his shadow abilities as a token of appreciation before departing for the Moon Shadow Trial. Alone in the cemetery, Lu Ming is accosted by a group of shady black market dealers who mistake him for a vulnerable target. Unimpressed by their threats, Lu Ming decides to test his new card, summoning the enhanced Grave-Head Warrior, which appears with a dramatic entrance but immediately complains of a headache due to the flawed design. Despite its complaints, the Skeleton Warrior unleashes a devastating attack, instantly incapacitating the thugs with a single blow. Lu Ming quickly loots the unconscious bandits and leaves a note blaming a fictional rival named Tai Dan for the incident, vanishing into the night before anyone else arrives. He runs off into the darkness, pleased with the test results, but resolving to fix the card's side effects, leaving the scene just as the skeletal summon fades away. His brother holds up a glowing card, declaring it a super card, and asks if he is really going to give it to him. The older brother, Lu Ming, replies that he should study it if he likes it, as he should like it more than Lu Ming himself does. The younger brother questions this, asking if Lu Ming doesn't like making cards. Lu Ming looks off into the distance, admitting he doesn't know but that everyone thinks he should. When asked how long it took to make the card, Lu Ming scratches his head, unable to remember, before guessing it was about a minute or so. His brother is stunned by the revelation that the card was made in less than a minute. His mind flashes back to a girl about his older brother's age who once dismissively told him to stay out of her way. She had told him her master let her compete because he was afraid of bullying his opponent too much. The memory fades as an announcer introduces a one-star player from Chengyang City, Lai Yuren, to begin his performance. The crowd roars for the super-burning brother. Lai Yuren sits at his terminal, concentrating intensely as he begins drawing with a stylus. An observer notes that the little girl is surprisingly strong, while another comments that Zio Ran is probably out of the game. The announcer wonders if Lai Yuren can withstand the pressure as the timer nears 56 seconds. With a final flourish, his hands glow with purple energy, and he announces that he is finished. The announcer shouts that player Lai Yuren has finished in 55 seconds, calling him the great card maker of Chengyang City, and that he represents the long history of card making in the city, fighting for its honor. A mesmerizing purple glow emanates from the card he holds up, which the announcer identifies as a super card. The spectators are shocked, wondering how it could be possible. A pink-haired girl with a lollipop explains that she knew she could use a super card too, telling her companion that by superimposing a membrane card, the Witch Spirit Warrior can hold a weapon. She reveals it's a one-star super-level composite card, and that she started practicing after seeing her master make an advanced one. Lu Ming's companion complains that he has a big trick he isn't using, questioning his earlier dismissal of Lai Yuren. In another room, two men watch the results, one remarking that their mentality has collapsed. He tells his companion that he didn't expect Zio Ran to make a super card, and that it seems his companion won't need to play this time. The announcer declares that the two-star competition is about to begin, which will use the PK mode. A boy explains to his friends that this means two people make cards at the same time and then conduct actual combat, comparing it to a cowboy duel where speed and precision determine life and death. The competitors take their places. The announcer introduces the veteran from Chengyang City, Lai Aguo, father of Lai Yuren and a pinnacle of two-star card making. His opponent is Lu Ming, a new star from Kingaming City who recently made a sensation. Lu Ming appears tense, and the announcer speculates that he feels the pressure of facing such a strong enemy. A woman next to him notes that her brother doesn't seem the same as before. The match begins with a flash of light. The announcer exclaims that the veteran Lai Aguo's hands are as fast as lightning. He then pauses, asking if he's dazzled because contestant Lu Ming hasn't moved yet. The announcer is incredulous that Lu Ming is closing his eyes and resting, wondering if he's giving up the game as a minute has nearly passed. Lai Aguo smirks, thinking this kid is just messing around. Lu Ming's friends wonder what he's doing. Lai Aguo muses that Lu Ming is too young and inexperienced, shocked by his powerful strength. A woman watches a screen showing Lu Ming, wondering if he has given up. Her pink-haired companion assures her that her master is not someone who gives up easily. The announcer declares that contestant Lai Aguo is about to finish drawing the final pattern. Lai Aguo confidently states that his eyes are rulers and that he will definitely win. As he prepares to add the final touch, Lu Ming suddenly speaks, calling him Uncle Brick. He looks up to see Lu Ming with his eyes now open. Lu Ming tells him he's a lot slower than he expected. He continues that he won't wait for him anymore and tells him to back off as he's going to start packing. A bright light flashes from Lu Ming's station. In a flashback, Lu Ming types furiously at a keyboard, his colleagues noting his hand speed and advising him to rest. He insists he is fine and that their project will be taken seriously. His team rallies around him, ready to fight wherever he says. The flashback ends, revealing that the hand speed he exchanged for his life in his last life was for this very moment. He declares that he is finished. Lai Aiguo stares in shock, exclaiming, "What?" The announcer screams that it's unbelievable that players Lu Ming and Lai Aiguo completed their card, making at almost the same time. He says Lu Ming is at full level, no superhuman speed. Lu Ming's friends erupt in cheers, calling him handsome. Observers wonder if he cheated, shocked that his hand speed is even more exaggerated than they thought possible. His apprentice notes that her master can actually be faster. From another room, Lai Yuren watches with his brother, who asks if he is all right, commenting that Lu Ming's hand speed is too exaggerated for someone who just became a 2-star. Lai Yuren tells his brother that their dad must not lose. His brother points out that victory and defeat are common, and there's still the actual battle later. He then asks why Lai Yuren didn't mention that he obviously knew Lu Ming's capabilities. Lai Yuren looks away, stating that everyone's choice is different and that he will go prepare for his own game now. He walks away, telling his brother that there's no need to watch, as their dad has already lost. The younger brother stands alone, wondering why he works harder than them but can't beat them. On the stage, Lai Aiguo points at Lu Ming, shouting that he is still too young and that he will never lose to him. He condescendingly tells Lu Ming that although his card-making speed is faster, he missed the fatal point. Blindly increasing speed reduces accuracy and the quality of the cards. He declares that Lu Ming's card will be crushed by his own 3-star swordsman card, which he reveals he leapfrogged to create. The audience is amazed that this uncle in his 50s could make a 3-star card, while some speculate he deliberately stayed in the newbie level to gain a sense of presence. The simulation system starts up, and the announcer shouts that the 3-star summoning card, Swordsman, has appeared. Lai Aiguo's swordsman materializes on the field, a warrior in a wide-brimmed hat. He tells the young man that arrogance comes at a price, and it's too late to admit defeat. The announcer points out that there's nothing on Lu Ming's side. The audience is confused, wondering if that's a flag he planted and if he has surrendered. Lai Yuren's brother calls Lu Ming stupid, while Lai Yuren himself declares Lu Ming is cowardly and was frightened by his father's 3-star swordsman. The announcer speculates that Lu Ming summoned only a flag because he paid too much attention to speed, which damaged the card's texture. Lai Aiguo tells Lu Ming he is still young and it's not shameful to lose. Lu Ming sighs, telling Uncle Brick that he talks a lot. He points out that his opponent never looked at his card from start to finish, and that without knowing the enemy, he's just cannon fodder on the battlefield. A massive, clawed, fiery hand begins to materialize behind him as he reveals his card is an advanced card. Lai Aiguo scoffs that an advanced card is useless against his 3-star card. Lu Ming replies that he didn't want to embarrass him too much, but now he won't be held responsible for being ruthless. The swordsman charges forward, unleashing an attack called Breaking the Wind. A massive shadowy figure slices through the swordsman with a fiery blade, completely destroying it. The crowd screams, asking what happened and what Lu Ming summoned. The announcer identifies the summon as the 3-star advanced deck Black Inferno God of War. He breathlessly narrates that the 2-star newcomer Lu Ming beheaded Lai Aiguo's 3-star swordsman without any humanity. An ambulance is called for the collapsed Lai Aiguo. The final result is declared. Lu Ming crushed Lai Aiguo in all aspects of card-making speed, card quality, and combat testing. Observers are stunned, one recognizing the summoned man but noting it's much more powerful now. Friends and officials alike express their shock and admiration. In the infirmary, Lai Yuren tells his father, who has just fainted from the shock, not to die. Lu Ming apologizes to Lai Yuren, saying he couldn't control his force. Lai Yuren's brother analyzes Lu Ming's move, noting it was a perfect stack of a 3-star compound deck with Black Inferno armor and a lava hand blade. He marvels that Lu Ming could analyze his deck information just from seeing the vegetation cards outside the field. He then formally asks if Lu Ming is interested in joining their Chengyang Association for development. Lai Yuren angrily tells his brother to shut up, accusing him of causing their father so much suffering. He then bows deeply, apologizing and confessing that the cards his brother turned in for the 1-star match were not his own, meaning the first game should have been won by Lu Ming's apprentice. He says he betrayed Lu Ming. Lu Ming calmly replies that he's honest and that he already knew he had switched the cards. He explains that any perceptive card maker could see it and that such a small trick couldn't hold him. He states that he was the one who won over Lai Yuren's father. His apprentice is shocked, realizing her master knew about the cheating all along. Lai Yuren's brother pleads with Lu Ming not to spread the word as it would end his brother's card-making career. He offers to voluntarily give up the third game in exchange for his silence. Lu Ming sighs. Later, the score is shown as 1-1 between Chengyang and Kingaming. The announcer declares the final 3-star match will determine the winner. However, the representative for Chengyang, Lai Wu-ran, abstains. On stage, he announces that's it and thanks everyone. The crowd erupts in anger, demanding ticket refunds. Lai Wu-ran explains to his superiors that his father is still in the ward, so he can't be bothered to fight. Lu Ming confronts him, asking if it was worth it to offend the association for the sake of his unworthy brother. Lai Wu-ran replies that it's worth it to make his brother realize his mistakes. Lu Ming engages in some friendly verbal sparring with him, pointing out their respective victories, before the announcer declares that due to the forfeit, Kingaming City has won the friendship tournament. At a celebratory dinner, the president of the Kingaming Association praises Lu Ming as their shining light. Lu Ming reminds the president of a promise he made. The president confirms he has arranged for it to be delivered the next morning and adds that he has a surprise. He explains that since Lu Ming has been working on the Forbidden System, he has a friend, the boss of Fan's Mining, who needs to strengthen the Forbidden System in his residence. The favor from the 4-star boss would be the surprise. The name of the boss is Fan Z. Lu Ming looks shocked. The president reminds him to keep an eye out when he gets in touch with that guy. Later, in a dark room, a man tells someone named Lu Yan that he has the inheritance of Q's book ceremonies and even watched a trial last month, wondering if it could be what he thinks. In the present, Lu Ming prepares to leave, telling his apprentice he's not worried about the store because of her. A man asks Lu Ming to take Lai Yuren as his apprentice to promote friendship between their cities, but Lu Ming's companion suspects he's an undercover agent. Lu Ming ignores them and leaves, instructing Zio Bai to report anything suspicious. Lu Ming travels to a countryside plain, noting the coordinates are the same, but the location looks completely different, making him wonder if it's an illusion. His phone glitches, and he senses something is wrong. A giant monstrous snake with glowing red eyes lunges at him from the foliage. The snake attacks, and Lu Ming screams for someone to save him. A black cat with a crescent moon on its forehead appears, calmly telling Lu Ming the child is dead and not to be so pompous if he's frightened. Lu Ming, now composed, explains he was expressing a complex mix of fear, regret, and relief. The cat asks if he's sure there won't be a problem, and Lu Ming states he won't run away this time. A shadowy figure slices through the snake, and a man appears from the woods, telling the little brother he was scared. He explains that the wilderness has many fierce animals and that he was lucky he was passing by, otherwise the 3-star python would have swallowed him alive. Lu Ming thanks Mr. Fan. Fan looks surprised and asks how he knew his name. Lu Ming looks at him strangely, as if they've met before. The cat telepathically tells Lu Ming to calm down, that he was recommended by Zhang Yang and it's normal to have seen photos. Lu Ming tells Fan that President Zhang Yang referred him to fix the ban and showed him his photo. Fan seems to recall, saying, "Ah, yes," and comments on how familiar Lu Ming looks. Fan explains that several entrances to his cultivation residence are forbidden, and that he was recently disturbed by some chops who broke the ban, causing the beasts in the area to become agitated. He says he will unblock the illusion. With a gesture, the illusion dissipates, revealing the entrance to a large cave. Fan invites Lu Ming to see the cave, noting that you can't get such a big place in the city. He leads Lu Ming inside, showing him the energy mines within. Lu Ming notices strange plants that he doesn't remember being in the cave. Fan warns him that they are almost there, as a rat scurries past. A moment later, the rat is snatched and devoured by the writhing, vine-like plants. Fan explains the plants are forbidden and can easily devour approaching objects, telling Mr. Lu not to try it so easily. Lu Ming thinks to himself that this guy is all lies. Suddenly, a blue light flashes from a device on Fan's hip. He exclaims that Cinnabar has invaded again and tells Lu Ming to wait there while he takes care of it. He runs off deeper into the cave. Lu Ming sarcastically wishes for him to be beaten to death by monsters. The cat telepathically tells him not to even think about it, as Fan is more than capable of crushing the monsters in this area. With that confirmed, the cat says it's time to get started. A young man with glasses announced that it was time to get started, standing before a dense, writhing wall of dark, root-like plants. His companion, a small cat-like creature, asked what they were starting. The young man, Gan Lin Liang, explained that the tail ring was right behind this plant prohibition, noting that it wasn't a coincidence but a 4-star level active defense. The cat creature could sense energy fluctuations and confirmed there was no mistake. Liang explained that the plants were spiritually intelligent and could recognize their owner's scent, making it a dead end for anyone trying to enter alone without Fan Z. However, he noted that the restraints were energy-bound and could be dismantled if hit with enough energy to exceed their capacity. The cat warned that violent sabotage was too risky, as Fan Z could return at any time and discover the destroyed system, exposing them. Liang agreed and decided to first observe the situation in the back. He revealed that he had used a previously encapsulated golden pupil effect to overlay the association's bonus chakra eyes, holding up a 2-star blazing golden pupil card. He urged his companion to open his eyes as his own irises turned a brilliant, glowing gold with technological patterns. Through his enhanced vision, he saw that the plant wall led back to the core of the mine, which was why such a strong restraint was necessary. He then declared that the next step was to use an ablation card. The card flared with a bright golden light that spread through the plant wall, creating a temporary opening. Liang mused that the ablation card would only last for about 5 seconds. His cat companion, satisfied, said that was enough and asked for his plan. Liang instructed the cat to feel the energy and keep an eye on Fan Z for him, stating he would handle the rest. He then summoned a swarm of small red and blue robotic figures, telling them to leave it to him. He then produced a vortex card, surprised that it could be used in this situation as well. Shouting for it to open, he activated the card, creating a swirling portal. Meanwhile, a group of men in a rocky landscape were getting impatient, saying they had to hurry up and let that kid fix the shielding ban. One of their robotic minions reported to its master that the object of task had been found. A voice instructed the minion to open the hole so they could throw the stuff out. The minion copied the order, and a bright light emanated from within the plant wall. As someone inside called for them to come on, a dark, ring-like object with glowing yellow patterns was tossed out. Liang caught it, confirming that the job was done. Inside the wall, a group of people stood in a clearing as their minion reported that they were continuing to execute Task B. Later, under the moonlight, Liang was seen working with some glowing crystals. Fan Z approached, thanking Mr. Lu for his hard work and apologizing. Lu Ming, now seen clearly, replied that it was an honor to help fix the prohibition and that in the future he'd have to rely on Big Brother Fan to take care of him. Fan Z laughed, assuring him that if anyone bullied him, he could just find his brother Fan. He then handed over a duffel bag, explaining it was a payment of 100,000 in cash. Lu Ming thanked him profusely, promising to find his brother again in the future, to which Fan Z readily agreed. As they parted, both men had sly smiles, with Lu Ming thinking his counterpart was silly. He warned Fan Z not to move the plants when he passed by them. As Fan Z walked away, Lu Ming's expression turned serious. He summoned a small red robot which popped out of the ground, startling him. The robot held up a large stack of cards, reporting that Task B was overachieved. Elsewhere, Fan Z reflected that shielding the whole area had only cost 100,000, and now the defense was even stronger, allowing him to cultivate in peace and reach 5 stars. He noted that no one knew about the ore here, which meant Chu Zio also wanted to be independent, and scoffed that young people were brainless. He grumbled that the efficiency of the day's charge card was a bit low, and then looked forward to Tang Yun's arrival. Back in the woods, Lu Ming was chided by his cat creature for only getting 100,000 yuan, asking if he thought it was a fool. Lu Ming replied that the point was that they got the cat stuff back without any problems, noting that they had absorbed at least 1 million in energy with the vortex card. He held up the vortex card, telling his cat brother they would share the profits 50-50, and mentioned that next time he would need more vortex cards. Suddenly, his phone rang and he wondered who Luyan was. He answered, greeting his sis, who immediately chastised him for only answering now after she had dialed 66 numbers. Lu Ming stammered that it might be due to a poor signal in the suburbs. His sister, a woman with striking purple eyes, warned him that next time he had to answer in seconds, or she would smash up his store. She informed him that the Moon Shadow trials would begin soon, and he needed to pack up and come to the academy for special training, instructing him to bring Jiang Yu Bai with him. Lu Ming was confused about why he had to bring Bai. His sister cryptically replied to just bring her, as someone was interested in her, before yelling at someone off-screen to go and move. Lu Ming asked who was interested and where they were going, adding that Zio Bai was still underage, but his sister had already hung up. He cursed under his breath, wondering why she hung up. He then received a text message from her, with a picture of himself saying she watched his game and he did well, encouraging him to keep up the good work. Lu Ming found himself blushing, realizing it must be the emotions of the original Lu Ming he now inhabited. A small, golden, clock-like creature popped up, asking if it could go too. Back at a house, a man named Ran was incredulous that his companions still didn't believe him. Lu Ming explained that he kept them in his home precisely because he believed in them, assigning them the big responsibility of keeping the house while he was away. Ran asked if he was getting paid, and Lu Ming promised him he could play with the game cards in the store and would be reimbursed for any energy cards he used for cultivation. Lu Ming then told a young girl, Zio Bai, to go and pack her luggage and also to give her dad a shout. He called out, asking if anyone was there before telling Ran to inform customers that they were closed for the day. A woman with pink hair appeared in the doorway, and Ran, flustered, told her they were closed before inviting the beauty inside to take her pick. Lu Ming yelled at him to have some principles. The woman addressed Lu Ming, and he recognized her. She introduced herself as Zio King, saying he had probably forgotten her, but it didn't matter. She leaned in close, whispering that he would soon remember her name. Lu Ming's internal thoughts revealed that the original Lu Ming's memory had no recollection of this person. She told him she'd see him soon and left. Ran tried to offer her a ride, boasting about his houses and height, but she ignored him as she departed. A small, pink-haired spirit commented that the master still had a love debt. Lu Ming, annoyed, told them to stop fussing and hurry up and pack. Later, Zio Bai asked what time he would arrive at her father's place tomorrow, as she still had a lot of luggage. Lu Ming told her to send him the address, and he would pick her up in the morning. That night, Lu Ming tried to call Zio Bai and the principal, but neither answered. At a large mansion in the mountains, a red-armored figure grumbled that if he had known they lived in such a remote place, he would have called for logistics, as they wouldn't come to such deep mountains. Another voice informed him that a young man of about 17 or 18 was at the door and asked how to deal with him. The first voice ordered him to get rid of the young man. A hooded figure in the woods agreed, bidding the kids bye-bye. The figure took aim with a sniper rifle at Lu Ming, who was approaching the house. Just as he fired, the bullet shattering a window, he noticed Lu Ming had vanished. The assassin cursed, wondering where his target had gone. He reported that he had been exposed and was transferring his location. Suddenly, a voice from behind him asked if he was looking for him. The assassin was grabbed by a dark, armored figure who held Lu Ming captive. The figure asked who sent him, but the assassin simply grunted. The armored figure then unleashed a powerful blast of energy, engulfing the assassin in an explosion that rocked the forest. Lu Ming found himself in a strange, reddish realm, seeing the principal and Bai in the distance and yelling for them. He was suddenly wrapped in a yellow energy ribbon, and a cat girl told him not to get killed, as the other side was at least a 4-star professional killer. Lu Ming screamed for his cat, wondering where it was. The cat girl looked on with glowing yellow eyes, thinking that each person only has one life. Back in the forest, the hooded figure who had ordered the hit, Masquerade Master Zhao Sen, noted the powerful reaction and realized his assassin, Ko, had been killed. He found Ko's dying body, and Ko managed to utter the name Jiang Feng before expiring. Zhao Sen began to laugh manically, realizing that with his partner dead, all the prize money was his. His laughter was cut short as Ko's body began to twitch. Horrifically, Ko and another fallen comrade rose as zombies with glowing red eyes. Zhao Sen screamed for them not to come any closer as they lunged at him. He dodged and countered, but was quickly overwhelmed. In another location, a man with glasses smoked a cigarette as a black feather fell from the sky. He held a card depicting a caged figure, which pulsed with dark purple energy that enveloped him. The energy solidified into a large, purple, lightning-wreathed cage that slammed down onto the ground, trapping the assassin, Jiang Feng, inside. Principal's silhouette was visible through the energy as Lu Ming watched in shock. The cage imploded, seemingly neutralizing the threat. The man with glasses, the principal, examined the cage card, noting it was also a 4-star. He mused that it was 1 vision plus 2 cages in exchange for 2 4-star junk cards, wondering about the momentary energy fluctuation. He was left with many unanswered questions. The next day, Lu Ming was at the principal's house, complaining about why he was given this address if Bai didn't live there. The principal explained that she was likely taking the luggage she'd left behind, as his place was too remote. He pointed to a massive stack of boxes, and Lu Ming complained that she should have called a moving company. The principal told him to call ahead next time, and that he wouldn't come to such a place again even if he died. As Lu Ming drove away, the principal's wife, Mrs. Gan Lin, remarked that today was a special case. Lu Ming, in the car, thought about how he had almost been killed by this father and daughter pair. He wondered about the principal's origin and the more than 60 unsuccessful assassination attempts on him, as well as the illusion of the swept-away assassin. He realized it was no wonder Bai was arranged to be outside while her father lived in this ghost place. Concluding that a father's love is like a mountain, he decided he would have to pay more for protection to be worthy of this love, calculating all the new expenses. The principal on the phone told someone to take care of his brother who had asked about the Shadow Realm last time. He was told not to think too much as his brother was not easy. Lu Ming had a nightmare of being underwater, seeing a giant goldfish and then being attacked by a massive shark. He woke up in a panic in the car. Zio Bai, sitting beside him, said it was her fault for not telling him about the luggage and that he was probably just tired. She assured him they were almost there. He looked over and saw that not she, but the red robot was driving recklessly. He screamed at Mrs. Ganlin for letting this playful thing drive. The car drifted wildly around a corner, narrowly avoiding a crash and getting pulled over by the police. A traffic officer warned Lu Ming to prohibit drifting on the highway in the future. They finally arrived in Sky City, a futuristic metropolis, and Lu Ming was amazed at how different the big city was. He accidentally backed his car into another, much fancier vehicle. A man yelled that his car was a limited commemorative model that money couldn't buy. A bald man with him told a pink-haired girl that his brother was going to a party and suggested she stay with him for one night to settle the matter. Lu Ming called them scum and told Zio Bai to get the equipment from the car. A group of onlookers questioned if there was any justice or law, and a man in a yellow outfit named Tang Bo leaped out, declaring himself the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, telling the bald man to let the girl go. His companions wondered if being so high-profile was a good idea. The bald man's group confronted Tang Bo, who claimed it was all a misunderstanding and he was just kidding. The men beat him senseless. Suddenly, a herd of demonic-looking cows with flaming manes charged through the street, trampling the bald man's car and sending everyone into a panic. A large, muscular man from the group, a 2-star boxing champion, boasted about his counterattacking skill, but was promptly knocked out by one of Lu Ming's red robots. The pink-haired girl looked on as Lu Ming took her hand, telling her he was running now. He assured her not to be afraid. He had already called the police and recorded a forensic video, so she had no responsibility. She looked at him, and he returned her gaze as they stood on a crosswalk. He then told her he was new to Tiandu and needed her to give him directions to the first academy instead of taking her home first. The girl recognized him, asking if he was Lu Ming. In a car driving toward the sunset, the pink-haired woman at the wheel tells Lu Ming she's truly thankful for his help, as others wouldn't have known what to do. She adds that he should really thank the righteous brother who pulled the trigger. Another person in the car scoffs, calling the uncle ugly and no match for a handsome man like Lu Ming. The driver laughs at this great truth, leaving Lu Ming confused by their logic as he looks down at her hand covering his. He asks what's wrong with his logic, but the woman, now leaning uncomfortably close, complains about being hot and thirsty. A flustered Lu Ming, suffering a nosebleed, tells his sweet student they're too close and promises to get her to a dorm to rest when they arrive at the college. He feels a strange loss of control, the car's movement feeling distant as his awareness of everyone, but the woman beside him fades away. The most frightening part, he realizes, is that he is enjoying the sensation. As they enter a dark tunnel, the woman clings to him tightly, exclaiming that she's afraid of the dark and noting how fast his heart is beating. She leans in and kisses him, making Lu Ming realize something is definitely wrong with her. In a desperate mental plea, he calls out for Brother Cat. An image of a large black cat flashes in his mind, standing in a surreal, watery landscape. In the vision, the cat stumbles and back in reality. Lu Ming resists the woman's advances. He grits his teeth, muttering denials before finally giving in with a cry of whatever. Instead of giving in to her, he grabs the small black cat sitting nearby and begins to pet it with frantic energy. A bright light flashes and the woman's eyes snap open in shock. She awakens feeling disoriented, only remembering that she had been driving. A small, gray-haired figure with cat ears points out the fresh scratches on her face and asks if his master is all right. She just laughs, saying it feels good to be sober. Lu Ming, sitting beside her, asks if they are near the college, and she confirms it's just ahead, giving him a suspicious look. They arrive at the impressive First Academy. Lu Ming tells the girl, Tian Tian, that he'll take her to her dorm while the housekeeper handles her bags. When she asks about her sister, he explains that she's busy and will join her later. Tian Tian, excited by the scale of the campus, asks about snacks, and Lu Ming promises to take her for food once she is settled. He finds her sweet and bright personality to be suspiciously uncertain. As they approach the entrance, he notes the formidable aura of the security guard. He then checks a text from his sister, who is furious he sent a psycho to pick her up. Lu Ming smirks, his analysis confirmed. He is now certain that this sweet girl is absolutely in love with him. That night, he brings Tian Tian to her dorm room, which is strangely decorated with pink hearts. She finds the atmosphere weird, but he insists it's personalized for her. Lu Ming's jaw drops when he sees his sister, Lu Yan, inside the room, dressed in revealing clothes. He gets a massive nosebleed as she tells him she's tired and wants to relax with him. He protests that this is too hasty, but she approaches with a vampiric gaze, telling him to stop pretending. An ethereal version of Lu Yan with glowing eyes appears before him, commanding him to release his inhibitions. Caught in her powerful illusion, he feels completely disoriented, wondering how this is happening as he's shown taking a long drink from a bottle. A flashback reveals that 5 hours earlier, Tian Tian was on the phone while driving, assuring the person on the other end that she had the situation under control as she looked at a picture of Lu Ming, her quality prey. The person she was talking to was Lu Yan, who was in her office being questioned by an associate about whether the dose of sweetness to test her brother was too strong. Lu Yan was unconcerned, stating she had location tracking and real-time reports from Tian Tian, vowing to make sure Tian Tian never saw another man again if she stepped out of line. In the present, Lu Yan stares at her cracked phone, having lost contact with Tian Tian after her arrival at the dorm and getting no reply to her worried texts. Auntie Qiu notes that Tian Tian is always near Lu Yan's sister. Lu Yan decides to go to Lu Ming's dorm to see what's happening, reassuring a worried Bai that she's just delivering something. Radiating a dark, menacing aura and holding a massive blade, Lu Yan arrives at the dorm and calls out Lai Tian Tian's name. Her eyes glow red with fury as she demands to know if Tian Tian is really sleeping with her brother. She unleashes a devastating slash that tears the room apart. She finds Lu Ming on the bed next to an unconscious Tian Tian, drunkenly mumbling about not drinking anymore before asking if his sister is there. Lu Yan sighs at the too fierce scene, surprised Tian Tian is such a lightweight drinker. Lu Ming, now sober, explains that Tian Tian kept pressuring him to drink. Lu Yan dismisses his excuses and tells him she'll arrange another room for him. He asks about the powerful move she just used, and she nonchalantly claims she was just angry and lost control. He exclaims that she nearly cut him in half. Cracking her knuckles, she asks if he's trying to teach her a lesson, causing him to nervously backtrack. She gets close, commenting on his newfound courage to wear contacts and dye his hair, noting he's even better looking in person. She reminds him of the information she gave him for the upcoming Moon Shadow trial and hands him a pass for advanced card-making courses at the college. He's excited about the course, but when she tells him to go with her to the practice room in the middle of the night, he questions it. She tells him to listen and reach out his hand. She places a ring on his finger, a gift she handpicked for him. He bluntly tells her he doesn't like it, calling it ugly. Her expression sours. The next day in class, Lu Ming thinks about how perverted his sister was the previous night and how Tian Tian is a dummy for not realizing he's changed. When the teacher arrives, everyone stands up. Lu Ming is stunned to see the teacher is Lai Tian Tian. The other students are outraged when he calls her by her name. She quiets the class and tells Lu Ming she didn't expect him in her class, slyly mentioning the great time they had last night. The male students erupt with jealousy, begging Lu Ming to teach them his ways. She ignores them and begins her lesson on an advanced technique, the circular ecological structure. Tian Tian demonstrates the technique, creating a glowing orb of energy. Meanwhile, in the dorm, Lu Yan confronts a sleeping Tian Tian, demanding to know why she isn't answering her messages and warning her to stay away from her brother. Tian Tian wakes up and claims Lu Ming got her drunk, but Lu Yan cuts her off, reminding her she was meant to test him, not seduce him. Lu Yan asks if she used her full power. Tian Tian admits that Lu Ming has become much more masculine and unexpectedly broke free of her charm, a feat she thought was impossible for anyone below a 4-star level. Lu Yan instructs her to evaluate his professional competence in class. Back in the classroom, Lu Ming struggles with the difficult new technique, resolving not to embarrass Lu Yan. A student praises Lu Ming's drawing, but Tian Tian sees he's sketching the human anatomy instead of the card pattern. When he tells her to get out of the way if she doesn't understand art, another student reports him for drawing lewd material. Tian Tian announces that since Lu Ming volunteered, he will demonstrate his deck structure for the class. To everyone's astonishment, his card structure is perfectly stable, easily handling the 5 energy bars Tian Tian injects. She's shocked that a 2-star card maker could master it on the first try. Acknowledging that the pattern is fine, she declares it's time for the actual practice session to test its effect. In a virtual arena, students are being defeated by a spirit control skill. Bai is told she was too reckless and should ask her father about illusions and manipulation. When asked how to counter the skill, the only answer is willpower. Tian Tian watches as her students fall under her control. Lu Ming fights against her illusion, where she appears before him asking why he doesn't make a real deck. He mentally calls for his cat for help again. A wave of light purges the illusion from the classroom, and the students regain their senses. Tian Tian gives them less than 10 minutes to prepare their cards, stating their performance will be evaluated based on skill and willpower. As time runs out, the other students despair, but Lu Ming announces he has completed 5 battle decks, stunning everyone. He challenges Tian Tian, declaring that in a practical exercise, there's no room for dance virtue. The duel begins. Tian Tian summons a level A 2-star advanced demon armor defense deck. She explains its debuff grows stronger with the opponent's desire. She tells him to have fun and to die. An observer, Mr. Tan, peeks in on the class as Lu Ming struggles against the armor's power. In his mind, he hears his sister's voice telling him he can't hold on and must use force. Lu Yan's voice echoes in his head, urging him to not hesitate when an opponent is trying to kill him. "Just do it," she commands. With a sudden burst of rage, Lu Ming sends Tian Tian flying across the room with a single powerful kick, shocking the entire class. Standing over her, he demands to know why she forced him. She looks up at him, a strange look in her eyes, and calls him masculine before telling him to show her his attack card. The other students cheer him on. He knows his 5 improvised cards are likely not enough to break her advanced armor. He asks what this is as Tian Tian's armored tail suddenly wraps around him, and she warns him not to get distracted. He finds it disgusting and activates his first card, Ice Storm, a 5,000 power frost strike. The attack hits, but she seems unfazed. He follows up with his second whip, Fire Meteor, then a third, a scorching debuff. He laments that this is too difficult and that he's wasting his hard-earned money on replay cards. He unleashes his 4th and 5th whips, completing his 5 deadly whips offensive. In the principal's office, a live video of Mr. Lai's card-making class showed a student named Lu Ming rapidly summoning low-level spells like ice storms and fire meteors, prompting the principal to wonder what was going on. In the class, Lu Ming's teacher, Tian Tian, approached him after his demonstration. She praised his practical skills, calling him one of the best students she's ever had, but pointed out a critical flaw. She explained that his tactics were inflexible, possessing quantity over quality, and that against a truly strong opponent, his sea of low-level spells would just be a waste of energy. Lu Ming acknowledged this weakness in his fighting style, admitting he had relied too heavily on human wave tactics. Tian Tian advised him that he needed to create more powerful cards with higher multipliers to overcome this, while other students whispered amongst themselves about needing a powerful sister to succeed without effort. Tian Tian reassured Lu Ming, telling him not to listen to them as they were merely jealous of his talent. As she dismissed the class, offering Lu Ming her help anytime, a stern voice suddenly ordered everyone to hold on. A man named Tan Yao Ming, a renowned 4-star card maker, strode into the room, his presence immediately recognized by the students. He approached Tian Tian, asking if Lu Ming had bothered her before turning his attention to the young student, whom he addressed dismissively as Kid. Tan Yao Ming declared that he would not allow Lu Ming to mislead other students with low-level tricks, and that unlike the soft-hearted MS. Lai, he would not spoil him. He issued a direct challenge to a real battle to demonstrate the meaning of absolute power. Lu Ming felt cornered, internally cursing how he had become a negative teaching example, while Tian Tian tried to de-escalate the situation. But Mr. Tan was adamant, believing a public defeat of Lu Ming would impress both the students and Tian Tian herself. Lu Ming tried to politely decline, agreeing with the teacher's assessment of his own flaws and offering to compensate Mr. Tan for his time, but the instructor insisted on the duel. Annoyed, Lu Ming revealed that he did, in fact, possess a strong attack deck. Mr. Tan mockingly told him to use whatever he wished. The confrontation moved outside, in front of the card-making department's academic building, where Mr. Tan confidently told Lu Ming to use all of his strength, certain his 1-star advanced defensive card would be unbreakable for a mere 2-star student. Lu Ming clutched a special card, one his sister Lu Yan had forced him to create the previous night, and he wondered if its unperfected power would be enough. A flashback revealed his intense training with Lu Yan, who pushed him relentlessly, teaching him both defense and offense, and instructing him on how to gather and channel sword energy. Back in the present, Tan Yao Ming arrogantly summoned his old iron shield, boasting that he would show Lu Ming true despair. In response, Lu Ming unleashed the card's power, loosing a massive crescent of purple and blue sword energy that screamed through the air. The powerful attack slammed into the shield, shattering it instantly. The blast continued onward, throwing the heavily injured Tan Yao Ming backward and carving a huge, gaping hole through the solid wall of the building behind him. The students watching from below were stunned into silence by the incredible display of power. Lu Ming himself was shaken by the recoil, admitting it was more powerful than he'd anticipated. The super-tier card, which contained his sister's sealed sword energy, had tripled in power while consuming minimal energy. Afterward, Tian Tian assured Lu Ming that Tan had asked for it and only suffered superficial injuries. As a gesture of thanks for her earlier guidance, Lu Ming gave her a pink card he had made, suggesting it might help her in the future. This entire incident was witnessed via recording by the school's principal, who became enraged and furiously ordered his aide to summon Zhan Jia Yan, Lu Ming's sister, to his office at once. The next day, the school was buzzing with gossip about the fight, and Lu Ming found himself officially blacklisted, unable to enter the card-making department building. Frustrated, he called his sister Lu Yan, who seemed to have expected this outcome, and told him to rest up for the legacy event starting the next day. Just then, teacher Tian Tian found him and offered him private tutoring. Meanwhile, the principal, Lai De Wang, was confronting Lu Yan in his office, his body radiating pure rage. He berated her for the chaos her brother had caused, but Lu Yan calmly negotiated with him regarding the upcoming Moon Shadow Legacy event. She successfully leveraged the situation to gain approval for the legacy to be held on the school's No. 6 playground, shocking other participants who were discussing the matter in a private group chat. The principal himself joined the chat to make the official announcement, silencing a member who had just called him a wimp. Later, Lu Ming and Tian Tian were in the library, where she helped him optimize a card. He struggled but finally succeeded, managing to compress its energy consumption down to 2,000. The video of his fight went viral on the school forums, branding him a new kind of powerful card maker and causing his defeated opponent, Tan Yao Ming, to faint from shock in his hospital bed. Tian Tian praised Lu Ming for being exceptionally gifted, but he remained humble, aware that he was still far from ready for the Moon Shadow Legacy. She then informed him that he had become a school celebrity known as the Little Devil. As he wondered about the nickname, a panic erupted as students fled the library, shouting that the Great Devil was coming. The Great Devil turned out to be Lu Yan, who appeared and coolly dismissed Tian Tian. After Tian Tian left with a cryptic warning for Lu Ming to be safe, Lu Yan confronted her brother, demanding to know why he was with the teacher. She presented him with a bag containing a custom-made trial suit for the legacy event. The suit was designed to compensate for his physical weakness, a reward for passing a series of hidden tests that she revealed Tian Tian had been administering on her behalf. She then hurried him to their dorm to change. The next morning, both siblings were clad in their new futuristic suits, with Lu Ming shocked to learn that his sister's impressive suit was designed not to enhance her power, but to restrain it. The scene shifted to the Sky City Maple Forest, where an arrogant mercenary had set a trap of mines, planning to ambush other participants and claim all 7 Moonshadow cards for himself. His plan was cut short when he was impaled from behind by a purple-haired assassin named Flower Zhu Yang. As the assassin stood over his victim, a man with the head of an owl representing the House of Beasts appeared and proposed an alliance to gather the cards. Zhu Yang immediately refused, expressing his hatred for beasts, but the Owlman revealed a hidden squad of beastmen aiming laser sights at him, giving him one last chance to cooperate. Unfazed, Zhu Yang calmly blew a flower from his lips, which floated down and released a wave of energy that instantly knocked out all the hidden assailants. Standing alone, he noted the sun was rising and none of the true inheritors had arrived, just before a beeping sound drew his attention to the active landmine beneath his feet. A massive explosion then ripped through the forest. From a safe distance, Lu Ming's group watched the fireworks. He then noticed another group of participants had arrived, including a familiar face from the library, and cursed under his breath as she turned and asked him if he was okay. The tale of Moonshadow, a swordsman obsessed with his craft, is one of loneliness and betrayal, ending in his death and the creation of his legacy, which required every sword cultivator to have a royal follower. In the present day at the grounds of the first college, various groups gather for the trial. Zhao Jinshan, a 5-star sword cultivator, confidently told his companion, the 5-star wizard Niu Haixing, that he was sure they would win. Nearby, the 5-star sword cultivator Gao Tianling gave his sister, the 3-star formation master Gao Zio King, permission to go greet her friends. Elsewhere, the 6-star elementalist Jia Zhengjing stoically promised to do his best, while his companions Wu Hongfei and Wu Yang discussed their chances of winning. Two groups were dismissed as mere stopgaps to be ignored. The protagonist, hidden behind a mask, was questioned about his strange attire by his companion Anne. He replied that with everyone being so strong, it was better to be fully armed. Suddenly, a woman with piercing purple eyes confronted him, stating she could recognize him even if he were a pile of ashes, and that even his brother would not dare to speak to her in such a way. Before he could react, Zhao Jinshin, the white-haired man, grabbed him, exclaiming with delight that he was Lu Yan's brother and how lucky he was. He forcefully asked if the masked man remembered him from a specific day, a question that left him bewildered. The memory was of Zhao Jinshin offering a gift to his brother, which was refused. His brother's companion had explained that her master had bad taste, leading Zhao Jinshin to wonder aloud if the brother preferred bracelets, or perhaps if he was gay. In an academic affairs office, two officials discussed the trial participants, noting it was the 7th time for Zhao Jinshin's group. They reviewed the portfolio of another team, comprised of 2 4-star sword cultivators, a summoner, and a card maker, wondering how they could have obtained the Munchido cards. As the 7 Munchido cards activated, their energies converged into a brilliant pillar of light, signaling the start of the trial. Anne encouraged her brother, Lu Ming, to enter the legacy despite him being a card maker, musing on the possibility that Senior Munchido might choose him. In another location, a group waited impatiently. One of them, Qin Yusheng, a 5-star bird summoner and honorary president of the Pigeon Fanciers Association, revealed he had informed their associate of the new address by sending a letter with his fastest pigeon, Peter. His companion reacted with utter disbelief, asking if he had ever heard of a mobile phone. The trial transported Lu Ming into a jungle of colossal flora, where lizards' tongues snapped a bee out of the air. A mysterious voice called out, and a single drop of dew fell from a giant flower, landing on him as the voice announced his long-awaited arrival. Lu Ming, disoriented, looked around, asking who was speaking. He found himself on Hidden Moon Island, a world of impossibly large plants and creatures. Without warning, a giant crustacean-like monster attacked, its massive pincer slamming into the ground where he had just stood. Anne appeared at his side, confirming the reality of their situation and warning him to stay alert. She explained that the creatures grew to enormous sizes due to the rich energy of the legacy, and that all the participants had likely been scattered to random starting points. Anne found it odd that her strength wasn't suppressed. She had easily dispatched a 4-star reptile when the legacy should have capped everyone at the 3-star level. This meant their opponents were likely at full power, putting the 2-star Lu Ming at a severe disadvantage. After he pointed out her energy-restraining suit, she confirmed she was at her peak and told him to lead the way. Gao Tianlang and Gao Zio King stood by a massive river, where Tianlang skillfully dispatched a giant fish that leaped from the water. Zio King thanked him, unnerved by the scale of the creatures. Their moment was interrupted by Wu Hongfei's party. Hongfei sarcastically complimented Tianlang's speed before proposing they cooperate to cross the river, mocking that even a single fish seemed to give him trouble. Gao Zio King suggested they consider the offer, but Tianlang told Hongfei to look into the river before making any more decisions. The water was swarming with countless ferocious 4-star fish monsters known as water tigers, which were shown tearing a much larger beast to shreds in seconds. Wu Yang, a card maker, began to lecture on his expertise in identifying monsters, but Tianlang cut him short, stating they simply needed to fight their way across. In a hidden part of the island, a small, fairy-like creature mourned its friend Yingying, who was eaten by a fish, blaming the inheritors for upsetting the island's balance. A girl named Ding comforted it, vowing to teach the intruders a lesson by activating a powerful air suspension array. At the river, the two parties engaged in a chaotic battle against the water tigers, with Gao Zio King providing support with her arrays while Tianlang and Hongfei competed, their attacks clashing. Lu Ming and Anne reached a colossal waterfall. Anne was busy taking pictures, much to Lu Ming's bewilderment. She explained that the path he had chosen was barren of resources, and while the waterfall's energy could sharpen Sword Kai, it was useless to her. Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of Lu Yan's group, who expressed satisfaction that they had found them. The Munchido card indicated their objective was behind the waterfall, but the current was immense. When Lu Ming admitted he couldn't fly, Anne chided him about self-dependence before transforming her arm into a huge cannon and blasting a path through the water. As Lu Ming gaped, a blonde-haired young man appeared, introducing himself as Ning Wang, a fellow inheritor and card maker who knew Lu Ming's teacher. He offered Lu Ming his card, which identified him as a music producer, and proposed they work together to bypass a special shield inside the waterfall where his friend was supposedly trapped. Despite his suspicions, Lu Ming agreed. Inside the grotto, Anne discovered a pure crystal soul essence. She sensed a rat was targeting it and wondered why someone would walk into a known ambush. Lu Yan emerged from the water, coolly informing her that her deal brother would no longer need anything, and neither would she before launching an attack. She easily deflected the energy blast, and he vanished into the water. He reappeared behind her, but she was ready. Anne explained that her sword fetus could perceive his murderous energy, making his water puppet easy to track. They engaged in a fierce battle, with Lu Yan's attacks being countered by her swirling water shield. As he mocked her, she unleashed her Lotus Cloud Flash, a powerful strike that shattered his defenses and pierced his chest. He dared her to kill him, and she did, running him through with her sword. In his final moments, Lu Yan laughed, taunting her that he had injected a sword spirit into her brother that would kill anyone close to him. He revealed that hurting Lu Ming directly was never their plan, then dissolved into a pool of water. Meanwhile, the water level in Lu Ming's cavern began to rise alarmingly. Ning Wang explained that by breaking the seal on the soul essence, Lu Ming had also broken the mechanism that controlled the water. He casually told Lu Ming there was plenty of time to escape after he had secured the soul. At that moment, Lu Ming understood he had been manipulated from the start. He calmly stated that it must be time for Ning Wang's partner to appear. Ning Wang conceded that Lu Ming was clever, but remarked that it was a pity, as the play was now over. From the shadows behind Lu Ming, a towering figure made of pure, crackling green energy began to materialize. The principal stares at the strange pattern on the ground displayed on his monitor, then cross-references it with an old book, noting that the moon shadow is different from what was previously recorded, making him suspect the recent explosion and the inheritance itself are far from simple. A subordinate reports that 4 individuals have been identified as using fake identities, including one, White Song, who has participated in previous inheritances, and Ningwang, whose business card license is fraudulent, concluding all their registered information is false. The principal, recognizing a face on the screen, orders the immediate formation of a special investigation team, stressing that the children's safety is paramount, and instructs his subordinate to tell Zio Shui to stop playing games because Lu Yan might be in danger. Elsewhere, a massive wall of ice erupts from the water, trapping a dark-haired man who furiously demands to know what his captor has done, only to be told that it was his own brother's doing. The captor explains that with the prohibition gone, the water is no longer restricted, and neither is he, bidding his victim farewell as he sinks into the crushing depths. Lu Yan, submerged in the water prison, finds himself unable to condense his sword spirit while his captor mockingly asks if he likes it, telling him to sleep well. Above the water, a young man is frozen in a block of ice, while a blonde musician plays a flute. A white-haired man, Bai Mao, thanks the musician, saying he could only defeat Lu Yan because of the balance ban. The musician notes how smart the frozen boy is for figuring out their plan and suggests killing him. Bai Mao disagrees, telling his partner Lao Ning that the boy's knowledge of the ban could still be useful, and that since Lu Yan has a sword spirit, their gains outweigh their losses, dismissing the boy as a powerless card maker. Bai Mao admits he fears Lu Yan's sword spirit, and the frozen boy realizes the musician's flute was designed to disable him, and that the card maker has been deceitful all along, prompting him to shout for them to wait. The boy addresses Bai Mao directly, stating his power is clearly superior to the musician's, and that he only wants to survive, but he fears the musician will kill him. He reveals he has already cracked their ban and that the musician's slow playing was a deliberate attempt to disrupt his rhythm, suspecting him of tampering with the soul. The musician scoffs at the illogical nonsense, but the boy insists that if their plan succeeds, he will be extinguished, pleading for his life as a simple card maker. As Bai Mao grows annoyed, the musician tells him the boy provoked him and unleashes a sonic attack with his flute. The boy defends himself with a barrier, stating he's unsure if Mr. Zhu sent them. The musician questions why Mr. Zhu would bother with him, a simple business card maker who has no use for soul yuan. Bai Mao clarifies that Mr. Zhu is only targeting inheritors from outside the island and admits that their internal strife has played into the boy's hands. The boy laughs, admitting he was bluffing to get information, which enraged the musician, who plays another sharp note. The boy collapses in agony as the musician explains he had already marked him with a card effect when they first met, allowing him to inflict pain with a specific tone. The boy realizes it happened when he received the business card. Bai Mao questions if killing the boy is wise, fearing Lu Yan's revenge, but the musician assures him the 5-star water jail card will hold Lu Yan long enough and hands over his flute. He says he chose Bai Mao as a partner because he appreciates the simple-mindedness of the islanders. He then urges Bai Mao to absorb the soul element quickly, and Bai Mao summons a glowing blue orb of energy. In a spiritual void, the boy's consciousness fades as he realizes the attack was sound-based, but a voice calls for him to wake up, and he finds himself in a ghostly white realm, wondering if he's dead. An elderly spirit appears, identifying the place as the Sword Soul Realm for practitioners breaking their limits, though he notes the boy doesn't seem to be a swordsman, pointing out the existence of a very weak but unique sword fetus within him. The boy insists he's a card maker, and the old spirit, amused, calls him a poet before explaining that those who arrive here have usually suffered a fatal blow. The elder elaborates that the boy's sword tire was shattered, fragmenting his body and consciousness, and his only hope of returning is to recast it by breaking his own limits. As the reforging begins, the elder finds strange electrical impurities within the sword tire, which the boy experiences as a crispy, numbing sensation. The elder is shocked, realizing the so-called sword tire is actually the boy's lightning original card. The boy feels a familiar but different energy, holding onto the hope that if his card is repaired, he can survive. In the midst of the spiritual realm, he looks up to see a solar eclipse occurring with impossible speed. Back in the physical world, the musician warns Bai Mao that the cave is about to be submerged. Now glowing with power, Bai Mao celebrates breaking through to 6 stars, feeling his sword tire strengthen, declaring they are one step closer to their goal. But his partner, Lao Ning, cautions him to maintain a low profile. Uncontrolled water bursts through their ice barrier, forming a gigantic water dragon that devastates the area, prompting the musician to fly off to find his companions. The boy's spiritual form begins to dissolve when a cat-eared girl appears, telling him to restore his original card to reactivate his body before he fades completely. He complains that the realm is empty save for an old man and that he needs a pen, but she explains an excellent card maker is not limited by tools, and his card may not need conventional repair, revealing that different professions have different core drivers. The girl clarifies that having multiple cores doesn't ensure compatibility, as stronger ones suppress the weak. The boy understands that Ning Wang's attack on his original card forced his latent, weaker Sword Embryo to manifest, mixing with his card. The girl confirms they are mutually exclusive and promises to buy him time before the old man reappears, indignantly demanding to know when the boy became interracial, and claiming he was merely resting to condense the Sword Embryo. Dismissing the old man's antics, the boy is instructed to condense the Sword Embryo, which is like a bright moon, and control its Kai. With a surge of effort, he channels his energy into a colossal blade of golden lightning, shocking the old man with his terrifying core control and making him offer his mentorship. Annoyed by a sudden pop-up ad, the boy dismisses it as the old man starts to speak again. In the physical world, the werewolf principal, Lu, looks into the chaotic water below, murmuring that this calamity is up to him. In the spirit realm, the boy's hands have nearly vanished, but he remains calm, realizing that since electricity is conductive, he might have a chance, though he wonders what energy to use now that the old man's power is spent. He looks to the eclipse, the moon round, and draws its power, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning that reforges his spiritual body. He can feel his original card recovering, knowing that if he continues to channel the moon wheel's energy, it can be fully repaired. Inside the prison, Lu Yan senses the external forces, noting that with his trial suit limiting him to 60% power. The 6-star binding circle and Bai Mao's 5-star strength imply a powerful expert is involved, forcing him to release his full power. As he feels the sword tires condensing, he unleashes 10% of his strength, erupting from the water in an explosion of blue energy. Clad in radiant blue armor, Lu Yan emerges as the werewolf, Lu Ming, remarks that he is finally back, impressed by the awakening of the Sword Embryo. The restored boy celebrates his upgrade to 3 stars, feeling his original card full of energy. Lu Yan tells the boy he wouldn't abandon him even if he reached 10 stars, but his expression turns grim as he warns that the island's energy is unusual and they face unimaginable foes, suggesting they abandon the inheritance immediately. A man pleaded with his assailants, telling them that he had already given them all the money and begged them not to harm him. One of the bullies taunted a young girl for crying while wearing lipstick, while another mockingly called her a baby monster. A young boy named Zio King declared that he was not afraid, identifying the bullies as baby monsters themselves. A girl with long, dark hair reassured him, telling him not to be afraid and that she would call for help. A group of defeated figures lay on the ground, one of whom cried that he would tell his mom because it hurt. The girl wondered aloud what to do next, as Zio King asked if she was going to leave. She promised him that she would always be by his side. Far away in a cavern surrounded by turquoise water, a large, black, cat-like creature with glowing yellow eyes called out to Lu Ming, telling him to come back. The creature stated that Lu Ming's sister's strength could handle the situation and that he could ease her worries by taking care of himself. It then called out to him again, but Lu Ming simply replied with a single word. The cat-like creature, now with a crescent moon on its head, floated above the water as Lu Ming swam away. It mused that it knew the cat brother still loved it. Lu Ming, submerged in the water, recalled a memory of his sister holding him, noting how deep the bond between them was. He reflected that the elder sister always steps forward when the younger brother is in danger, and this time he had no reason to retreat and leave her behind. He decided that he had to go through with the dangerous inheritance, swimming deeper into a swirling maelstrom of water and seaweed. The resistance of the water grew stronger and stronger. He felt that the maelstrom was suppressed by some powerful binding formation. His companion, the cat brother, suggested that he transform into a form like the sea, warning that even submarines would be swallowed by this whirlpool, let alone people. Lu Ming stated that his water abilities were not good and told the cat to find its own way. Feeling the immense pressure, Lu Ming realized he would be submerged if he spent any more time there. He decided to fight, activating an ablation card to absorb the water's resistance and transform his trial suit into a powered-up form. A surge of energy erupted from him as he activated the ablation turbo, confirming that it had worked. He held onto a figure named Lu Yan, pushing through the turbulent water before losing consciousness. He realized the barrier's level far exceeded the limits of his ablation card. He considered that 10 cloud-breaking slashes released at once might be effective. He resolved to demolish it violently, even if it might be futile, hoping it would at least consume some of its power. A female voice suddenly warned him, asking if he wanted to die. She explained that releasing 10 poyon simultaneously would put immense pressure on his core, and at such a deep level it was very likely he could lose his own life. Lu Ming cursed, asking why she hadn't spoken up earlier, admitting her silence had made him excited to try. He was surprised to find that his clothes could transmit sound directly underwater. The voice asked if he cared about his sister, and he looked down at his nervous hands, realizing the restraint formation wasn't as bad as being hurt by her words. She explained that the surrounding water pressure made it extremely difficult to crack the barrier from the inside. However, she continued, it could be easily cracked with the assistance of an array mage from the outside. Lu Ming considered the term array mage as she repeated her point. He told her to wait for him to come back. She called for him to wait a moment, explaining that she had only wanted to bring him to the inheritance to see the world and exercise, never imagining it would turn out like this. Lu Ming reassured her, saying this difficulty was nothing and that he had always stood in front of her to save her, but now he needed her. He promised her that her brother would always be by her side and told her there was no need to say more. She replied with a simple affirmation, then told him to hurry up and not make her wait too long. The scene shifts to a forest near a river, where a man named Terry is being told by a young woman with pink hair to please stop singing so she can concentrate. She chanted as mystical purple energy swirled around her. In the water, numerous water monkeys were being dispatched. She announced that she had already killed 30, one more than her companion, and told him that if he persisted, the monkeys would be cleaned up in no time. Her companion, looking at a device, praised her and told her not to worry. He noted that the 2 sword cultivators were now far from the riverbank and that the buzzing troops were in place, making it the perfect time. A massive, shadowy creature with glowing purple spikes erupted from the water as he declared it was time to deal with the intruders. The creature, a massive purple serpent, created a huge vortex in the river. The girl noted that the tide was rising and that it was becoming dangerous. Her companion, however, complained that she didn't bring an umbrella. Dark, thorny vines erupted from the ground around a glowing purple symbol. The girl was suddenly ensnared and lifted into the air by the vines, crying out in pain. Her companions asked what was happening and what was wrong with her. They saw that swarms of blood-sucking bees were being attracted by the smell of blood around them, but for some reason they were focusing their attack on her. One of her companions told her not to be afraid, as he had a special way to deal with the birds. He produced a red object with a target symbol on it, which he claimed could attract the monsters to directional strikes. He threw the object, telling the girl to look at him, and it flew through the air, drawing the swarm of bees away from her. She fell to the ground, looking shaken. The man landed and asked what she had done. His other companion told him to shut up while the girl apologized, explaining that the strange birds had interrupted her spellcasting and caused him to be submerged earlier. The first man told her it was fine and not her fault. He identified the creatures as two-star blood-sucking bees, small bird monsters that are highly sensitive to the smell of blood. He then turned to the girl, Zio King, asking if she was looking for death to be targeted on such a large scale. A massive explosion of dark energy erupted from the river, and a powerful wave crashed towards the shore. Zio King's companion wondered what it was. A figure emerged from the blast, telling them to back off. It was Lu Ming, now cloaked in dark, purple energy, wings of shadow sprouting from his back. A man with red hair called out to him, saying they just wanted to cross the river and that his greeting was inappropriate. Lu Ming, glowing with power, asked if they thought they could cross with his consent. The scene shows another group on a boat, where a man with long hair notes that the two newcomers seem very familiar with the island's environment, and that their goal is likely not just the inheritance. He concludes they must find the Array Master Girl as soon as possible. On the river, the man called Standing God was being mocked for being tired after paddling for so long. A massive tornado of dark energy mixed with lightning appeared before him, which he identified as a black spiral. The attacker, a cloaked figure, expressed surprise that his black spiral could be split and declared he would give him more. A more intense blast of dark energy and lightning shot forward, causing Standing God to cry out in pain as his own attack was overwhelmed. He wondered what his opponent was with his powerful wind pressure sword Kai and electrical currents. A companion of Standing God, Sirius, warned that the enemy's strength was more than 4 stars and he couldn't hold on anymore. The red-haired man, Wu Feihong, complained that Sirius had sold him out. A voice declared that Feihong shouldn't be afraid, as it had always been his solid backing. Feihong yelled back, telling it to shut up, as its backing was only for itself. The voice then suggested that it was time for another song, so it could analyze how the opponent fights. The cloaked figure declared that none of them could run away. Wu Feihong was suddenly struck by the electric current, paralyzed and unable to use any force. His companion noted that the person was obviously more than a 4-star level, and that Brother Anchor was alone. The leader decided they didn't have time to watch them fight and said that if a 5-star couldn't even handle a variety of things, he deserved to be eliminated. The cloaked figure mocked Wu Feihong, asking why he was crying and calling him a soft egg, noting how his speed and power were suppressed by the wind pressure and lightning. He lunged forward, telling Wu Feihong to go to hell. The man who was once a 5-star recalled being beaten by him. A green insulation barrier appeared around Wu Feihong just in time, erected by Zio King, who asked if he was okay and warned her barrier wouldn't last long. Wu Feihong looked up at her as she told him he had to cheer up. Zio King's brother chastised her for not listening and getting involved in other people's business, but she apologized, saying that Brother Wu had helped them just now. Wu Feihong looked at the little girl who had disregarded her brother's wishes to help him and called out for help. A massive surge of fiery energy erupted from him as he entered his 5-star advanced mode. The immense power flared, and the onlookers were shocked that the sword Kai had instantly increased by an order of magnitude. Wu Feihong, now filled with what he called the power of love, declared that the fire alone would burn. He unleashed a massive fireball. The cloaked figure remarked on how strong the attack was, as another man commented that Feihong had actually advanced. Wu Feihong was blasted back by his own amplified power, crying out in pain. A new figure appeared, a man with long brown hair, who began a summoning. He appeared beside Zio King, telling her to be calm. The cloaked attacker wondered how the kid's firepower had become so fierce. The newcomer, Bai Ji, was chided by his companion for being useless. Bai Ji declared that they were all going to be roasted, and that he had only been making fun of a little ant. He then created a massive column of water that shot up from the river. He told his companion to rest on the side, as the water column rose to counter Wu Feihong's sky fire. The water, shaped like a dragon, slammed into the fire attack. Brother Wu watched as the water creature told him it would lighten the fire for him. The cloaked figure watched the massive clash of water and fire, wondering what was happening. Lu Ming, observing from a distance, remarked that the situation was tricky. He realized the two groups were a gang and weren't just against him, questioning if their goal was to kill all the inheritors. His cat companion told him it was too late to leave now. The man named Standing God asked if Lu Ming was going or not, complaining about having to row the broken boat. Lu Ming transformed, sprouting large, dark wings, and declared that he would let them know he doesn't just smile all day. He grabbed Standing God and flew high into the air with his passenger screaming in terror. Another man, Mr. Zhu, appeared and told the screaming man that it's good to listen to his arrangements. He gave Lu Ming a small red pouch. Lu Ming opened it to find a single glowing pill inside, which he swallowed. He noted that although Bai Ji had been upgraded to 6 stars, he might not be able to easily handle that guy. Below, the two groups recovered on the ground, and Lu Ming asked if they were all right. Wu Feihong was being scolded by a companion, who reminded him that he still owed some heat, but was useful for protecting his sister. Zio King approached her brother, asking for forgiveness for her self-action. He replied by asking if she hadn't always been willful since she was a child. The scene flashes back to Zio King leaving a large building in a car with a large, muscular man named Fu Hongming, a 3-star energy warrior. Her father told her that Fu Hongming had rich practical experience. In the present, Zio King remembers her brother's absence and her resolve to seize the opportunity to prove she isn't just someone who causes trouble. The memory shifts to her being caught in a large wave, screaming for Feihong to save her. Another man yelled at his companion to leave his trashy buddies and protect his sister. This sparked a memory for Wu Feihong, realizing he had been asked to protect his sister. He recalls promising an uncle that he would definitely protect Zio King. In the past, he had apparently called Zio King his wife, to which she reacted with disgust, asking if he was seriously ill. This memory caused him to think that he had angered his wife. He lamented that she didn't love him anymore and that his love had flown away. Zio King in the present wondered what was up with him and why he was acting like she was bullying him. She decided she had no time to take care of him and needed to help her brother. She called out to her brother, saying her levitation spell would be ready soon, but he warned her that there was more than one enemy and she and Wu Hong should pay attention to themselves. Suddenly, he told her to watch where she was looking. A dark energy blade slashed through the air, striking her brother. Wu Feihong and Zio King cried out his name. He clutched his bleeding chest, asking if it was just a sneak attack. He unleashed a karma slash, a wave of purple and green energy towards his unseen attacker. Two new figures watched from the grass, one commenting that the trick was interesting. His companion questioned the point, noting that Bai Ji's beating was also very difficult. Someone else commented that he should be healed by now. A new card, a composite equipment card, was revealed. It was used to summon a large, armored, skeletal figure from the water. The man who summoned it, Standing God, complained that they had only covered less than 100 meters in 10 minutes and couldn't keep up. Lu Ming appeared and told him his attitude was not good, then summoned his own card, Ares, asking if he didn't want to row. A command was given to start up the Ares engine fusion armor. Inside the newly formed mechanical suit, the pilot felt an incredible surge of power, remarking how it felt like he was about to take off with his legs and that he could still speed up. The suit rocketed through the sky above a turbulent sea, its pilot declaring that Lu Yan was waiting for his triumphant return. Far below, on the churning surface of the water, a battle was taking place. A man with dark, blue-streaked hair watched a giant bird-like creature circling above, realizing with alarm that its goal was a woman named Zio King. He tried to get the attention of his red-haired opponent, yelling that he was the one he should be fighting, but the red-haired man was distracted by the creature above, calling it an asshole. The large bird, which the red-haired man called a stinky bird, swooped down and grabbed him in its massive talons, screeching for him to die. He struggled fiercely in its grip, demanding it let him go and open its claws while screaming for his wife and threatening to bake the winged beast. The man in the water below observed his opponent's surprising strength, while the captive realized that everyone was there to save him. The bird, Gugu, ignored his threats, cawing that it would throw him into the sea to feed the fish and telling him to go to hell. The captured man began to wonder if he had simply become a burden to them all. Suddenly, a golden streak shot across the sky as the fusion armor arrived at immense speed. The bird, Gugu, looked up in shock, wondering what the object was and urging itself to hurry. The mech ignored the bird, diving down to expertly catch the falling woman, Zio King, and asking gently if she was okay. Gugu shrieked that the machine was catching up and unleashed a powerful sonic attack, a wave of rippling green energy, screaming for it to shatter. The bird watched in disbelief, questioning why its sound waves were being completely absorbed by the mech. Inside the cockpit, Lu Ming remarked that the timing was just right, as the energy absorbed by his ablation card was now powering his original card. He then spoke to the rescued woman, cheekily introducing himself as the beautiful and intelligent incarnation of heroes and chivalry. The woman was not amused, shouting his name, Lu Ming, and asking who had asked him to save her, adding that she knew him even after he had turned to ashes. She demanded he put her down, insisting she could use her levitation array, and that this way she wouldn't owe him anything. Gugu watched the exchange from a distance, wondering how divine this new arrival was before deciding to retreat and report back to Bai Ji. Lu Ming's mech turned to face the bird, anticipating its attempt to slip away. He initiated a fusion release, causing the suit's armor to reconfigure and shoot out components that latched onto the giant bird. Gugu cried out in surprise, demanding to know what this was and where the stupid bird thought it was flying. The god of war suit had firmly grasped the creature, using the energy it had just absorbed from the sonic attack to recharge. Gugu thrashed and struggled, yelling for the asshole to let it go. An immense pillar of light then descended from the heavens, striking the ocean with devastating force. The blue-haired man watched the display, commenting on how cruel and inhuman it was. A small, white, fluffy creature emerged from the water, announcing that it had eaten him, though it admitted the shot was crooked. It introduced itself as Goo. The blue-haired man asked for its name and instructed it to fly to his friends with its fastest speed, telling it not to ask for cleverness. The creature, confused, asked why he was helping and what had happened to his sister. He explained that he needed its help because Lu Yan had been trapped by this very group. He revealed their strength was far greater than the intelligence reports suggested, and that their goal was more complex than simply inheritance, concluding they needed to unite against these other enemies. Zio King told him not to make fun of her, calling herself a piece of shit, but he insisted that she was very important to him. For the first time, she heard someone say she was important. The flying creature interrupted, correcting them that its name was Gugu, not Zixiu, but the man ignored it, calling it Zixiu again and telling it to hurry up and fly. As they flew over a vast river, Zio King spotted a colossal shape in the water, wondering if it was a whale. Her companion noted that since the river led to the sea, it wasn't surprising to find big fish. A plume of black smoke erupted from the water, which Zio King identified as her brother's karma. As Gugu was urged to speed up, a figure rose from the river, taunting an unseen opponent for being a crowdsourcer who could only hide in the water. He boasted of having enough water and soul essence to defeat his enemy 10 times over, promising to play with him for a while. His opponent shot back, questioning the boast and stating they would have to see how much power he truly possessed. Elsewhere, another man reflected on how difficult Gao Sirius had been to handle, thinking that Aiken would have surely lost without Bai Ji and the others. He began to worry, wondering why Gugu had not yet returned and where Ning Wang had gone. A voice suddenly asked if he was hiding there, and he cried out for help. High above, Gugu was flying with its 2 passengers when a man on the ground, Wu Feihong, spotted them, recognizing a companion of his brother Wu. Surprised to see the kid was still alive, he seized the opportunity and launched a barrage of sharp projectiles. The attack struck Gugu, who squawked in pain and confusion, asking why they were beating it. Wu Feihong's ally called the bird bad, but Wu Feihong merely commented that it was an excellent means of transport. Zio King angrily informed him that Gugu was their transport. At that moment, a sinister figure appeared, declaring that everyone present was trash. He clarified that he wasn't targeting anyone specifically, he just wanted to state his opinion. Zio King called him arrogant, but the blue-haired man told her not to interfere. Wu Feihong and another ally stepped forward, announcing that this was a battle between them, a business card battle of dignity. Zio King thought it looked handsome, but sighed about being stuck as an array mage. Lu Ming appeared, declining to participate. Zio King exploded at him, yelling that something was wrong with him and that his card maker must have a hole in his head. An older man explained that in the world of card makers, the deck one builds determines their strength, and while fighting is not for auxiliary roles, they must sometimes fight in their own way as a matter of etiquette. He outlined the rules of the duel. 2 card creators would use their own stacks, and the winner, who consumed the most of their opponent's stack, would claim the cards the loser had bet. One of the participants worried this would reveal their card textures, but the older man assured him the opponent would only see the effect value of the code card, not its true nature, rendering it a waste card after use. Lu Ming recognized the texture on the code plate from a code he had typed before. The old man declared victory again, taunting Lu Ming for not picking him up. His partner cursed the 2 old dogs for ganging up on him, a mere 2-star. He told his opponent he regretted cooperating, saying if he'd known how bad he was at fighting cards, he would have refused even if beaten to death, before being told to hand over his bet card, a prized 5-star booster. Lu Ming held up a different card, dismissing it as rubbish and stating that the rules of the Card Creators Association meant nothing to him, as he was not a member. He was yelled at for not respecting Cade as he was enveloped in fiery energy and launched an attack, sending a shockwave across the lily pads they stood on. His opponents were stunned, asking how he was unharmed. Lu Ming smirked, saying they should be more curious about how anything could happen to them. They questioned his odd behavior and the water, and Lu Ming complimented their tacit cooperation. One of them quickly denied any association with the other, insisting he had been helping Lu Ming all along and that their duel was just a pretense. Lu Ming saw through the lie, stating the man's real purpose was to pass a specific card to his partner. He explained the card's function, to reverse the bullseye, making their attacks seem to hit their own allies, which would allow them to continue their undercover work without suspicion. The man was shocked, asking how Lu Ming knew his plan. Lu Ming revealed that during the card fight, he had used coded language on the code plate to signal his plan for an indiscriminate attack on himself before continuing to hide. Because all his attention was on the code, he failed to notice Lu Ming secretly swiping his reversal heart card. The opponents were astonished that he could read the slang of the dark card-making world, wondering if he was a member, though they dismissed it as he was only a Samsung. Lu Ming mused to himself about typing code his whole life only to find it was slang in another world, wondering if the dark business card was a cult. The trader's partner accidentally called him by his real name, Wu Yang, causing him to panic and yell that his cover as a trader would be blown. Seeing that he was exposed, Wu Yang decided there was no need to keep them alive and told his partner to step back and heal while he handled the rest. His opponent remarked that it would be a fair fight, but Wu Yang complained that facing a 5-star and a quasi-3-star was hardly fair. Stating he had no time to waste, he unleashed a powerful purple energy attack toward Zio King. A hexagonal isolation barrier erupted around her and her companion. The woman with her was aghast that she had betrayed Wu Feihong, but she replied that the last blow had been a lesson for him. Wu Yang taunted them, saying their attacks were useless against his barrier, which blocked sound waves, and told the formation girl to go to hell. The red-haired woman read a hidden message from Lu Ming, telling her that beauty is tricky, the god of war was protecting her, and she should prepare to defend against sound waves. She thought him nasty but smart. Wu Yang gloated about trapping them in a cage to make them feel Lu Yan's predicament. His group then withdrew, leaving the red-haired woman furious that she was sealed in as well and that they were running away. Wu Yang's partner called her a fool for wanting to fight, and when she demanded he send out his stand-up god, he mocked her, saying it had no legs for her to see. Lu Ming's plan had been disrupted. Lu Ming then called out, advising them not to mess around as he had a hostage, and called for his stand god and birds. The enemy leader laughed, saying he couldn't be caught so easily on the iron-winged grass. As Gugu flew, it was struck by a sudden, terrifying memory of giant bulls. On the ground, Wu Yang's group spotted a massive creature none of them could identify from their monster books, though it resembled a cow. A truly monstrous, draconic beast with fearsome horns emerged from the forest, causing the red-haired woman to simply utter that it was a cow. Lu Ming, seeing his companion in a daze, urged her to lift her barrier, realizing with horror that the giant cow's target was the woman trapped inside. As the beast lunged, she cried out that her god of war, Lu, was a vain name. Lu Ming summoned the stand god Cattle City to intercept. The stand god hammered the beast as the others prepared a McLaren laser cannon, yelling to blast it. The energy beam struck true, but one of the men commented it was a waste of emotion, as he had thought there was a larger play. Lu Ming frantically yelled at the woman to lift the barrier before she became the monster's snack, but she despaired, saying it would take at least a minute to unlock the magic circle, a feat she was sure she couldn't accomplish. She cried that she couldn't do it, that she was afraid, but a voice of encouragement cut through her fear, telling her to run while her brother provided cover, giving her a sliver of hope. Her resolve hardened, and she knew she had to fight too, just as the monster unleashed a colossal beam of purple energy directly at her. A muscular, red-haired man coughs up blood as a dark, shadowy blade pierces his chest. The figure responsible, wreathed in green and purple energy, looks down at him as the man asks what he is doing. The injured man grits his teeth in pain, questioning if it doesn't hurt, but his assailant simply calls him too weak. With a surge of force, the red-haired man is sent flying backward. He lands hard, lamenting that not only did he fail to upgrade, but his power has dropped, and he fears his inheritance path has stopped. Suddenly, he looks up in shock, recognizing the attacker as High Sirius. An ally rushes to Gao Sirius's side, asking what happened to his eyes, which are now glowing with purple energy. A third man laughs, claiming Sirius broke a taboo and will be cursed forever. Sirius warns him to stop talking nonsense if he wants to live. Sirius then demands to know where they took Zio King. The ally admits it was his fault and that he couldn't protect her. The red-haired man observes that Sirius didn't seem to feel any pain from the stab earlier, noting his companion seems to be on some kind of drug. He deduces it must be a drug that boosts combat effectiveness for a short time but has severe side effects. Suddenly, a winged girl, identified as Zio King, appears, confirming she can talk. Sirius asks who she is and why he should trust her. She offers to take him to the girl if he lets them go. Another young man with her explains they are residents of Hidden Moon Island who just want to live peacefully, accusing outsiders like Sirius of destroying their resources. Sirius retorts that he has destroyed nothing, and the other man claims Sirius's group provoked them first. Sirius dismisses the negotiation, stating the man is not qualified to set conditions. As dark tendrils shoot out and bind Zio King, she screams, demanding to know where he got her sister. The red-haired man yells at Sirius for bullying a little girl, but the young man with Zio King tells him not to wonder why monsters are always looking for his sister, revealing that the manatees are about to swallow them all. In the distance, a massive pink beam of light erupts into the sky. The red-haired man recognizes it as a stationary circle. The white-haired youth explains it's in the direction of the Lotus Valley, a 10-minute flight at best, before Sirius commands him to fly them over. A group of white, bird-like creatures appears, and Sirius tells his companion that an enemy of an enemy is a friend. Below, a massive, pink, crystalline barrier protects a girl from a giant, cow-like monster. A man outside asks if this means the cow is their buddy. Another man analyzes the situation, stating they can either wait for the cow to eat the woman and break the barrier, or wait for her to lift it and give them a ride. The pink-haired girl inside the barrier, the formation girl, says her static formation won't last long, maybe half an hour or even half a minute. The barrier begins to flicker and crack as a man outside tells her not to fall. His companion notes that her energy is used up, which is tricky. He realizes that if they are all dead, the two people inside the barrier will have to deal with the monsters outside once it falls. He reflects that the two inside, who seem like ordinary card creators, have unique skills. The sonic shock from a flute nearly shattered his own original card, and the masked guy is cunning and strong. Realizing he can't win by himself, he decides on a new course of action. The masked man inside the barrier notices his pity, but the man outside smirks, revealing he has added an invisible restriction to the barrier that can internally charge it by absorbing attacks. The masked man warns his companion not to listen, but acknowledges that the fireball cards he just used were indeed absorbed. He declares that while the barrier can't be opened from the inside, enough external force can crack it. They just have to wait for the manatee to smash it. The man outside holds up a card, offering a different solution. The barrier completely covers the area, and the man outside declares that the two inside must bleed, consuming millions of energy, calling it arrogant. The masked man asks if he plans to die with them, but the man proclaims he is a pacifist who convinces people with virtue. He then transforms, donning a powerful red and black suit of armor, and repeats his claim. The masked man asks what he means. The armored man offers to lift the ban and let them out, or he could kill them as easily as crushing ants. The masked man is shocked by the powerful energy, realizing his opponent had been hiding his strength. The armored man says his Ares engine hasn't been optimized, and the energy is only enough for one wave. He thinks about how he could have retreated but lost a companion, wondering if he can bluff them. He tells the masked man he knows exactly what he's thinking. The masked man's companion warns him not to be reckless against the energy armor. The masked man, however, calls the armored man's bluff about convincing people with virtue, and tells his companion to shut up so he doesn't wake the manatees. He presents a large stack of energy cards, offering all of his energy without any defense. The armored man calls him interesting. He then tells the masked man that he's cruel and asks what he's still waiting for. The masked man simply calls the situation a shame. He and his companion emerge from the dissolving barrier, and the armored man comments that they are very rich. The masked man asks what's for dinner, and as he turns, the armored man strikes him down with a powerful blow. The armored man is momentarily stunned, realizing the rubbish he was missing was his opponent. With a flash of light, the masked man reappears and launches a counterattack with a massive wave of golden energy. The armored man is caught in the fiery blast. From the sky, Gao, Sirius, and his companions witness the explosion. The armored man's companion shouts down, asking if he's okay, worried he's afraid of heights. He tells his friend not to be useless, saying the kid is deliberately irritating him. The armored man lands on the ground, having diverted the sound waves to the manatee's head. He yells at the masked man, asking if he's satisfied now that people are running away. The masked man reminds him that the enemy of an enemy is a friend, and demands to know who Old Zoo is. The armored man locks onto him, offering to tell him if he doesn't want to become cow fodder. The masked man just laughs. He thanks the armored man for the opportunity to save him, mockingly asking if he really thinks he can control the monster with a simple disruption spell. The massive manatee monster lunges and bites down on the armored man. The other man sighs, remarking that the monster is just a rule for ugly women and reflects on his own lack of existence. Gao Sirius looks down at the chaotic scene, watching as a colorful, mood-based barrier is erected by the kid below, tricking his companion Wu Feihong, who falls from the sky. Wu Feihong is caught by a dark tendril as the barrier below shatters. The massive monster roars as it breaks free. Inside the monster's stomach, the masked man is with a cat-like creature and the pink-haired girl. The cat creature, Cat Bro, asks how they're going to get out now. The masked man says it was an accident and he needs her help to save Lu Yan. His combat power is depleted and he can't make cards in this environment. He asks her to try her broken cloud card on a weak spot. He spots a glowing seal on the flesh ceiling, identifying it as the weak point. He laments that he doesn't have the right skills for a straight-line strike. An ethereal image of a swordsman appears, suggesting a possible teaching. The man realizes he needs moonlight, but there is none. The girl, however, says she's got it. She explains to Cat Bro that they were swallowed by a monster and need to get out. The man wonders where Cat Bro went, as he can't feel his presence. The girl asks if the moon technique he mentioned needs lighting. She produces a glowing orb, a flash ball, explaining that its beam is very penetrating. She recalls using it to escape danger when she collected herbs as a child, certain her brother will come for her no matter what. The man tells her to trust him and that they'll be all right. He instructs her to raise the ball of light to the highest point. A powerful light erupts from the orb and he channels it, condensing a sword tire of golden energy despite his opponent's disbelief. He unleashes a powerful sword strike, but the monster's armor is too thick. From outside, his allies see a brilliant golden disk of light emerge from the monster. The white-haired man recognizes it as a technique used by the old man Moon Shadow. The condensed sword energy builds inside the monster, finally erupting and piercing through its hide from the inside. The man with the white hair angrily calls his companion an idiot for not realizing the attack came from within. The blonde man looks down at the water, wondering about the situation and if the kid is still alive. Inside the beast's dissolving innards, the armored man sees the attack worked. The masked man, Lu Ming, and the girl, Qingyun, are exhausted but safe. He notes the high energy consumption and says he's fine, but they need to get out quickly. The wound on the monster's flesh begins to heal rapidly. Lu Ming observes that it will be fully recovered soon. Qingyun tells him to hurry and get out. She asks if he's going to carry her out, but he states he just doesn't want to owe her anything. He tells her not to make trouble, as the hole is too high for her to climb alone, but he can't carry them all. He says she should go out first while he thinks of another way. She tells him if she can't get out, he should go save Lu Yan at a waterfall in the south and also save her apprentice. He silences her, insisting he can do it. He picks her up and she feels her body become much more relaxed. She asks what he's doing as he prepares to leap, proclaiming that pure man like himself couldn't let girls walk behind him. With a powerful jump, he carries her up the fleshy walls of the dying beast, arranging footholds as he ascends. They burst out of the monster's back just as the white-haired man observes its incredibly fast recovery, noting it must be above 6 stars. The red-haired man, studious, yells at the winged girl, Zio King, who swoops in. She asks what's wrong with him, claiming not to know what he's talking about. He calls her a bastard and asks what she is doing. Lu Ming and Qingyun land safely, and he comments on their tacit cooperation. Qingyun sees a dark blade hurtling towards them. Lu Ming pushes her out of the way, taking the blow himself, which impales him to the ground. Qingyun looks up to see her elder brother flying away with her other companion, Lu Ming, who is still trapped inside the monster's corpse. The red-haired girl reflects that the sea monster was too strong for her fire to hurt, but the other man did it to save her. Qingyun asks the man if he likes her, and he furiously denies it. As the red-haired man looks on, a massive surge of purple energy erupts from the monster's body. He recognizes it as a taboo power, realizing the older brother has borrowed the power of the casting machine. Gao Sirius, now transformed into a powerful demonic figure, tears his way out of the monster. The blonde man wonders how his combat power increased so suddenly. Qingyun says her brother will be devoured. The transformed Sirius declares that time is running out and they must fight quickly. He finds the blonde man inside the monster's maw and asks if he's dead. Lu Ming finds himself in a strange, dark space, dreaming of a delicious steak dinner with his master and another girl. His master, Zio King, tells him to be more reserved. He feels like he's in a fight, and a voice tells him to wake up. He awakens inside the monster, finding himself face-to-face with the transformed Gao Sirius, who calls him noisy and attacks. Lu Ming, now in his armored form, parries the blow, calling Sirius a comrade-in-arms and telling him to get out before the monster's wounds heal. He calls the sea monster a cow and says he hates cows the most. Sirius corrects him, saying it's a manatee. Sirius comments that it's a pity Lu Ming doesn't learn kendo, as he has a great talent for it after seeing the afterimage of the moon shadow. Lu Ming brushes it off, saying they don't have time to discuss who is better while inside a bull's belly. Sirius states the cow will not let Zio King go because the herbal smell on her body stimulates its nerves. At that moment, he feels the call of cultivation. He tells Lu Ming that Zio King has the wrong person and prepares to strike him down. Sirius holds out his hand, demanding the cow. Lu Ming says he doesn't have it, offering a sword instead. Sirius slices a massive gash in the monster's flesh, entrusting Zio King to Lu Ming's care. A young boy's cries echo in a dark chamber as elders observe him from the shadows, speaking of his destiny and how they will tell him the truth when he grows up. A powerful, godlike figure with green flames declares that the boy's father is not a demon and that to protect important things, one must give everything. He calls upon a caster for strength as his form erupts in a blinding light. In the present, Lu Ming lands gracefully, relieved to see his female companion is all right. He turns to face a massive, fish-like monster emerging from the water, stating that he knew it had been chasing her. The beast transforms into a hulking, demonic form with glowing red eyes, and Lu Ming warns it to stay away from his sister. The creature lunges, catching Lu Ming in its grasp as the girl screams for her elder brother. Suddenly, a flash of green energy slices through the beast, which dissolves into the water. On the shore, Lu Ming and his companion are confronted by a group of antagonists. A blonde man mockingly tells the companion to cheer up, noting her 5-star combat power has fallen. Another man with red hair asks his white-haired leader, Ning Wang, if he should handle the situation. Enraged, the companion declares they killed her brother and prepares to attack, but her friend warns her not to be impulsive. Ning Wang dismisses her with contemptuous ease, calling her overpowered as he strikes her down with a swirling green blade, shouting for the waste to die. Lu Ming cries out his companion's name as she falls. He begins to laugh maniacally, a green aura flaring around him. He warns Ning Wang not to push his energy any further, or it will be absorbed by him. Ning Wang is shocked as he feels his soul energy constantly draining away. Lu Ming explains that he broke the balance ban in the cave and added something to the soul, a special technique he developed called the anti-ban. He reveals that by linking to a target's soul element, he can control them at will. Under Lu Ming's control, the blonde man is ordered to help, but the red-haired girl, Zio King, rejects this. She furiously reveals that Gugu had told her it was the blonde man who drugged Ading. Lu Ming orders the blonde man out of his way, claiming he can't control himself now. The man's fate is sealed as Lu Ming declares his tune should end. A brief flashback shows a mysterious woman with purple eyes following a man in a straw hat, who is later seen defeated. The woman, watching events from afar, identifies Lu Ming and notes his physical signs are stable. She decides to let him concentrate on the trials, musing that the 12 5-star killers are just the beginning. Back in the fight, Ning Wang struggles against Lu Ming's control, his body moving against his will as he is surrounded by the defeated bodies of his allies. He is horrified that Lu Ming possesses such a technique as an anti-ban. Lu Ming offers the useless Ning Wang a chance, demanding his soul essence back. The blonde man, Old Hole, is forced to his knees, and his ally screams that he didn't pay him to kneel. Old Hole begs for his life, offering information and warning that killing them will only bring more trouble. Lu Ming presents them with a choice. They must kill each other, and he will spare the survivor. Ning Wang coldly suggests to his partner that they kill each other. The blonde man curses Lu Ming under his breath. Ning Wang tries to reason with his companion, telling him the anti-ban is time-limited and that they just need to hold on longer. He urges him not to fall for Lu Ming's tricks, but the blonde man suddenly impales Ning Wang through the chest. As Ning Wang falls in disbelief, the blonde man declares he has no rubbish buddies and their broken soul can't be controlled anyway. He boasts that by destroying the soul and body, Lu Ming's anti-ban is useless. He then turns to Lu Ming, who calmly remarks on his haste. Lu Ming then reveals a startling truth. He wasn't good at using the soul essence ability, so he had already given it back to the white-haired man. What the blonde man stabbed was merely a water golem. The real Ning Wang appears behind him, ready for revenge. Lu Ming points out that now everyone should be killing the traitorous blonde man. Ning Wang seizes him, and the man cries out in betrayal. Lu Ming's companion tells him to stop, and to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming tells Ning Wang to let him go. Zio King is furious, asking why he would release the man who caused them so much misery. Lu Ming explains that he's an honest man, but also reminds Ning Wang that he never said the soul essence was returned for good. The blonde man flees, screaming that Lu Ming will regret this. Afterward, a new girl with red hair approaches the group and offers them a bottle of medicine for their friend's kidney deficiency, claiming a cute girl like her can't be a bad person. The red-haired man, Wu Fei-hung, calls her cute and gets slapped. The girl reveals that Lu Yan escaped her water prison long ago and that there are 6 six-star peak elders on Mr. Zhu's side. The girl recounts the island's tragic history, explaining how Mr. Zhu trained them to be informants after outsiders came to pillage their resources. She reveals she placed a mark on Ning Wang, allowing her to track him. Lu Ming confirms he can feel what she does with the soul essence, and she advises him to stay out of the muddy water. Later, Lu Ming stands on a cliff in the pouring rain, contemplating more important matters. He awakens by a campfire to find it has been raining for 2 hours. The girl tells him he was exhausted and needed rest. Wu Fei-hung playfully offers her a piece of grilled fish, calling her his wife, and she angrily rejects him. Zio King is too worried to eat, lamenting that everyone is separated and Lu Yan's whereabouts are unknown. Lu Ming reassures her, saying her brother believed in her, so she must believe in him too. Their conversation is cut short by the realization that the rising seawater is about to flood their cave. They scramble to higher ground, with Lu Ming pulling Zio King up a steep path by her hand, much to her annoyance. The water rises too fast for a suspension array to be cast. Wu Fei-hung, when asked for a plan, cryptically states he has his own principles. He declares that he has waited 3 years for a chance to fight and get back what he has lost. Flames erupt from his body, boiling the surrounding water as he boasts that his power is enough to break the tide. They ascend through a hole in the mountain ceiling and emerge into a frigid, snowy landscape. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman with rabbit ears receives a report that unexpected people are present at the trial. A flashback reveals the story of card maker, Zhang Liang, who was cast out by his master for joining the dark card-making world, vowing to prove that their profession is not merely auxiliary. In the present, Zhang Liang soaks in a bath, vowing revenge on Jiang Feng and Lu Ming, when the mysterious Mr. Zhu appears and questions him about his defeat by a 3-star card maker. Back in the snow, Wu Fei-hung complains about the cold, but produces a wombat warm baby card, which instantly warms Zio King from the inside out. Their light-hearted moment is interrupted by a disembodied voice belonging to a 4-star condensed sword from the sword cultivation lineage. A massive, 7-starred bird of pure sword intent materializes overhead. A figure in white informs them they are on a trial road of wind and snow, where the sword intent will grow stronger to temper their minds. Wu Fei-hung immediately vomits blood from the immense pressure, while Lu Ming seems unaffected. Curious, Lu Ming steps onto the path to test it himself and stumbles. He recognizes the feeling as similar to the tempering he received from the cat in his sea of consciousness, realizing this is the source of his resilience. He also deduces that the wood core he seeks is likely inside the manatee where the cat disappeared. He finds his mind recovering from the pressure with incredible speed. Wu Fei-hung and Zio King watch in amazement as Lu Ming, a mere card maker, advances steadily, nearly catching up to the first group of trial takers. From a distance, a long-haired man observes Lu Ming's progress with interest. In another part of the snowy trial, a master and his subordinate are being besieged by an army of aggressive, living snowballs, with the subordinate blaming his master for provoking them. Lu Ming reaches a snowy platform at the top of the tower, reflecting on how the journey has tempered his sword intent and willpower, making his body feel lighter. He sees Gao Zio King and her uncle arriving. He is impressed an array mage like her could make it this far, while she is just relieved to have finally arrived. Her uncle, who had to use his hands and feet to climb, dismisses her attempts to placate his anger, proudly stating that he expected his wife to follow in his footsteps. They survey the empty platform, which the uncle identifies as the energy field of an advanced fantasy architecture. As Gao Zio King suggests they split up to search, she suddenly spots a swirling anomaly high above them. It is a wormhole, and through it, Lu Ming can see another group, including Zhao Jinshan. In that other location, a white-haired man called Old Niu creates a green, tortoiseshell-like energy shield, confidently telling his young master that the formation can resist attacks below 5 stars, making the surrounding 3-star snow monsters harmless. His confidence is shattered when a massive, overpowered snowball smashes through the wormhole from above, instantly destroying the tortoiseshell barrier with a deafening boom. Lu Ming, now inexplicably dressed in a soccer uniform with the number 10, lands among the beleaguered group, followed by a small, furry, and surprisingly cute white creature. Zhao Jinshan's party is stunned by their sudden appearance, wondering what the furry creature is and how it fell through the hole. They identify the wormhole as a transmission port and speculate that this must be their next trial, concluding they must eliminate these snowball-like creatures to proceed. An old man in the group warns his master of a powerful energy approaching, and a regal voice from the sky asks if they are the ones who bullied his snow gardeners. A colossal, horned snow beast, a snow leopard, materializes before them. The man called Old New tells his companion Old Cow to stand back, boasting his defensive array can withstand the creature. The snow leopard effortlessly shatters the new green shield with a single swipe of its claws. Old Cow mocks Old New for his failed defense, sarcastically agreeing that his legs are indeed inflexible. The master of the beast, a being with long white hair, appears and unleashes a honey snow ice storm, an attack designed to deplete the energy of all those caught within it. As his magic takes effect, the ball-like creature that arrived with Lu Ming suddenly flies through the air and smacks the Snow King squarely in the head. Lu Ming stands over the fallen party members with a soccer ball at his feet, casually asking if that was the ball he had just passed. The enraged Snow King roars that someone kicked his sukiyaki like a ball and is unforgivable. A companion warns that the monster is furious as it charges. Lu Ming calmly tells the beast that it can play jokes at his feet. He then proceeds to effortlessly dodge the creature's attacks, moving with the fluid agility of a master soccer player dribbling a ball. His ball control is so strong that he appears as a blur. Zio King urges her frozen companion to stop watching the spectacle, saying she will unfreeze him. Nearby, Zhao Jinshin refuses to join forces with what he calls little shrimps. His pragmatic companion insists they must help Lu Ming, who cannot last long alone. Zio King confronts Zhao Jinshin's group, pointing out they just saved them, but one of them arrogantly dismisses her and her allies as Samsung bastards trying to leech off their strength. As she expresses her confusion, the snowball flies through the air again, hitting the arrogant man in the face. This enrages the Snow King further, who screams for his cub, and a notification announces the fourth mountain is now open. A punishing rain of ice swords begins to fall from the sky. A system message clarifies the new objective: get more sword energy and defeat the Snow King. A warrior named Yuying discovers that breaking the ice swords releases the sword energy trapped within, strengthening his own power, and he celebrates this red envelope from the sky. Lu Ming watches skeptically, noticing that the swords are not falling randomly but are concentrating on the outer edges of the area, avoiding Yuying. Recalling his father's advice that a true master sees the whole field, he realizes it's a trap. He shouts a warning that after the energy is absorbed, the broken swords are turning into an impassable stone wall, shrinking the arena to surround them. The other group, too busy absorbing energy, ignores him and tells him to stop shouting about his territory. The Snow King laughs maniacally, revealing that once they are full of energy, it will all become his. It absorbs the ambient power and transforms into a much larger Blizzard King. Zio King screams that the king is about to attack. The trapped warriors find themselves unable to break through the newly formed walls. The Blizzard King unleashes a massive, freezing area of effect blast. The shockwave overwhelms Old New's tortoiseshell defense, shattering it completely. Lu Ming is caught in the blast, coughing up blood as the ice walls close in, sealing everyone inside a prison of ice. Watching from a different dimension, a bored, long-haired entity complains to an old man about another uninteresting trial, questioning why their heritage was turned into this. The old man simply replies that a trial is not child's play. Back in the ice, Lu Ming decides to stop holding back, activating his God of War ability. A colossal sword glowing with green and purple energy materializes in his hands as he prepares to unleash his true power. Zio King is stunned, recognizing the incredible weapon as her brother's saber. Lu Ming transforms into a giant, red and gold armored warrior and confronts the snow beast, telling it to your uncle. He announces he will accompany the beast through 2 tricks. The mysterious long-haired woman who was observing from afar notes this as a great opportunity. The armored Lu Ming clashes with the beast, which screams in agony. In a clever feint, the armor allows itself to be bitten and then vanishes, with the real Lu Ming appearing high in the air above a field of ice spikes, laughing at his successful deception. He summons a gargantuan, honey snow hammer made of ice and smashes it down toward the beast. The beast finds this interesting encounters by creating a massive ice spike from its tail, roaring at Lu Ming for daring to step on the king's tail. The 2 colossal ice constructs collide, and the beast's tail spike is utterly shattered. The beast is shocked at this outcome, feeling this is only the beginning. It demands to know how Lu Ming escaped being frozen. He explains that he canceled the God of War fusion just before impact, separating from the armor. Now back in his normal form, Lu Ming rejects the idea of hiding and unleashes a devastating golden energy beam called Broken Cloud. The attack carves a massive glowing canyon through the entire ice plain, cleanly bisecting the Blizzard King. Zio King and her allies are saved, looking on in awe from the edge of the newly formed chasm. Lu Ming stands alone, puzzled, wondering why the trial hasn't ended despite the Snow King's defeat. Zio King rushes over to thank him, but he coldly dismisses her concern, stating he was only worried about his brother's sword that she carries. As she fumes at his arrogance, the ground shakes violently and the ice plain begins to collapse, with massive swords of ice erupting everywhere. A final message appears, announcing that with the king defeated, the sword rain is out of control and the final stage has begun. Find the exit before being swallowed by the forest of swords. The survivors despair at finding a way out of the dense, deadly labyrinth. Amidst the chaos, Lu Ming sighs, lamenting that he has to use his demolition cards. He reasons that while the goal is to find an exit, destroying the sword forest will allow him to absorb its energy infinitely. He decides to bulldoze the entire fourth mountain. As he activates his power, the entire landscape begins to violently tear itself apart, revealing that the trial ground itself is the fourth plane. The Sword Embryo, glowing with a brilliant golden light, had absorbed enough powerful sword energy to refine a 5-star sword cultivator, cleverly fitting together with the lightning original card. The cat-like creature was amazed, exclaiming that Lu Ming was back and that it had missed him dearly while he was away. It reported that there was a 5-eyed bell core in the body of the sea monster, which caused a slight delay. The creature then rocketed forward with incredible speed, expressing surprise that it could travel from the other side of the sea so quickly and praising its own speed. It noted that once on shore, the flat terrain would make them easily visible. A tired Lu Ming appeared, telling the creature that its antics were no longer funny and not to bother him unless it was important. His companions found him, one asking if he was all right after waking up and another exclaiming about his ungrateful look. Lu Ming simply grunted, his gaze cold. A friend asked where his hammer was, explaining that it had turned into countless streams of sword kai that poured into Lu Ming's body before disappearing. Lu Ming retorted with a glare, declaring that it was not thanks to his friend. He then calmly stated that it was okay as he had a way. They came across a modified and reinforced shopping cart, now resembling a wheelchair. A man explained that it was compensation for Lu Ming and that he didn't want any money for it. Another companion praised the man's skill, and they prepared to depart from the fifth mountain. Ahead, a fissure in the sky revealed a bright light, signaling the exit. As they approached, the sky crackled with red lightning over a landscape of erupting magma. A man with red hair expressed his disbelief, wondering why a blizzard was followed by thunder and magma bursts. He watched in shock as another man, Zhao Jinshin, stepped forward, questioning who made the rule that the first one must set an example. He declared that it was finally his turn, his highlight moment. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the stormy sky. Another character cried out his name in surprise, calling him a real man as he soared towards the lightning. A massive bolt of lightning struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. An elderly man with white hair commented on the event, explaining that the lightning could temper one's energy and increase their cultivation base. He elaborated that lightning quenching is divided into yin and yang poles, one being the yang, cool-colored lightning, and the other being the vermilion-colored yin ray, which was scattered and irregular. As he spoke, a massive wave of the red yin lightning crashed down on him, causing him to scream in agony. His body convulsed under the electrical assault. The elder noted that sword cultivators mainly attack with yang energy and that most auxiliary professions have weak physical fitness, calling this a blessing. Lu Ming's companions watched the spectacle, one remarking on how ridiculously hot it was, while Lu Ming himself wondered what kind of sound the screaming was. The man who had jumped earlier reappeared, yelling for his wife to wait for him and lamenting how ridiculous the fifth mountain was. He flew towards Lu Ming, threatening to give him a taste of lightning strikes for stealing his money and vowing to electrocute him to death. Lu Ming raised his hand, and a blue energy shield formed, absorbing the man's electrical attack with a crackle. A large, cat-like eye observed the scene, noting how loud it was. The cat creature absorbed the electrical energy, its body glowing. Lu Ming was relieved to be safe, recalling that the moment the lightning struck, he felt his original card was about to be torn apart before it disappeared. The cat creature confirmed that it was the one absorbing the energy and prompted him to continue. It instructed him to absorb the lightning energy with his original card. The white-haired elder, intent on securing first place, unleashed a powerful green energy attack. He told his old comrades to let him go, but Lu Ming told him he had too much lightning and to be careful of being splashed. The elder was shocked that Lu Ming was using his own original card as a lightning rod and questioned if the cards of card makers were so strong, stating he'd never heard of a lightning-absorbing solution that wasn't insulated. A burly man watched in disbelief as the lightning paralyzed the elder, questioning if it was insulated and finding the situation unscientific. He lamented that his Sword Embryo wasn't as hard as Lu Ming's original card. Zhao Jinshin, still on the ground, struggled to his feet, vowing that he would not admit defeat. He declared he couldn't lose to a business card and that the dignity of the sword cultivator was his to defend. A woman told him to keep his shouts down, explaining that the lightning tempering was improving her array source and she needed to persist to the end. She expressed her determination not to let her brother down, seeing the end up ahead. She noted that the others hadn't even gone halfway, crediting her progress to the cat brother. Lu Ming told her to go back, but she wondered why, since the electricity for the trip was still available. The cat creature appeared, looking different, and she exclaimed that it had become a different species. Lu Ming told it to continue, explaining that he had run out of electricity on this trip. The system informed him that he could borrow someone else's. He looked at Zio King, the woman, noting that even a weak woman like her had persisted this far. He approached her and offered to take her for a walk. She was surprised he would take her, and he asked if she didn't want to become stronger. She agreed, and as he took her hand, a powerful surge of lightning erupted around them. She realized he was willing to bear the thunder and lightning again just to help her and felt a surge of happiness. The other two men watched in astonishment, wondering why Lu Ming had come back and why they were walking hand in hand. The elder was angry, complaining that the hard resistance was only hurting his sword tires and that they were insulting his profession and stealing his wife. The woman with purple eyes simply commented that they all set off fireworks as she unleashed a blast of energy. As Lu Ming and Zio King walked through the lightning, she suddenly upgraded, a purple aura flaring around her. He congratulated her on being upgraded to 4 stars. She asked if he was okay, and the internal monologue revealed he was worried about her while she was scared to death for him. The system congratulated tester Gao Zio King for getting the support from Wu Changshan. An announcer declared the group rankings. Gao Zio King in first place, Lu Ming in second, and Niu Hexing in third. The elder commented that Lu Ming was such a man for giving first place to the lady, but Lu Ming said it didn't matter who came first. He stated that he didn't feel anything, and if he'd known, he would have changed it, but it was okay as there was no special reward for first place in this level. Suddenly, another participant asked them to wait a moment, wondering about the auxiliary group ranking and the whereabouts of their sword cultivators. 2 men appeared, having finally reached the finish line, complaining that it was hard to resist with the sword tire all the way. Lu Ming reminded the young master that the elder had said at the beginning that the lightning was feminine and not suitable for sword cultivators. He explained that the 5th mountain was a 2-way assessment where the sword repair team should have avoided the lightning and magma to assess their dynamic vision and reaction speed instead. Suddenly, the system updated the ranking for the sword cultivation group. First place was Wang Xuan and second place was others. The young master was furious, upset that he wasn't even worthy of a name. His companion urged him not to get excited as he was very fragile and needed rest, but the young master was not reconciled and cried out in pain. Lu Ming overheard this, recognizing the name Wang Xuan and realizing their group had passed the 5th mountain and was ahead of them. An hour prior, Wang Xuan and his third uncle were traveling, with Wang Xuan complaining that he was blind and couldn't see clearly. His uncle told him he had warned him that short hair was more suitable for boys. Wang Xuan then noted it was strange that they hadn't seen any other practitioners, and his uncle replied it was because they were the strong. The uncle urged him onward, saying there was no time to linger as the 6th mountain was waiting for them. Back in the present, Lu Ming's group arrived in a beautiful, lush valley. They commented on how fresh the air was, but their peaceful moment was interrupted by a violent earthquake. A voice echoed, announcing to the swordsmen that they must live to have a chance at the inheritance and should try their best to escape. The ground cracked and a massive stone creature emerged. The system announced the updated number of people in the 6th mountain trial, listing the names of the participants, including Wang Xuan, Gao Zio King, Zhao Jinshin, and Lu Ming. The massive earthen golem loomed over them, ready to attack. The participants scattered in terror, exclaiming at the golem's immense size and realizing it was impossible for a bolder man of this level to deal with. The elder declared this the real test of life and death and urged his master to go through the portal first, calling Yu Ying crazy. Gao Zio King called out for Lu Ming. Lu Ming appeared, calling her a big girl and telling a pair-themed joke. He cursed his own focus on attack cards, realizing he hadn't researched a single one for escaping. His leg was broken by a falling rock, making escape seem impossible. The golem prepared to strike, and he decided to fight hard using his cloud-breaking card. He unleashed the attack, but it barely scratched the golem. A mysterious woman with black hair and a purple sword appeared, telling him his cloud-breaking slash wasn't even enough to tickle the golem. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see his sister, telling her how much he missed her, but she coldly replied that she did not know. She then grabbed his injured leg, causing him to yelp in pain as she pointed out how happy he was just to hold his little sister's hand. She told him to endure the pain. His bones reconnected, and she informed him that he would recover after applying the special medicine he had cheated to get before. She then chided him for spying on her and violating her privacy, calling herself his legal guardian. As she spoke, dark, rocky tendrils shot up from the ground behind them. She noticed the golem was recovering and urged him to get out of there first. They saw Wang Xuan and his uncle trapped by the golem's tendrils. The uncle urged Zio King to leave him and run. Lu Ming wanted to help them, seeing they were injured, but his sister said she didn't have time to care about others now. She turned to leave, but Lu Ming rushed back to help, causing her to call him a disobedient brat. Wang Xuan's uncle was ensnared, and he urged Zio King to run as far as he could. The golem crushed the elementalist, Wang Tiandong, eliminating him from the trial. Lu Ming appeared, telling his brother Lu not to move, as the stone giant hadn't left yet and they shouldn't act rashly. He explained that the golem had been watching them all along. He recounted an old hunter's tale. When encountering a beast, one must keep still and stare at it with the sharpest eyes to drive it back. He told them to just stand still, and the creature wouldn't attack easily. As he said this, his sister appeared behind the golem and swiftly dispatched it, causing him to lament that this explained why the old hunter was eventually eaten by a bear. The golem's core glowed with the names of the remaining trialists, Wang Xuan and Lu Ming, before a voice declared their elimination. A giant stone golem stands defiantly, while a man calling himself the god of war boasts of his endurance, only for Lu Ming to appear behind him and inform him that his time is up. The system announces the god of war's disqualification as he is eliminated from the trial, much to the shock of a pink-haired woman watching from a distance who had mistakenly thought Lu Ming was the one who had been eliminated. Her companion expresses relief, believing the troublesome Lu Ming was gone for good. The woman's master is also stunned by the turn of events, while a man in a fur-collared coat advises his young master to simply avoid the giant and wait out the other contestants, a strategy the young master praises as tactically sound. From the shadows, a woman with glowing purple eyes observes the golem, realizing a mistake has been made and silently warns someone not to touch her brother. Suddenly, a massive blast of purple energy called Star Lotus Cloud erupts, striking the golem and shattering it into countless pieces. Amidst the debris, Lu Ming stands as a white-haired woman approaches, asking what he meant when he said it was time. She coughs, telling him she did as he asked and wants to know what's next, but he clarifies that he only instructed her to restrain the golem, not obliterate it. She dismisses his concern, pointing out that it can no longer move. Elsewhere, two men observe the destruction, noting it was Lu Ming's handiwork, and that the golem will likely recover soon. They decide to check on their third uncle first, who has been turned to stone. Lu Ming approaches the petrified man, deducing that black energy was the cause, and the white-haired woman cautions him against touching the statue. Lu Ming points out the black armor on the petrified man's hand, explaining that the golem's energy must have transferred to him upon contact. Concluding the black energy is the key, he pulls out an ablation card to absorb it. The card glows brightly, drawing the dark energy out of the man and freeing him from his stone prison. The newly freed man, Zio King, cries out in relief that his third uncle is alive. The uncle coughs, joking about his own resilience before being told that Lu Ming was his savior. Lu Ming explains his findings about the black energy's regenerative properties just as the golem begins to reassemble itself. Zio King urges them to flee, but his uncle questions the need, reminding them the rule is simply to survive. Lu Ming, however, points to the golem's still unreformed right hand, stating that their analysis was correct and that he intends to destroy it, questioning the ambiguous victory condition of mere survival. As he prepares to act, a woman with a glowing green aura intervenes, announcing that the times are calling and she will handle the situation. The woman with purple eyes confidently tells her brother she can handle it, but he reminds her that the stone man's regeneration is infinite. He playfully asks if she's simply afraid of getting tired, which she takes as an insult. She grabs him, threatening to break his legs if he can't figure out a solution, and he nervously agrees to let her handle it. The third uncle watches the siblings, remarking on their disregard for the rules before a system announcement declares the start of the second stage. Final elimination. A countdown timer materializes above the third uncle's head as the reassembled golem shatters itself, launching a barrage of sharp projectiles at the contestants. The pink-haired woman realizes the shards are drawn to an imprint on her head and tells her companion to defend themselves. The third uncle tells Zio King to be careful as the flying stones, which seem to be specifically targeting Zio King, begin to turn into black smoke. The woman with purple eyes advises them to just keep dodging until the attack subsides. A massive boulder hurtles towards the third uncle, but the pink-haired woman's companion intercepts it, unleashing a powerful electrical attack called Lightning Moon. The attack decapitates the golem, but to everyone's amazement, it begins to heal instantly. The fully regenerated golem lets out a furious roar. The companion shouts for Lu Ming to bring it on as tendrils of black smoke rise from the ground. The pink-haired woman identifies Zhao Jinshin and others nearby, noticing that the black smoke is being continuously absorbed by the golem. The golem glows as it absorbs the dark energy, with Lu Ming trapped inside the swirling vortex. The white-haired woman is shocked that he can not only withstand her dark moon energy, but absorb it. Inside, Lu Ming feels the pure energy attempting to take control of his body before he is expelled from the vortex as the absorption process reaches 100%. Coughing, Lu Ming realizes his original lightning card has purified the black energy for his own use. The golem, now able to speak, is surprised that he can use human language and complains about its previously rough voice. Lu Ming apologizes for stepping on its now cracked skin, explaining he couldn't control the sudden influx of energy. The golem calls this impossible and seems afraid, prompting Lu Ming to call it a little bitch and question why such an honest-looking creature would resort to sneak attacks. The golem tells him to stop judging its body so blatantly, but Lu Ming notes its physical similarities to the fourth mountain, mockingly asking if it's too tall to see over it. The golem recognizes him, calling him its mountain brother. Lu Ming considers using a particular card again, curious about its effect on the golem, and warns it to guard the sixth mountain well. The golem begins to cry, lamenting its years of wasted protection, and Lu Ming tells it not to cry before it suddenly disassembles itself. Zhao Jinshin checks on his wife, who tells him to mind his own business. The contestants are relieved the golem is gone, but they are warned that the trial is not over yet. The shards begin to reassemble again, this time forming a smaller version of the golem. Zhao Jinshin yells for everyone to run as the pink-haired woman's companion rushes to protect her. She finds herself about to be caught when Lu Ming appears, telling the little calculus to wait for him. Lu Ming then chases the small, green, reformed golem across the field, asking why it's running. The golem begs to be left alone, but Lu Ming corners it, accusing it of bullying an honest person. He explains that as the trial's assessor, it provides the rewards he is meant to collect. The golem protests, stating that if he takes all the energy, they will die. It reveals that he, Old Man Moonshadow, called someone. The golem explains that Moonshadow's inheritance created Hidden Moon Island, but his consciousness developed a split personality to avoid suffering, with all the pain being borne by a second, darker self. Lu Ming's sister finds the selfish logic fascinating, but demands to know why he is chatting with the stone instead of killing it. The golem reveals that the black energy belonged to this dark half, Hai Yuying, who wanted it to kill the top-ranked trialist in every trial to prevent anyone from claiming the inheritance. After the inheritance is claimed, Yinyu Island will become an ordinary place. The sister asks about Mr. Zhu and the others, whom the golem identifies as plunderers who have been trying to steal the island's resources for years. Lu Ming confirms he investigated them and that they plan to kill him once he obtains the inheritance, prompting him to threaten to destroy the entire island if they harm his sister. The golem tells Lu Ming that he is the only one who has ever made it believe the inheritance could be obtained, sensing the sword fetus within him. Zio King suggests they all leave due to the danger, but Lu Ming declares that no one can leave, as he believes Hidden Moon Island is a real place, not a fantasy. Lu Ming then tells the golem that, as the guardian, it is its duty to protect them from the bad guys while they complete the inheritance. When the golem agrees, Lu Ming smiles and says it must follow him. He threatens to dismantle it if it refuses, and the terrified golem quickly agrees before Lu Ming demands it hand over its energy. It protests, but Lu Ming declares that it now belongs to him. The sister watches, impressed by his domineering nature, and muses that he seems to have practiced this routine many times before, while the white-haired woman openly admires his powerful aura. A newspaper clipping reveals a fraud case involving a man named Lu in Kingaming City. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's younger brother cries for his sister's help, his legs seemingly broken. Lu Ming calmly tells his sister that the stone man is helping him refine energy and asks her to stand guard. She reflects on a past promise to always protect him, realizing he is on a path she never anticipated. Lu Ming absorbs a vast amount of pure energy, feeling a great improvement in his power. He declares that his energy has been tempered to the peak of 3 stars. The small green golem, now revealed to be female, collapses onto him in exhaustion. The sister warns him not to celebrate too early, as his future progress will be slower due to the energy's purity. She notes that he is at most a quarter of the way to a full 3-star pinnacle. He says he understands, but she was worried he would get arrogant. He reassures her he knows his limits. As he helps support the weakened stone girl, his brother questions if they are hugging. Lu Ming dismisses the details, saying the energy she owes him will be repaid slowly. The brother complains that Lu Ming is squeezing everyone dry, yet they still owe him. He calls Lu Ming handsome, but the sister finds him shameless. Lu Ming tells the stone girl she has nothing to fear as long as she stays with him. As the group walks toward the final destination, they notice the timers growing larger. They speculate on whether the rules still apply now that Lu Ming has effectively tamed the trial's guardian. Arriving at a clearing, they find the stone girl waiting. She announces that the testers have arrived, the timers are reset, and the finish line is open. The timers above their heads vanish. A beam of light shoots into the sky as a voice announces Lu Ming as the first-place winner of the 6th mountain. The other contestants are stunned. Zhao Jinshin is furious, demanding to know why Lu Ming took all the examiners away this time, robbing them of their rewards. The pink-haired woman is devastated that their scores have been reset to 0, and Zhao Jinshin declares he can no longer stand it. A woman with white hair unleashes a torrent of fire and ice, causing a black-clad figure's arm to smoke from injury. The figure insists it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Yan tells her companion to forget it, urging them to hurry to the next mountain as she feels the sky is about to change. 2 others agree, deciding to wake up their sleeping companions who have fallen behind. As rain begins to fall, a young man comments that it feels unusual. In the downpour, a woman notes that the hailstones supplement their body's energy, and that this trial seems designed to punish those with a sword fetus. A woman with white hair tells her master that this is a win-win situation, while another comments that it's like being beaten while being given sugar. Lu Yan reflects that the rainwater contains energy, and the combination of rain and hail is a comprehensive trial. Despite the torrential rain, the ground remains completely dry. One of the men, riding a flying sword, boasts about spending $1 billion to acquire it and declares that its speed is unmatched. His companion tells him to keep his voice down, as some things are best said at home. A pink-haired woman named Zio King feels she has been dragging Lu Ming down, especially now that Lu Yan has returned and he no longer needs her. She tells her companion that since she lacks support and a sword repairer, they should team up. Lu Ming, however, shouts for Zio King to wait a minute. He approaches her and says that even if he has other cards, he has placed a few in her possession for safekeeping. He then transforms, sprouting leafy appendages, and offers to be her umbrella. A horned creature suddenly erupts from the ground, carrying the 2 of them on its back. The onlookers are shocked, questioning why 2 people are together when the assessment is only for inheritors. One argues that it's unfair and that the guardian of the inheritance shouldn't allow it. From a distance, another group observes Lu Ming catching up, with one of them noting that an opportunity is rare and they should look at them again. As the creature carries them forward, the group is forced to get out of its way. The creature continues its rampage, finally reaching the 7th mountain. From a different plane, 2 figures, one with white hair and one with black, observe the events. The white-haired one remarks that the inheritors are opportunistic and greedy for cultivation resources, not sincerely wanting the inheritance. The black-haired figure finds the kid interesting, saying he'll only be an opportunistic trickster. The white-haired figure rephrases this as being open-minded and expresses a desire to meet him to see how broad his mind truly is. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, a silver-haired man known as the Dark Card creator announces that it is time. He expresses his excitement as he observes a green portal swirling with dark energy. An older man, Old Zhu, declares that a century-old foundation was all for this day, and that once the 7th mountain is passed, the final inheritance will be opened. He gives the order to begin sprinting. His subordinate cheers that they are almost at the finish line. The man on the flying sword urges his companions on, but they are suddenly overtaken by the creature carrying Lu Ming and Zio King. A woman in the group complains that they are tired of leaving and asks if Lu Ming is making cards while driving the creature. Zio King asks if they should turn around this time, but her companion thanks her for her hard work and suggests another trip. After multiple U-turns at high speed, Lu Ming finally reaches the destination, planting a flag on a rock that magically inscribes his name in first place, followed by Zhao Jinchen, Wang Chuan, and Wu Hongfei. Suddenly, Lu Ming finds himself in a strange, oversized world. A voice calls out to him, saying he is finally here. Confused, he asks who is talking. He looks around and realizes he's in a place with gigantic plants, an area identified as Hidden Moon Island. A massive creature swoops down, grabbing him in its claws. He is dropped to the ground, where he finds his sister, Lu Yan. He asks if he is in an illusion, but she assures him that it's real to them and they must remain on high alert. He wonders if they have become small, but she explains that the creatures here are simply huge due to the rich energy in the legacy. She can't feel the presence of the others, concluding they were all transported to random starting points. She notes something strange, explaining that her strength, which is at the peak of the 5-star level, remains, allowing her to easily kill a 4-star reptile. However, she points out that everyone's strength is supposed to be suppressed to the 3-star level at most within the legacy. This means the strength of the other groups is not limited, creating a large power gap. Lu Ming, who is only at the 2-star level, realizes the danger. His sister asks if there's a problem with the suit he's wearing that is restraining his energy, but he says it's nothing, secretly thinking that he was overthinking things. Lu Ming and Lu Yan decide to proceed, flying over a large body of water. Suddenly, a massive fish leaps out and attacks them. Lu Yan quickly dispatches the creature with a powerful energy blast. Nearby, Zio King and her companions watch in awe. Zio King thanks her rescuer, marveling at the size of the fish. Her companion confirms it the first time he's seen one so big. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Gao Tianling, who remarks that they are as fast as rumored. He is told to cut the crap. Another group, battered and bloody, stands nearby, with one sighing in exhaustion. Gao Tianling suggests they work together to find a way across the river. An old man, Elder Zhu, is warned by his master not to listen to a certain slippery individual, who claims he can't have the power to destroy the legacy. The man tells him to take a close look. A brilliant pink beam of energy erupts, which someone identifies as the ablation. An onlooker panics, asking what card he used and noting that the light of the legacy is fading. Another yells at Kai Lan and Zhang Erliang, calling them duds for not knowing what card was used. The old man realizes with a shock that the legacy is starting. He weeps with joy, exclaiming that after so many years, the beam of light, its shape, and its color confirmed that the legacy is truly beginning this time. However, his joy turns to confusion as the light fades and no one has arrived. He watches as Lu Ming threatens to run out all the energy of the formation if they are not allowed to go. A subordinate asks Elder Zhu what to do, and he reluctantly orders them to let them go. When questioned, he snaps that their long-range plan comes first. He then instructs his subordinate to keep watching Lu Ming and to kill him after they get the legacy. Lu Ming's group stands together, with one thanking him and saying they owe him their lives. Lu Ming replies that it's too early for thanks, as their enemies won't let it go after taking the legacy. He suggests they leave first. As they depart, a white-haired spirit emerges from the ground, questioning where they are going and lamenting how thieves have tortured him for years. The spirit unleashes a wave of energy, declaring that none of the inheritors can leave. Elder Zhu's men are caught in a sudden gust of wind, and one cries out that the people are gone. In a different space, Tianling tries to wake Zio King, who thinks she's dreaming. He slaps her awake. She sees a massive, glowing tree and asks Tianling why he seems upset, but he replies that he is happy about her return. They find themselves transported to a new location. A companion remembers they were inside the legacy and recalls seeing a white-haired old man floating above the formation who sent them there. Tianling explains that he must be the willpower left by Moonshadow to protect the legacy, possessing at least 70% of Moonshadow's power. Zio King notices Tianling's injured arm, but he dismisses it as a little accident. Their conversation is cut short as a massive aquatic beast attacks Tianling, dragging him underwater. The beast pulls him toward its nest, filled with other similar creatures. Tianling resolves that even if he dies, he won't let them hurt Zio King. As he braces for the end, a mysterious cat-like figure appears, telling him that curiosity will kill a cat. The figure advises him to mind his own business and not be devoured by the power of beasts. Back in the spirit realm, the two aspects of Moonshadow argue. The white-haired one wants to give the legacy to Lu Ming, citing his high ranking and talents like reciting poems and playing football. The black-haired one furiously disagrees, stating that Lu Ming is just a card maker and doesn't deserve the legacy of sword cultivators. The white-haired one counters that Lu Ming has a sword fetus, and that one of his descendants must be a sword cultivator, so he can give the legacy to them in the future. He accuses his counterpart of having lost his mind. Lu Ming, who had fallen asleep during their quarrel, wakes up and comments on their impoliteness. He complains about his astigmatism getting worse, and the white-haired spirit remarks that he looks like an idiot. The black-haired spirit threatens to kill him, but the white-haired one tells him to do whatever he wants. Lu Ming observes their rough looks and asks if they are black and white impermanents. The spirits declare they are Moonshadow. Lu Ming realizes that the stone giant was right about Moonshadow having schizophrenia caused by Elder Zhu. He calls Elder Zhu a bastard, and the spirits agree, explaining that as guardians, they cannot kill them but are angry and helpless watching them ruin the legacy. Lu Ming pulls out a notepad and begins to act as a psychological counselor, but they yell at him, saying they don't need counseling. Suddenly, the isolation barrier around them begins to crack. The spirits curse that it must be those bastards outside, and they urge Lu Ming to take the legacy. Lu Ming protests, saying he's a card maker and doesn't need it, but they tell him he'll find out one day as a brilliant light engulfs him. The legacy is over, and the inner space begins to collapse. Outside, Tianlang tells his group to use the portal to leave while he holds back the enemies who have broken through the barrier. Lu Ming's group is ambushed, and Lu Ming falls unconscious. His companion tries to wake him. A report comes in that Lu Yan, her brother, and the array magic caster are gone. Elder Zhu dismisses it, saying Lu Yan has Qiu Shuyi's legacy and Moonshadow won't give it to her. He orders his men to capture the other two who are not sword cultivators. Tianlang and his companion are captured and imprisoned. His friend asks if he's okay and if he saw Zhao Jinshin. Tianlang believes Zhao Jinshin is very strong and probably wasn't caught. Meanwhile, Zio King sits with the unconscious Lu Ming, worrying about the captured Tianlang and missing Lu Yan. She sees a light in the distance and decides to investigate. Her group is soon spotted. A subordinate reports to his master that they've found Lu Ming. The master declares that Lu Ming's secrets are no less than Moonshadow's and that he is the key to controlling Lu Yan. He orders Ning Wang to catch him, assigning 12 four-star sword cultivators to the task. He warns his subordinate that Lu Ming has a weird fighting style. The subordinate who has fought him before expresses his confidence. The master says he and Elder Zhu will find Lu Yan, reminding his subordinate to prioritize his own life. He plans to have Lu Ming and Lu Yan meet in jail. The subordinate, now revealed to be a former acquaintance, finds Lu Ming resting by the sea. He sets up a barrier, declaring that Lu Ming can destroy nothing. His men are surprised to find Lu Ming there, as they didn't expect him to have woken up. Lu Ming is suddenly awake, infused with the legacy's power. He scolds Moonshadow for thrusting the legacy upon him like a living USB flash drive. Moonshadow's voice echoes that since Yuebai became a card maker after his persuasion, who else could he pass it to? Lu Ming resolves that in that case he has to do this and summons a cosmic-looking card. The subordinate's men tie Lu Ming up with special chains, and the subordinate reports the job is done. He greets the seemingly unconscious Lu Ming as his friend. He then gloats, saying Lu Ming doesn't know what's going on and that the special chains can't be broken even by an ordinary sword cultivator, let alone a card maker. He revels in the chance to torture Lu Ming, but with a crack, the chains shatter. The subordinate is stunned, questioning how the chains are broken. He orders his men to kill him. Lu Ming uses his new power, creating blades of energy from cards that slice through the attackers. He declares that he is now sword cultivator Lu Ming. His energy surge is felt by the master and his hulking companion. The master senses that Ning Wang may be in danger and asks for a status report. He decides to go check the location himself. Lu Ming stands over his defeated subordinate, stating that he didn't want to do that and will not attack unless attacked first. The subordinate kneels, defeated, and Lu Ming tells him he asked for it. The master and his companion arrive late. Lu Ming taunts them and is immediately attacked by the large man, who he calls a flea. Lu Ming parries the attack with his energized card, and his opponent is surprised he would use an original card as a weapon. The large man scoffs that Lu Ming is still too young and that original cards are fragile, unleashing a powerful purple energy attack. Lu Ming feels the immense energy and calls for Mr. Cat to wake up, or he'll be in danger. A massive, shadowy wolf-like creature appears behind the attackers, who are shocked by the rumbling power. Mr. Cat materializes, and Lu Ming notes that they face two masters at the peak of the 6-star level. Mr. Cat curses their bad luck. The battle begins with Lu Ming evading an energy blast. He yells for Mr. Cat, who is struck by an attack meant for the master. The subordinate yells at Mr. Cat for protecting his fellow, but Mr. Cat tells him to mind his own business. Lu Ming decides to try an attack he learned from Moonshadow, warning Mr. Cat that it will consume a lot of his energy and he might faint afterward. He throws a card into the air which emits a powerful beam of light. The attack creates a massive sword of light that crashes down on the battlefield, stunning everyone. The large man's brother is killed in the blast, and he vows that Lu Ming will not live. He unleashes a final, desperate energy attack. The attack seems to hit, but it is blocked by an energy shield. A small black cat is seen resting on the unconscious Lu Ming's chest. The cat speaks, telling the brat that he lives well without him. Nearby, Lu Yan stands over the defeated men, telling Elder Zhu that he has no way to escape. She taunts his 4 companions for failing to defeat her after a long battle. Elder Zhu says it's because he appreciates her talent and didn't want to kill her directly. He offers her a chance to join them. She agrees, but with the condition that she becomes their boss. Enraged, Elder Zhu calls her arrogant. Suddenly, his subordinate points to the sky where a bright beam of light has appeared. Elsewhere, a pink-haired woman cuts her hand and lets her blood drip into the water. Lu Yan appears and asks what she is doing. The woman explains that last time she was injured, a manatee was drawn to her blood, which led to Tianlang getting seriously injured. She wants to draw them all away, saying it's the last thing she can do. Lu Yan stops her and says she has an idea, asking for some of her blood. She dips the bloody finger into the water and tells everyone to be on guard. The sky fills with lightning as a massive creature is summoned, and an onlooker identifies the energy as sword intent. A woman with white hair unleashes a torrent of fire and ice, causing a black-clad figure's arm to smoke from injury. The figure insists it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Yan tells her companion to forget it, urging them to hurry to the next mountain as she feels the sky is about to change. 2 others agree, deciding to wake up their sleeping companions who have fallen behind. As rain begins to fall, a young man comments that it feels unusual. In the downpour, a woman notes that the hailstones supplement their body's energy and that this trial seems designed to punish those with a sword fetus. A woman with white hair tells her master that this is a win-win situation, while another comments that it's like being beaten while being given sugar. Lu Yan reflects that the rainwater contains energy, and the combination of rain and hail is a comprehensive trial. Despite the torrential rain, the ground remains completely dry. One of the men, riding a flying sword, boasts about spending $1 billion to acquire it, and declares that its speed is unmatched. His companion tells him to keep his voice down, as some things are best said at home. A pink-haired woman named Zio King feels she has been dragging Lu Ming down, especially now that Lu Yan has returned and he no longer needs her. She tells her companion that since she lacks support and a sword repairer, they should team up. Lu Ming, however, shouts for Zio King to wait a minute. He approaches her and says that even if he has other cards, he has placed a few in her possession for safekeeping. He then transforms, sprouting leafy appendages, and offers to be her umbrella. A horned creature suddenly erupts from the ground, carrying the 2 of them on its back. The onlookers are shocked, questioning why 2 people are together when the assessment is only for inheritors. One argues that it's unfair and that the guardian of the inheritance shouldn't allow it. From a distance, another group observes Lu Ming catching up, with one of them noting that an opportunity is rare and they should look at them again. As the creature carries them forward, the group is forced to get out of its way. The creature continues its rampage, finally reaching the 7th mountain. From a different plane, 2 figures, one with white hair and one with black, observe the events. The white-haired one remarks that the inheritors are opportunistic and greedy for cultivation resources, not sincerely wanting the inheritance. The black-haired figure finds the kid interesting, saying he'll only be an opportunistic trickster. The white-haired figure rephrases this as being open-minded and expresses a desire to meet him to see how broad his mind truly is. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, a silver-haired man known as the Dark Card Creator announces that it is time. He expresses his excitement as he observes a green portal swirling with dark energy. An older man, Old Zhu, declares that a century-old foundation was all for this day, and that once the 7th mountain is passed, the final inheritance will be opened. He gives the order to begin sprinting. His subordinate cheers that they are almost at the finish line. The man on the flying sword urges his companions on, but they are suddenly overtaken by the creature carrying Lu Ming and Zio King. A woman in the group complains that they are tired of leaving and asks if Lu Ming is making cards while driving the creature. Zio King asks if they should turn around this time, but her companion thanks her for her hard work and suggests another trip. After multiple U-turns at high speed, Lu Ming finally reaches the destination, planting a flag on a rock that magically inscribes his name in first place, followed by Zhao Jinshan, Wang Xuan, and Wu Hongfei. Suddenly, Lu Ming finds himself in a strange, oversized world. A voice calls out to him saying he is finally here. Confused, he asks who is talking. He looks around and realizes he's in a place with gigantic plants, an area identified as Hidden Moon Island. A massive creature swoops down, grabbing him in its claws. He's dropped to the ground where he finds his sister, Lu Yan. He asks if he is in an illusion, but she assures him that it's real to them and they must remain on high alert. He wonders if they have become small, but she explains that the creatures here are simply huge due to the rich energy in the legacy. She can't feel the presence of the others, concluding they were all transported to random starting points. She notes something strange, explaining that her strength, which is at the peak of the 5-star level, remains, allowing her to easily kill a 4-star reptile. However, she points out that everyone's strength is supposed to be suppressed to the 3-star level at most within the legacy. This means the strength of the other groups is not limited, creating a large power gap. Lu Ming, who is only at the 2-star level, realizes the danger. His sister asks if there's a problem with the suit he's wearing that is restraining his energy, but he says it's nothing, secretly thinking that he was overthinking things. Lu Ming and Lu Yan decide to proceed, flying over a large body of water. Suddenly, a massive fish leaps out and attacks them. Lu Yan quickly dispatches the creature with a powerful energy blast. Nearby, Zio King and her companions watch in awe. Zio King thanks her rescuer, marveling at the size of the fish. Her companion confirms it's the first time he's seen one so big. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Gao Tianlang, who remarks that they are as fast as rumored. He's told to cut the crap. Another group, battered and bloody, stands nearby with one sighing in exhaustion. Gao Tianlang suggests they work together to find a way across the river. An old man, Elder Zhu, is warned by his master not to listen to a certain slippery individual who claims he can't have the power to destroy the legacy. The man tells him to take a close look. A brilliant pink beam of energy erupts, which someone identifies as the ablation. An onlooker panics, asking what card he used and noting that the light of the legacy is fading. Another yells at Kai Lan and Zhang Erliang, calling them duds for not knowing what card was used. The old man realizes with a shock that the legacy is starting. He weeps with joy, exclaiming that after so many years, the beam of light, its shape, and its color confirm that the legacy is truly beginning this time. However, his joy turns to confusion as the light fades and no one has arrived. He watches as Lu Ming threatens to run out all the energy of the formation if they are not allowed to go. A subordinate asks Elder Zhu what to do, and he reluctantly orders them to let them go. When questioned, he snaps that their long-range plan comes first. He then instructs his subordinate to keep watching Lu Ming and to kill him after they get the legacy. Lu Ming's group stands together, with one thanking him and saying they owe him their lives. Lu Ming replies that it's too early for thanks, as their enemies won't let it go after taking the legacy. He suggests they leave first. As they depart, a white-haired spirit emerges from the ground, questioning where they are going and lamenting how thieves have tortured him for years. The spirit unleashes a wave of energy, declaring that none of the inheritors can leave. Elder Zhu's men are caught in a sudden gust of wind, and one cries out that the people are gone. In a different space, Tianlang tries to wake Zio King, who thinks she's dreaming. He slaps her awake. She sees a massive, glowing tree and asks Tianlang why he seems upset, but he replies that he is happy about her return. They find themselves transported to a new location. A companion remembers they were inside the legacy and recalls seeing a white-haired old man floating above the formation who sent them there. Tianlang explains that he must be the willpower left by Moonshadow to protect the legacy, possessing at least 70% of Moonshadow's power. Zio King notices Tianlang's injured arm, but he dismisses it as a little accident. Their conversation is cut short as a massive aquatic beast attacks Tianlang, dragging him underwater. The beast pulls him toward its nest, filled with other similar creatures. Tianlang resolves that even if he dies, he won't let them hurt Zio King. As he braces for the end, a mysterious cat-like figure appears, telling him that curiosity will kill a cat. The figure advises him to mind his own business and not be devoured by the power of beasts. Back in the spirit realm, the two aspects of Moonshadow argue. The white-haired one wants to give the legacy to Lu Ming, citing his high ranking and talents like reciting poems and playing football. The black-haired one furiously disagrees, stating that Lu Ming is just a card maker and doesn't deserve the legacy of sword cultivators. The white-haired one counters that Lu Ming has a sword fetus and that one of his descendants must be a sword cultivator, so he can give the legacy to them in the future. He accuses his counterpart of having lost his mind. Lu Ming, who had fallen asleep during their quarrel, wakes up and comments on their impoliteness. He complains about his astigmatism getting worse, and the white-haired spirit remarks that he looks like an idiot. The black-haired spirit threatens to kill him, but the white-haired one tells him to do whatever he wants. Lu Ming observes their rough looks and asks if they are black and white impermanents. The spirits declare they are Munchido. Lu Ming realizes that the stone giant was right about Munchido having schizophrenia caused by Elder Zhu. He calls Elder Zhu a bastard, and the spirits agree, explaining that as guardians, they cannot kill them but are angry and helpless watching them ruin the legacy. Lu Ming pulls out a notepad and begins to act as a psychological counselor, but they yell at him, saying they don't need counseling. Suddenly, the isolation barrier around them begins to crack. The spirits curse that it must be those bastards outside, and they urge Lu Ming to take the legacy. Lu Ming protests, saying he's a card maker and doesn't need it, but they tell him he'll find out one day as a brilliant light engulfs him. The legacy is over and the inner space begins to collapse. Outside, Tianlang tells his group to use the portal to leave while he holds back the enemies who have broken through the barrier. Lu Ming's group is ambushed, and Lu Ming falls unconscious. His companion tries to wake him. A report comes in that Lu Yan, her brother, and the array magic caster are gone. Elder Zhu dismisses it, saying Lu Yan has Qiu Shuyi's legacy and Munchido won't give it to her. He orders his men to capture the other two who are not sword cultivators. Tianlang and his companion are captured and imprisoned. His friend asks if he's okay and if he saw Zhao Jinshin. Tianlang believes Zhao Jinshin is very strong and probably wasn't caught. Meanwhile, Zio King sits with the unconscious Lu Ming, worrying about the captured Tianlang and missing Lu Yan. She sees a light in the distance and decides to investigate. Her group is soon spotted. A subordinate reports to his master that they've found Lu Ming. The master declares that Lu Ming's secrets are no less than Munchido's and that he is the key to controlling Lu Yan. He orders Ning Wang to catch him, assigning 12 four-star sword cultivators to the task. He warns his subordinate that Lu Ming has a weird fighting style. The subordinate, who has fought him before, expresses his confidence. The master says he and Elder Zhu will find Lu Yan, reminding his subordinate to prioritize his own life. He plans to have Lu Ming and Lu Yan meet in jail. The subordinate, now revealed to be a former acquaintance, finds Lu Ming resting by the sea. He sets up a barrier, declaring that Lu Ming can destroy nothing. His men are surprised to find Lu Ming there, as they didn't expect him to have woken up. Lu Ming is suddenly awake, infused with the legacy's power. He scolds Munchido for thrusting the legacy upon him like a living USB flash drive. Munchido's voice echoes that since Yuebai became a card maker after his persuasion, who else could he pass it to? Lu Ming resolves that in that case he has to do this and summons a cosmic-looking card. The subordinate's men tie Lu Ming up with special chains, and the subordinate reports the job is done. He greets the seemingly unconscious Lu Ming as his friend. He then gloats, saying Lu Ming doesn't know what's going on and that the special chains can't be broken even by an ordinary sword cultivator, let alone a card maker. He revels in the chance to torture Lu Ming, but with a crack, the chains shatter. The subordinate is stunned, questioning how the chains are broken. He orders his men to kill him. Lu Ming uses his new power, creating blades of energy from cards that slice through the attackers. He declares that he is now sword cultivator Lu Ming. His energy surge is felt by the master and his hulking companion. The master senses that Ning Wang may be in danger and asks for a status report. He decides to go check the location himself. Lu Ming stands over his defeated subordinate, stating that he didn't want to do that and will not attack unless attacked first. The subordinate kneels, defeated, and Lu Ming tells him he asked for it. The master and his companion arrive late. Lu Ming taunts them and is immediately attacked by the large man who he calls a flea. Lu Ming parries the attack with his energized card, and his opponent is surprised he would use an original card as a weapon. The large man scoffs that Lu Ming is still too young and that original cards are fragile, unleashing a powerful purple energy attack. Lu Ming feels the immense energy and calls for Mr. Cat to wake up or he'll be in danger. A massive, shadowy wolf-like creature appears behind the attackers who are shocked by the rumbling power. Mr. Cat materializes and Lu Ming notes that they face two masters at the peak of the 6-star level. Mr. Cat curses their bad luck. The battle begins with Lu Ming evading an energy blast. He yells for Mr. Cat, who is struck by an attack meant for the master. The subordinate yells at Mr. Cat for protecting his fellow, but Mr. Cat tells him to mind his own business. Lu Ming decides to try an attack he learned from Munchido, warning Mr. Cat that it will consume a lot of his energy and he might faint afterward. He throws a card into the air which emits a powerful beam of light. The attack creates a massive sword of light that crashes down on the battlefield, stunning everyone. The large man's brother is killed in the blast, and he vows that Lu Ming will not live. He unleashes a final, desperate energy attack. The attack seems to hit, but it is blocked by an energy shield. A small black cat is seen resting on the unconscious Lu Ming's chest. The cat speaks, telling the brat that he lives well without him. Nearby, Lu Yan stands over the defeated men, telling Elder Zhu that he has no way to escape. She taunts his 4 companions for failing to defeat her after a long battle. Elder Zhu says it's because he appreciates her talent and didn't want to kill her directly. He offers her a chance to join them. She agrees, but with the condition that she becomes their boss. Enraged, Elder Zhu calls her arrogant. Suddenly, his subordinate points to the sky where a bright beam of light has appeared. Elsewhere, a pink-haired woman cuts her hand and lets her blood drip into the water. Lu Yan appears and asks what she is doing. The woman explains that last time she was injured, a manatee was drawn to her blood, which led to Tianlang getting seriously injured. She wants to draw them all away, saying it's the last thing she can do. Lu Yan stops her and says she has an idea, asking for some of her blood. She dips the bloody finger into the water and tells everyone to be on guard. The sky fills with lightning as a massive creature is summoned, and an onlooker identifies the energy as sword intent. She floated downwards into the deep blue, her consciousness fading, thinking to herself that she didn't expect to be saved by her little brother. Suddenly, Lu Ming zipped through the water toward her, as she warned him to watch out. An enormous blast of energy cut through the water behind them as Lu Ming grabbed her and propelled them away. Lu Ming's sister, Zio King, exclaimed in disbelief that the old man was still alive. Lu Ming confirmed she meant Elder Zhu and asked if she was sure about something. She replied that she was. With a determined look, Lu Ming held her close and shot towards the surface. He burst out of the water, coughing up blood from the exertion. A pursuer emerged from the water behind them, yelling that it turned out they were running away. Lu Ming retorted that, of course, he had to run away as she was injured and he was no match for their opponent. Observing from afar, Elder Zhu noted that it seemed Lu Ming couldn't keep consuming his original cards and the sword fetus anymore, telling the fleeing pair that they were on their last legs and he'd like to see how long they could hold on. Suddenly, giant beasts with horned skulls breached the surface with a loud moo. Elder Zhu cursed, wondering why the beasts never stopped. As they were surrounded, Zio King panicked, asking Mr. Cat if he could deal with them. A pair of golden cat eyes glowed in the darkness, and a powerful light shone from its mouth. The beasts rumbled and became calm. Zio King, now riding atop one of the giant creatures with Lu Ming, asked what was going on and how he knew how to tame manatees. He replied that he didn't know, suggesting it might be because he was close to Zio King. She skeptically asked how close, and he quickly told her it wasn't what she was thinking. Suddenly, Elder Zhu launched another attack from above, vowing to kill them. Zio King jumped off the manatee to intercept the attack. Lu Ming cried out, asking if his sister was going to explode herself again as a purple energy began to buzz around her. Elder Zhu looked on in shock, just before another massive explosion rocked the water. As the waves settled, a new, spectral figure appeared, remarking that Lu Ming's level wasn't high enough to force his disciple to use a self-destructive skill. Zio King asked the newcomer why she was so late, and she replied with a smile that important characters tend to appear at the end. Lu Ming was startled by her sudden appearance, wondering when she arrived. He then wondered why she was staring at him and if she had fallen in love with him. The woman touched his chest, causing a green energy to glow, and Lu Ming let out a surprised sound, which prompted Zio King to tell him not to make such strange sounds. Lu Ming thought to himself that she just went ahead without giving him a chance to prepare and that he couldn't hold on anymore. Zio King asked if there was anything wrong with his body, but the woman explained it was just a gift for their meeting. She then announced it was time to end this matter, as the people from their school should be arriving soon. As she spoke, Elder Zhu's stone constructs began to crack and fall from the sky. He screamed that they had ruined his long-range plan and that he was going to kill them all. A green-haired girl with him cried out for Lu to help her as a giant stone loomed over them. Lu Ming recognized the stone giant and realized with dread that if the old brat successfully blew up his sword fetus to detonate the 6th mountain, the explosion would destroy everything. As Elder Zhu prepared his attack, he was suddenly enveloped in a tunnel of light, which he questioned as his energy was absorbed. Lu Ming was holding the stone giant at bay, his hands glowing with yellow energy, yelling that Zhu couldn't gather his sword Kai now and that they needed to hurry because he couldn't hold on for long. The woman with white hair focused her power, creating a beam of blue energy that shot forward and pierced through Elder Zhu's head. He fell to the ground, dead, murmuring that it was impossible as the green-haired girl looked on. The white-haired woman remarked that Zio King's brother was smart, while Zio King watched Lu Ming, who was now exhausted on the beach, wondering if that was the power of Moonshadow and how he mastered it so quickly. A horn tooted in the distance, and Zio King identified it as the ship from their school. She gently took Lu Ming's arm, telling him he did a good job and that they could go home now. Aboard the ship, a meeting was underway. The principal began by saying everyone was there and they could begin. A man with a gruff expression stated that he just wanted to know one thing during the meeting: who got the legacy. After a moment of silence, the man remarked that he told them these kids have their own thoughts and know how to protect themselves. He then addressed them as his dear students, telling them the legacy was in their hands and to protect it well. One of the students nervously insisted that they really didn't have it. The principal said he understood that none of them had it, and then praised them for their great deeds in discovering the legacy's location, offering them a request as a reward and compensation. Another student interjected, wanting to make a request, but the first man shut him down, accusing his assistant card maker of being a mole. Lu Ming turned to Zio King and asked if she wanted anything. While she just thought about how serious he looked, Zio King thought to herself how handsome he was. Lu Ming then declared that he wanted to join First College. Zio King spoke up, demanding 5% shares of the island after it was rebuilt, adding that the ownership would go to her brother. This caused the principal to transform into a furious beast, roaring that it was impossible because the island would become a place of practice, and maintaining the portal required a huge amount of money. He then angrily asked if she really thought he was a kiddie. Zio King coolly stated that they were the ones who found the island and got rid of the people there, adding that, strictly speaking, the place didn't belong to the college yet. The beast-like principal was left speechless, intimidated by the glowing eyes of Zio King and the white-haired woman. The principal, now back in human form, relented, explaining that the reconstruction plan needed manpower and resources, and that he couldn't make the final decision alone, telling her to forget about the shares. Zio King then demanded that they enroll Lu Ming as well. The principal acknowledged that Lu Ming had great talent and potential that met the special recruitment conditions, but trailed off as he looked at images of Lu Ming's past. He concluded that it was possible, but Lu Ming's identity was special, and he needed to discuss it with others first. He told them that since they had calmed down, they would wait for good news. With the meeting concluded, the principal cheerfully told the students the ship was heading into the teleport portal to go straight back to school. The ship sailed towards the glowing portal and disappeared, with Lu Ming saying goodbye. Back in his room, Lu Ming found an equity transfer statement on his bed regarding the reconstruction of the Moonshadow relics. His sister entered without knocking, asking if sleeping naked was some weird fetish of his. Lu Ming retorted that sleeping naked was normal, and it was weird to enter someone's bedroom without knocking. Zio King informed him that the school's assessment of him from the trial was that he was too destructive and not recommended for special recruitment. She told him it was nice to get paid and to go back to Sky City after a few days, as she had things to do and might have to leave first. When he asked if she was going out, she replied that his mission was over, but hers was about to start, hoping he would surprise her more the next time she saw him before leaving. Lu Ming then wondered why Yuebai wasn't with Senior Kyu on a mission, and his sister's voice replied that Yuebai had already gone back to Kingming City, and he hadn't read his messages. A notification showed he had over 99 unread messages. Seeing the time on his phone, he realized he was finished. Arriving at the three-way street of Kingming City in the evening, Lu Ming called out for Yuebai, saying he was back. He entered a dark room, calling her name again. Suddenly, two glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness, and Lu Ming screamed, asking what it was. A small, pink creature chirped, asking if he was looking for someone. Lu Ming wondered what the little guy was, thinking it looked familiar. Yuebai, now in her humanoid form, appeared behind him, asking if that was his original card and accusing him of having forgotten her. Lu Ming was shocked, asking how his original card could turn into another form and how she did that. Yuebai explained she just kept repeating that her dear original card had already grown up, and it was time to learn by itself. After she said that, it turned into another form. Lu Ming, comically shocked, asked if she was a god, and if the card really changed just by listening to her chanting. Lu Ming, flustered, lied, claiming that the creature was a card spirit born with wisdom from the original card to assist card makers. He continued his fabricated explanation, stating that a powerful card spirit can cultivate, make cards, cast spells, recover, and evolve all on its own, and could even be used as an indestructible weapon. When Yuebai expressed her awe, he claimed it was his exclusive inheritance integrated into his teaching. He then immediately thought to himself that there was no card spirit, and that he just made it up based on game add-ons from his previous life. He dismissed Yuibai, telling her to go cultivate on her own. After she left, he slumped against the closed door, calling out for his dear original card and trying the same chant Yuibai used. After a moment of silence, he felt dejected, wondering if it was a gap in talent and who the actual disciple was. He then reassured himself that he had the Munshido legacy and didn't need to worry. He decided to see what he got from the legacy, recalling that Munshido gave him all the basic knowledge about sword skills and his personal experiences. The most important thing was a book that appeared before him. It showed him techniques from 3 stars to 9 stars, each level coming with a powerful sword technique. He realized this was the Munshido legacy, and thought that with it, he no longer needed a card spirit and could learn both card making and sword skills together, making leveling up easy. His black cat simply called him an idiot. Deciding to take a break, Lu Ming was startled when Yuibai burst into the room, screaming "Master." He angrily asked her how many times he had to tell her to knock. She excitedly told him to look, showing that her card spirit could now make cards on its own. While outwardly criticizing her for being excited over a minor achievement, Lu Ming was inwardly screaming about how ashamed he was. He resolved to start cultivating right away so as not to fall behind his disciple. He asked Yuibai to bring him the sword slashing card he gave her before, mentioning that Heioran went home for a blind date. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally finished making a card. Yuibai, seeing him exhausted, cried that he should at least give her the sword cultivator cards before he died. He flicked her on the forehead, telling her not to talk nonsense, and presented her with a new card. He explained it was a card he adjusted based on the original's pattern and his own understanding. It was a redrawn dummy sword flashing card that she would be able to activate, a gift from him. Yuibai thanked him profusely, thrilled. With his newfound knowledge and awakened sword fetus, Lu Ming felt that understanding the cultivator card pattern was a piece of cake. However, as he examined the card, he wondered why the sword Kai was pointing in the wrong direction towards the activator. Yuibai excitedly said she wanted to try it now, but Lu Ming yelled for her not to. He desperately reached for her as she activated the card, shouting for her not to use it. A massive explosion erupted from their building, sending a plume of smoke into the city sky. Lu Ming lay on the floor amid the debris holding an unconscious Yuibai. She woke up, murmuring, "Master." Panicked, Yuibai grabbed a phone, trying to call for help, believing she had killed her master. Lu Ming suddenly snatched the phone, yelling at her not to talk nonsense. He wiped some blood from his mouth and explained that the sword slashing card improves strength by injecting sword Kai, which has a side effect of vomiting blood, and he had just shown her how to use it. Internally, he cursed because it really hurt and wondered if the card made him a masochist. Yuibai, now scared of the card, asked for a different one that could release a visually appealing skill. Lu Ming agreed and began drawing a new card called Full Moon, a 2-star sword card named for the crescent moon-like Kai it releases. After finishing the beautiful card, he presented it to her. She was ecstatic, saying its ability sounded much better than the blood-vomiting one and that it was as cool as him. She declared it was way better than the stupid, defective card. As she celebrated, Lu Ming went back to work on a new card. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang and confetti. Lu Ming, startled, thought it was a terrorist attack and ducked. A voice he didn't recognize greeted him, commenting that his strength seemed to have weakened. 2 figures stood in the doorway. One was Heioran and the other was Lai Heioran. Lu Ming cursed them for the attack, and they explained they just wanted to give him a surprise to welcome him home. Lu Ming questioned who Lai Heioran was, and Yuibai explained he was a loser they had defeated. Lai Heioran insisted he wasn't a loser and had voluntarily given up last time. Lu Ming wondered if he had come all the way from Chengyang City just to ask for his brother's salary. Lai Heioran cut to the chase, challenging Lu Ming to a fight. Onlookers gathered, buzzing about a 4-star card maker challenging Mr. Lu Ming with his original card. They commented that he was out of his mind, as original cards are a card maker's life, and if it broke, he would lose his qualification. Lu Ming, however, thought that although he had no idea why Lai Heioran was challenging him, he could use it as practice to test the stability of his own original card. Yuibai defended her master, yelling that he was the strongest card maker. Lai Heioran scoffed at the title of strongest card maker and summoned his flaming card. The fiery card shot towards Lu Ming. A massive explosion of fire and light erupted upon impact. The crowd watched the smoke clear. Lai Heioran lay defeated on the ground, his own card shattered. His friends rushed to his side as the onlookers expressed their shock that Lu Ming had defeated a 4-star card maker. Lu Ming casually apologized, saying he didn't mean to break his original card and didn't know he could do it so easily. He then feigned confusion, wondering why a 4-star card maker's card was so fragile, which only made things worse. Lai Haoran suddenly started laughing, saying it was okay and that he had anticipated this. He confessed that he had always paid attention to Lu Ming's progress. Lu Ming was taken aback, wondering if the guy had a crush on him, but Lai Haoran clarified he meant he paid attention to the progress he made. Lai Haoran explained that he had always been called a genius and never found any rivals, which made him confused about his future. That was until he met Lu Ming. He had seen Lu Ming defeat his father in a contest and heard about his other achievements, which he found incredible. He was motivated by how quickly Lu Ming grew from a 1-star card maker and had made up his mind. Lai Haoran declared that from now on, Lu Ming would be his role model. He then seriously told Lu Ming he wanted to invite him to study in Chengyang City and join the Card Maker Association there. He grabbed Lu Ming, asking what he had said about their school being closed. Lai Haoran confirmed it, showing him a breaking news post on his phone about the diploma mill being closed by the Ministry of Education. Lu Ming celebrated, exclaiming that the place would be closed not long after he went home. He then asked Yuebai if her father had told her about this, and she said no, she hadn't heard from him for days and couldn't get in contact with him most of the time. Lu Ming grew concerned, realizing Yuebai didn't know someone had wanted to kill her father, Jiang Feng. With the school closing and Jiang Feng still not having shown up, he suspected something serious had happened. He told Yuebai to stay in the house while he went to talk to her father about the school. He arrived at Jiang Feng's residence to find the door open and blood on the ground. Calling out for Mr. Jiang, he pushed the door open and entered, only to find a shirtless, muscular Jiang Feng posing amidst puffs of smoke, who simply looked at him and said, "Ha." Lu Ming angrily confronts the shirtless Mr. Jiang, calling him scum and questioning why he's having fun when he should be hiding. As Lu Ming rushes forward, his anger turns to shock when he sees that Mr. Jiang is gravely wounded, with his intestines spilling from a massive gash in his abdomen. Panicked, Lu Ming tells him to hang on and immediately reaches for his phone to call an ambulance. Mr. Jiang stops him, insisting that he cannot go to the hospital and instead asks for a red thread from a nearby drawer. Lu Ming understands that a hospital would be dangerous if Mr. Jiang is being pursued, so he retrieves the thread. To Lu Ming's astonishment, Mr. Jiang calmly begins to stitch his own wound closed, impressing Lu Ming with his fortitude. After finishing the gruesome task, Mr. Jiang sighs in relief and jokes that he didn't want to use the black thread he had on hand because it wouldn't look cool. Lu Ming is flabbergasted, questioning his sanity for caring about aesthetics while on the brink of death. Mr. Jiang tells him to calm down and reveals a glowing power within his chest, explaining it's a gift from Yuebai's mother that can heal any wound, no matter how serious. As the light glows, the wound and stitches vanish completely. Mr. Jiang then asks how Lu Ming knew he was being chased. Lu Ming lies, claiming he just happened to see something suspicious last time he visited, while internally recalling the truth. He saw Mr. Jiang's name on an assassination list in the realm of darkness. Believing him, Mr. Jiang calls Lu Ming an honest boy and says he feels relieved that his daughter is with him, speaking as if he were dying. Lu Ming tells him to stop talking like that. As a reward, Mr. Jiang offers to reserve a special cultivation spot for Lu Ming, granting him access to the entire city's best teaching resources. Lu Ming is visibly moved, but then delivers shocking news. Their college is being shut down by the Ministry of Education. 30 minutes later, Lu Ming is on the phone calming down Miss Anne and the other students. Mr. Jiang, now fully dressed, approaches him with a file for the College Cup, a national competition. He explains that if their college can rank in the top 100, it could prove their worth and prevent the shutdown. He asks Lu Ming to represent them, and after Lu Ming agrees, he's handed a large stack of registration forms, realizing he's expected to build a team. At a school assembly, Lu Ming gives a passionate speech, urging his classmates to join him to save their school. Inspired, they all volunteer. Liu Yuan expresses her doubt, feeling she is too weak to fight, but the others are resolute, each for their own reasons. Lu Ming delivers another rousing speech, warning them that if they do nothing, they will graduate from a defunct diploma mill and be forgotten. He urges them to seize this chance to see the world and change their fate, firing up the entire classroom. Privately, he reflects that his main motivation was Mr. Jiang's promise to help him reach 4 stars. On the day of the competition, their team, Three-Way Vocational College, faces off against Kingaming Technology College. The crowd immediately mocks them as students from a diploma mill. As their opponent taunts them, Chang Liang grows angry, but his teammates remind him of their plan. Lu Ming counts down from 3, and his 4 teammates suddenly turn and flee the arena, abandoning him. The opponent laughs at Lu Ming being ditched and throws a card to start the match. An instant later, a massive explosion sends the opponent flying, scoring the first blood. Before the rest of the opposing team can react, Lu Ming dispatches them one by one in quick succession, achieving a double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, and finally an ace to wipe them all out. A flashback reveals his entire plan was simply for him to be the first to fight in every round, and his teammates realize he only recruited them to meet the team registration requirements. The announcer declares three-way vocational college the winner. As Lu Ming's team celebrates, a judge holds up a sign that reads "Overtime," invalidating the victory. The red-haired girl explains the judges suspect Lu Ming of using pre-made cards, a tactic that was banned after a card maker exploited the loophole years ago. They want to use this overtime period to disqualify them. The judges openly accuse Lu Ming of winning unfairly with cards imbued with his sister's power, betting that his supply will soon run out. Miss Anne tries to comfort him, but Lu Ming smirks, ready to prove who is truly overstretching their abilities. A new opponent, a heavily armored sword user, steps onto the stage, declaring that a mere card maker cannot defeat him. He charges, only to be obliterated by a 10-card, cloud-breaking slash from Lu Ming. 7's21 next. A dark mage attempts a lightning spell, which Lu Ming casually dismisses as flashy but useless, before negating it with a wall of cards. The judges watch in disbelief as Lu Ming's card count rises to 20, then 30, 40, and finally 50 as he effortlessly defeats every challenger they send. An official evaluation confirms that all 50 of his super advanced cards were legitimately created in the 2 weeks since registration, a feat the judges thought impossible. Enraged, a head judge demands that they bring in last year's champions, the team from MI Vocational College. The formidable-looking team arrives, but upon seeing Lu Ming, they immediately bow and forfeit the match. With no one left to fight, the judges are forced to announce Lu Ming's college as the winner of the round. 3 days later, Lu Ming is researching new cards, having concluded that his sword cards are becoming obsolete. He stumbles upon a 3-star Fire Whip card with a useful lock-on ability and decides to fuse it. The fusion process erupts in a massive inferno, terrifying his friends, but it successfully produces a powerful new card, Flames of Heaven. Just as he's testing the card's chaotic, untargeted power, his friend bursts in with an urgent message from their team's group chat. The judges have moved their next match to the following day against Ziyang Battle Academy, a team with a peak 4-star contestant, in a clear attempt to deny Lu Ming time to create new cards. Unfazed, Lu Ming reveals a full hand of cards, grinning as he promises to show his opponents a different way of losing. The next day, his opponent, the Ziyang team captain, mocks him for relying on tricks. Lu Ming simply yawns that his opponent talks too much and engulfs him in heavenly flames that bypass his energy armor. He proceeds to decimate the entire team with a variety of elemental cards, proving he's far from a one-trick pony. In the final round, Ziyang sends out a small boy named Zio Yan, who vows to avenge his teammates. He launches a blazing storm kick, and Lu Ming realizes with a jolt that the previous fights have depleted his deck, leaving him with only one sword-full card. The kick connects, sending him staggering back. As his friends shout in alarm, Zio Yan prepares a final flaming punch. Lu Ming, kneeling but defiant, holds up his last card and asks the boy if he has ever heard of a sword technique that descends from the heavens. The final match of the Academy Cup begins between Lu Ming and Zio Yan. From the sidelines, a sign announces the first match between Sancha and Ziyang, with the final round being Lu Ming versus Zio Yan. Lu Ming, his fist wreathed in orange fire, leaps into the air and shouts the name of his technique, Flame Sun Fist. Zio Yan looks up in shock as a blue energy blade materializes in his hand. An onlooker comments on how stupid it is for Lu Ming to put himself in midair where he can't dodge at all. A massive explosion of orange and purple energy erupts from their clash. Onlookers are stunned by the power, with one wondering what kind of move it was, and another questioning if that is really the power a card maker should have. An older man with sunglasses recognizes the technique as the Wang family's legacy move, Sword Full, noting that Lu Ming used the sword aura to boost his strength temporarily. The man adds that Lu Ming even improved upon the original, which only allowed for sword attacks after the power boost, by turning it into a heavy punch. The impact creates a massive shockwave that demolishes part of the arena wall. As the smoke clears, a spectator asks who won in the end. A lone figure stands, spitting blood into the air, prompting someone to exclaim that Lu Ming lost. However, another person urges everyone to look at Zio Yan, who is lying defeated on the ground while a significant amount of power flows into him. The judges look on in silence. A man from the opposing team yells that Sancha Vocational Technical School advancing is ridiculous, vowing to eliminate them next time for sure. 1 week later, Lu Ming is in a forest outside the city at night. He muses that even though they advanced, the second round will be different with tougher opponents. He's glad that the escape card he was working on is finally complete. He decides it is time to test it out on some small, horned, demonic-looking beasts grazing nearby. One of the beasts snorts and charges at him. The small beast suddenly transforms, growing into a massive, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes and dark purple energy swirling around it. Lu Ming holds up a golden card, identifying it as the Cloud Shuttle card. He declares for the beam of light to carry him away. A large, bullet-shaped projectile of light manifests before him. He stands there confused for a moment, then looks down at his foot as a thin wisp of light appears. He looks up in shock as the golden projectile shoots past him, launching the large beast into the sky. He mutters that it was supposed to carry him, not send the opponent away. He then considers that perhaps it's not so bad, questioning whoever said that escape cards could only be used on oneself. The beast is carried away on a streak of golden light, howling what sounds like a goodbye to its mother. High above Kingaming City, a group of people on a rooftop see the streak of light. One excitedly calls it a shooting star and tells everyone to make a wish. A man in a cap, however, looks on in horror, realizing it looks like something else. He screams that it's a beast as it plummets towards the city. The beast crashes into the street, causing chaos and panic as people scream and run. Back in the forest, Lu Ming hums a tune, singing that it's all his fault. He answers a call from Zio Bai, who frantically reports a beast tied in the city originating from the forest outskirts and asks if he is okay. Lu Ming, looking shocked, feigns ignorance, asking about the city and beasts. He realizes with dawning horror what he has done. He quickly fabricates a story, laughing and telling Zio Bai that of course a master like him couldn't be in trouble. He came here because he foresaw the beast tied and is here to stop it. He internally resolves that he absolutely cannot let them know he caused it. Zio Bai is impressed, remarking that's their master for you. As Zio Bai asks when he is coming back for the second round tomorrow, a massive 5-star beast with horns and leathery wings swoops down from behind Lu Ming. It slams him to the ground, but is suddenly ensnared by glowing blue chains. Lu Ming, looking up from the ground, wonders if he's been trapped. He sees a hooded figure standing over him and suspects they might be poachers based on their outfits. The figure remarks on what a coincidence it is to meet him here. The man pulls back his hood, revealing a smirking, spiky-haired individual who asks if Lu Ming is also here to deal with the beasts. Lu Ming noncommittally replies that it is something like that. The man, addressed as Boss Fan by an underling, asks Lu Ming to do him a favor and reinforce the restraints on the beast, explaining that if it escapes, it could threaten the city. He promises to pay Lu Ming for his work. Lu Ming agrees with a smile, saying that since he was asked personally, he couldn't say no, though he thinks to himself that he doesn't trust the man. Lu Ming uses a card that sends a stream of purple energy into the chains, reinforcing them. His ally comments that it was nicely done, and Boss Fan agrees that the restraints worked and the beast can't escape now. The underling reminds Boss Fan not to forget to pay him. Boss Fan says of course, then turns to Lu Ming with a menacing grin and says he will give him his payment as a red energy glows in his hand. Lu Ming simply smirks back. With a tremendous roar, the beast shatters the glowing chains. Boss Fan is stunned, demanding to know what's going on and how the beast broke free again. He turns on Lu Ming, asking if it was his doing. Lu Ming feigns ignorance. As Boss Fan yells at his subordinate to run, the beast swats him aside. Lu Ming holds up another Cloud Shuttle card, telling his dear beast brother to hold on tight. A beam of light shoots from the card and strikes the beast, sending it flying away once again. The poacher who was running away stops, looking back in confusion, asking what just happened as the beast vanishes with a trail of musical notes. Lu Ming dusts himself off, saying that now everything is fine. He's standing outside a cave when the beast suddenly crashes down in front of him again, roaring that it's the foolish human's turn. Lu Ming yells in frustration, asking what the hell and why this thing is back again. Suddenly, Zio Yan appears in a burst of flame, asking Lu Ming if he's okay. Zio Yan, accompanied by a woman with a staff, explains that even though he lost their last match, he went back and trained hard so he could take care of the beast tied. Lu Ming recognizes him, but mistakenly calls him Little Wang from next door, remarking on how much he's grown. Zio Yan angrily corrects him, reminding him that he's from Ziyang Academy. Lu Ming brushes it off and says he's heading home for a nap, but Zio Yan's sister warns him it's dangerous to go back alone while the beast tied isn't over. As she speaks, a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes looms over her and Zio Yan. Zio Yan tells his sister to get ready and watch out, then leaps forward with a fist blazing with fire, but his attack barely phases the beast, who comments that it tickles. Seeing his attack didn't work, Zio Yan is shocked. The beast calls them foolish and swats at his sister with a massive claw, knocking her to the ground. Zio Yan lies defeated, lamenting that it's over and all his fault for trying to play the hero. He tearfully apologizes to his unconscious sister and his parents. The beast grows tired of his monologue and tells him to shut up, saying it wasn't even planning to kill him, but he won't stop talking. As the beast raises its claw to strike, Zio Yan screams for help. Lu Ming suddenly appears, activating another cloud shuttle card. The beast is caught in the beam of light and sent flying away yet again, howling that it's out of here. Lu Ming approaches the downed Zio Yan, calling him Zio Wang, and telling him the place is too dangerous and to get his sister and run. He then laughs to himself about how well the cloud shuttle card works in a confined space. He unleashes a series of small, fiery explosions that fill the cave like fireworks. Zio Yan watches in awe, remarking on how cool it is and recognizing it as the power of a combat card maker. He looks on with determination as Lu Ming stands amidst the explosions and declares that he's decided he's going to become a combat card maker. Elsewhere, in a hot spring source pool, a dark-haired woman wonders what Lu Ming has been busy with lately. Her white-haired companion tells her to look, showing her a phone and saying her brother is quite the hot topic right now. The phone screen displays an article with a picture of Lu Ming, headlined that he defeated a 5-star monster. The article has over 1 million likes, and the comments are filled with people expressing their surprise and admiration, with many wanting to switch professions to become a card master like him. Meanwhile, at the Academy Cup conference hall, a man slams his fist on the table, declaring that Lu Ming's behavior is completely out of line. Another official agrees, stating that when underage students see Lu Ming winning matches by simply stockpiling cards, it will inevitably lead to harmful imitation. A third person adds that it seriously affects the balance of professions. A stern-looking man declares that they must take strict measures to punish this Lu Ming. He announces that from now on, promotion battles will be team battles, not solo duels, with no individual scores, only team scores. He also compresses the schedule to 1 round per day. A document shows Lu Ming's profile, and an onlooker notes that the new rules seem aimed straight at him. Back at the Lu Ming card shop, his teammates are discussing the changes. The chubby one points out that the competition has been changed to team battles and 1 round per day, which is clearly aimed at them. Lu Ming asks if he's serious, and upon getting confirmation, he declares that it's fantastic and that the organizers hit him right in the heart with this one. His teammate doesn't understand his logic, reminding him that they're just here to make up the numbers and haven't done any real battle training. Lu Ming tells them not to worry and to just play to their strengths and coordinate. He explains that the sooner the competition ends, the sooner he can clean up the mess the principal dumped on him. He also mentions that the stability issue with the light shuttle core card still isn't fixed, but figures it won't affect the match. Zio Bai asks for the battle plan, and Lu Ming states that since the system changed, the plan is to adapt on the fly. His teammates sigh that they're just winging it. At the Academy Cup arena, the announcer welcomes everyone to the long-awaited Top 500 advancement match. The first showdown is between the renowned defense specialists, the Shield Academy team, and the Rising Stars, the 3-way Technical Academy team. An official from the conference hall watches from the stands, saying he wants to see what other tricks Lu Ming can pull off. The match begins, and the captain of the Shield Academy team shouts for his guardian shield. He summons a massive, translucent blue shield, telling Lu Ming that he studied all his previous matches and knows his deck is pure offense, so he poured all his points into this defense shield, declaring that Lu Ming is done for. Lu Ming calmly puts on a pair of pixelated sunglasses and says, "Okay." His teammate announces that he is the sun that shines brilliantly. The boy then starts to run, glowing with a bright yellow light, as he continues that he is the one who's gazing above the moon. The opposing captain wonders what kind of ridiculous combination that is. A blinding flash of light erupts, forcing the judges in the stands to shield their eyes, with one yelling that it's blinding. The light engulfs the entire arena, and even Lu Ming's own team gets hit. The Shield Academy captain tells his brothers not to panic, as his shield is unbreakable and they won't lay a finger on them. Suddenly, a golden boomerang-shaped attack strikes them from behind, shattering their formation and sending them flying. The announcer declares it an unbelievable hit from the 3-way college. The move is identified as Moon Wheel, 1000-year kill. Lu Ming's team stands victorious, and he casually tells everyone he forgot to mention his move has a boomerang effect. His teammates yell at him, asking for a heads-up before he coordinates in the future. The next day, their opponents are the Geiaji Academy team, a dream team of muscular men who are all peak 3-star energy warriors. Their captain tells Lu Ming they all watched his match yesterday and don't take him seriously at all. In the stands, the judges and even the crowd are all wearing sunglasses, clearly prepared for Lu Ming's light-based attacks. Lu Ming puts a hand on his chubby teammate's shoulder, telling him that this time it's his turn to show them what he's made of. The teammate steps into the arena. The Geiaji Academy team captain scoffs, asking if he's still trying to compete, then yells for his team to roll out the hormones. A rainbow-colored energy erupts from the muscular team as they pose, but they are suddenly sent flying. Lu Ming is shown holding a glowing blue card. One of the muscular men, now on the ground, says, "Oh yeah." Back at the hot spring, the two women are still relaxing. Lu Ming is then seen throwing a card that goes off course, and his teammate asks where he's aiming. Lu Ming replies not to rush, as he'll just throw another card. The card emits a swirling purple energy that envelops the muscular opponents, causing them to strike dramatic, provocative poses on the ground. Lu Ming wonders why the card charged forward on its own. In the judge's box, the stern man orders the broadcast of this part to be cut. 3 days and 3 rounds later, the announcer states she has become a fan of the amazing 3-way vocational team. Their next match is against the 360 Academy, a powerhouse team. Their captain, a 4-star sword cultivator, says that even though they are terrifyingly strong, they still made full preparations. He demonstrates his anti-glare blue light, dazzle light, all-in-one 360 Guardian safety goggles. Lu Ming interrupts his long-winded description, telling him he gets it and to drink some water. He then asks his teammate Zio what skill she has, since the opponents are being targeted and her ice arrows won't work. She meekly replies that her skill is colorful smoke bombs, which they used in cosplay club competitions. Lu Ming tells her to throw one. As she does, the 360 Academy team prepares for a trick, raising a massive 360-degree no-blind spot guardian shield, specifically made to counter his moon wheel 1,000-year kill. Their captain mockingly asks if he's scared now. Lu Ming grins, holding up a fan of cards, and replies that he's scared they won't be able to hold it. A barrage of energy blast slams into the shield from every direction, shattering it and sending the 360 Academy team flying. An announcer declares that 3-way vocational advances, as the stern judge collapses in his chair, muttering what a disaster. Back at his shop, Lu Ming shows Zio by 2 cards, one for Savage Charge and one for Graveyard. He tells her he's finally perfected composite card technology, which allows 2 cards to stack effects and combine strengths to unleash maximum potential. Zio Bai asks when they are going to study Sword Aura. Lu Ming yawns and tells her that once she's seen composite technology, she won't cling to Sword Aura anymore. He activates the combined card, creating a massive, shadowy beast that looms over them. He declares it's time to feel the true charm of card making. The result is a cartoonishly stylized, blocky version of the beast. His teammate rushes in to report that their first opponent in the top 100 is Finglin City's star team. Lu Ming is indifferent, saying they already completed the mission of entering the top 100. His friend insists that if they seize the chance, they can make a fortune, showing him a picture on his phone of the handsome idol team, pointing out all the traffic and money they generate. Lu Ming gets a call from teacher An, who tells him the school failed multiple inspections and is being shut down. Lu Ming grits his teeth, realizing it must be the judges reporting them again and that they have to win at least one more match. She tells him that the top 100 teams are all top tier and that their original plan was just to enter the top 100. Lu Ming reassures her not to worry, as he's trained to peak 3-star level and develop new card techniques, and winning one match won't be a problem. In the pre-match lounge for the top 100 tournament, the team discusses how their opponents are all 3-star and above. Lu Ming asks where Liu Yuan is, and is told she's been running to the bathroom ever since they arrived, likely due to nerves. In the bathroom, Liu Yuan splashes water on her face, giving herself a pep talk not to embarrass Senior Lu. A dark, shadowy figure appears in the mirror behind her. Her reflection changes, becoming confident and sinister. In the arena, the long-awaited top 100 tournament begins. The first match is Team Finglin versus 3-Way Vocational Academy. The Finglin team, an idle trainee team, enters the arena. Their captain, a 5-star beginner water elementalist, tells Lu Ming that today he'll settle the score with him. Lu Ming is confused, saying he doesn't even know him. The captain tells him to ask the fat guy behind him. One of the Finglin members launches a massive flame hurricane attack. Lu Ming's team runs as he calmly draws several cards, leaping through the firestorm and unleashing a volley of sword aura projectiles that dissipate the flames. The Finglin team's analyst comments that Lu Ming's card-making speed is terrifying and clashing with him using sword cultivator cards is meaningless. He tells his captain his analysis was correct. The captain looks at Lu Ming, noting he's a 5 rank putting so much effort against a 3 rank. He reveals he's watched all their previous matches and knows Lu Ming's team is full of support roles that help him unleash his strongest power. He declares that once Lu Ming is separated from them, he's finished. The captain raises his hands and traps Lu Ming's entire team in a massive, spectacular construct of jagged ice that fills the arena. One of the Finglin team members says that they're just kids who need to learn some lessons, especially the fat kid of theirs. Another adds that since he likes courting death, he'll make sure he dies thoroughly. The member attacks Lu Ming's friend. Lu Ming, trapped, realizes this is because of his friend's reckless video. As his friend cries out for him to save him, the ice construct begins to crack and then shatters. Liu Yuan stands free, having broken out. The announcer is shocked that three-way vocational's team suddenly shows a dark horse. People in the crowd wonder who the girl is, noting she's only 2 rank, yet she just smashed Finglin's 4-rank warrior into the wall. Lu Ming, watching her, feels that something was off before the match, but this is a bit much. He uses his golden eye technique and sees a spirit possessing his classmate, noting her strength is impressive. A small cat spirit appears, telling him that if he doesn't show up soon, the readers will forget he even exists. Lu Ming confirms that Liu Yuan's energy is completely different from before, realizing the key is her newfound strength. The opposing team's analyst is stunned, admitting he never calculated that Lu Ming still had a hidden trump card. A member of the Finglin team uses a thunder flame attack against Liu Yuan. She casually deflects the attack and slaps him with the back of her hand, sending him flying and screaming through the air. The spectators are in awe that the 2-rank girl just defeated 3 4-rank players in a row. The Finglin captain grimaces, realizing the girl is at least a peak 4-rank, maybe even a 5-rank like him. He decides he needs time and orders his teammates to protect him while he initiates his 100% victory plan. He taunts Lu Ming, asking if he thinks they'll give him time, and orders Liu Yuan to attack. Lu Ming watches his chubby teammate cowering behind the now powerful Liu Yuan and sighs, realizing the boy won't fight unless he gets beaten first. He decides it's up to him and draws a dark card from his deck. A powerful wave of energy erupts in the Finglin City Tournament arena as a combatant unleashes his full power. Lu Ming, standing opposite, is shocked by the display, realizing it's already a 6-rank power. The opponent apologizes, explaining that if he does this, everyone around will suffer, before unleashing a massive deluge of water that floods the entire stadium. The spectators are swept up in the sudden wave, finding themselves in an impromptu swimming pool. A woman remarks on how refreshing it is, while another person notes that watching a match and suddenly getting a water park experience is worth it. Lu Ming, soaked, realizes the water flow had no damaging properties, only impact force. His companion chides him for being crazy enough to knock himself out and asks who won. An announcement declares the match a tie, forcing it into substitute overtime. Lu Ming grits his teeth, understanding now that this was his opponent's 100% plan. Both teams are instructed to send in their substitutes. From the crowd, someone remembers that 3-way vocational academy couldn't gather enough 2-rank players and had to pick a talented kid to fill in. A very young girl with pink hair and horns, Zio Bai, is introduced as the substitute player. The audience murmurs that although she is already a 2-rank card maker at such a young age, she is still just a child. Her muscular master tells her not to worry. As long as she follows his instructions, she will be fine. Finglin team's substitute is then announced as a peak 3-rank elementalist, who is revealed to be the team captain's twin brother, a genius named Zhang Ziochuan. Ziochuan smugly asks Zio Bai if she has even graduated elementary school, warning her to study properly or she'll be scolded at home. Not wanting to be accused of bullying a child, he offers to let her attack first. Zio Bai asks if he's sure, then drops her pink backpack to the ground, which spills open to reveal a massive pile of cards. Ziochuan's brother shouts a warning that she must be using the infamous, shameless hoarding style. From the pool, Lu Ming encourages Zio Bai to ignore their nonsense and use the massive pile of cards she stored to wear them down. One of his friends expresses concern that even with a whole pack of cards, Zio Bai is still only a 2-rank against a peak 3-rank opponent. Lu Ming simply says it's fine, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Without warning, Zio King attacks, instantly freezing Zio Bai's backpack and all the cards within it in a block of ice. He taunts her, asking how she could trust an opponent so easily on the battlefield, and stating that he would never give a shady card maker the chance to hoard cards. He then adds that since he is an honest person, he will still mercifully let her play the single card she holds in her hand. Zio Bai smirks, revealing she saw through his plan and that her backpack was full of junk cards. She holds up a single red card that begins to glow intensely with a powerful sword aura. She unleashes a blindingly fast strike of red energy that slams into Zio King, sending him flying out of the arena. The announcer shouts that Sancha's 2-rank card maker has landed a fatal strike. An ambulance is called for Zio King. Zio Bai approaches Lu Ming, apologizing for not following his instructions. She explains that making cards one by one was too troublesome, so she concentrated all the energy sword aura into that one card. Her team celebrates their win, praising Lu Ming for his brilliant plan. Later at Lu Ming's card shop, Zio Bai shows him her phone, excitedly telling him their match is completely on fire. Lu Ming looks at his own phone, where a message from Zhang Yang of the association has arrived. The message certifies that his profession has been changed to Sword Card Master, a top-tier combat profession with extremely difficult training requirements. Just then, Zhang Yang himself calls. He tells Lu Ming not to call him president anymore because from now on, Lu Ming is the president of the Sword Card Association, making them equals. He congratulates President Lu and informs him that his reward points for defeating the 5-rank beast will be approved soon, but only if his school isn't shut down. This confuses Lu Ming, who wonders how the school could be shut down after they won the tournament. In his office, Zhang Yang instructs his subordinate to formally assign Lu Ming the Sword Card Master profession separately, so his actions won't be linked to card makers, and to contact the inspection department to follow up on shutting down 3-Way Vocational Academy. As Lu Ming sighs about his new profession, a young man named Yan Suki enters the shop. He identifies himself as someone Lu Ming defeated in a match and later saved in a cave. Yan Suki admits his defeat and says he has come to ask about Sword Card Master training methods. Lu Ming is surprised, recalling that Yan was an energy warrior. Yan explains he is not anymore, revealing that he destroyed his own core, a decision so harsh it shocks Lu Ming and Zio Bai. Impressed by his resolve, Lu Ming tells him the first stage of training is to learn sword aura patterns and stacking. Filled with renewed purpose, Yan runs off into a fiery vision of his training, thanking Lu Ming for his guidance and shouting that setbacks will only make him stronger. He promises to become a sword card master as strong as Lu Ming. Soon after, another challenger arrives, Lai Haoran, whose original card was shattered. He demands a fight with Lu Ming. He's heard Lu Ming is now a sword card master and declares their fight will be a duel between their two professions. Lu Ming feels overwhelmed as Zio Bai shows him that sword card master is now trending, being called the strongest pay-to-win profession. Seeing a chance, Lu Ming decides to harvest these ignorant challengers to prove his class's strength. He's about to accept Lai Haoran's challenge when he gets an urgent text from Teacher An. The school might be shut down again. He tells Zio Bai to watch the shop and rushes to the school. He arrives to find Teacher An and Lai Haoran standing before a massive crack in the earth near a derelict building. Teacher An explains that the inspection department did a surprise check and gave them 2 days to fix the crack or the school will be shut down. Lu Ming feels an abnormal energy fluctuation from below. Lai Haoran insists that as a card maker representative, he should be the one to solve this. Annoyed, Lu Ming watches him toss a rock into the chasm. Lu Ming then pulls out a card displaying Control and C, which creates a perfect copy of the building and drops it neatly into the crack, sealing it. Teacher An exclaims how cool that was. Suddenly, the ground trembles and a massive pillar of green energy erupts from the sealed crack, launching the 3 of them into the air. A powerful rank 5 energy surges, and from the light emerges the ghostly figure of a knight in black armor riding a spectral steed. Lai Haoran immediately blames Lu Ming, saying he must have disturbed its sleep. Seeing no other option, Lai Haoran decides to fight, launching a fast, precise, and ruthless double-attribute attack of fire and ice. The spectral knight, however, simply stands there and absorbs the entire attack, its green aura flaring. Lu Ming advises against mindless attacks that only strengthen the opponent. He notes the knight seems slow and summons a graveyard warrior to hold it off while they escape. Shouting for the others to run, he leads the retreat. Lai Haoran complains that sword card masters are too cowardly. As they flee, their path is blocked by walls of green light, trapping them in a massive, glowing maze. A ghostly girl named Minna appears, introducing herself and beginning a tragic story about a teacher she fell for. Before she can finish, 3 doorways appear, each offering a different grim conclusion to her tale. The spirit tells them they must choose the correct ending to escape. As his companions debate, Lu Ming jokes that the ending should be that the teacher gave her a 17th birthday party. Miraculously, a voice declares his answer correct. The maze and the night vanish, but Minna remains. She announces that the one who answered correctly may leave, but the others must stay. Her face twists into a monstrous grin as she attacks, her voice commanding them to stay. Dark tendrils possess Lai Heoran and Teacher An, who turn on Lu Ming with glowing eyes. He finds himself unable to fight back for fear of hurting them. Just as his possessed friends are about to strike, a cat girl with sharp claws appears, slicing the tendrils and freeing them from the spirit's control.